to be for education about asexuality and all things asexual. I share my asexual life journey in order to help you in your own. So if that's sounds like something you'd be interested in, please subscribe and hit the bell icon right now. So yes, there is a trigger warning with tonight's episode because I am going to be discussing my own mental health and negative dark thoughts. So I do want to put that out there. If this is going to trigger you, please do not watch this video. I'm sharing my own struggles in order to help someone, hopefully, who may be going through what I'm going through at the moment. I am not a medical professional. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a doctor. Please see a medical professional if you need medical attention, psychiatric help, because I'm not a qualified professional, medical professional. Yes, I'm a qualified advisor, but I'm not a medical professional. So please keep all the chat respectful, because if the chat is not respectful and your comment is disrespectful, you're likely to either get your comment deleted or potentially blocked. I'm going to see if I can put a little warning in the chat, because this is a sensitive topic and people should be free to also talk about sensitive topics, you know? So I'm going to try and go in my live stream on my Mac and put this warning in there. So you should see that pop up now. It's really weird seeing myself behind there. Right, so please keep chat respectful or you risk having your comment deleted and yourself blocked. So I've been really struggling with my mental health over the last couple of days. Like, I've been okay in a lot of ways, but I wanted to tell you the truth because I have been struggling with my mental health, and it's really difficult to know what to do because I found the situation I'm in has no roadmap to it. I don't know any books on it. I don't know any courses on it. And it's like there's nothing out there for what I'm particularly going through. And the reason I'm bringing this up is in case someone else is going through something similar and they're in a predicament, they don't know what to do. Like I said, I'm not a medical professional. I'm just going to be sharing my own experience, raw and real and authentic. I am struggling myself right now at the moment, but I want to be real with you. And if I can just help anyone maybe have an aha moment or something that might just help, then I think that's going to be a good thing, because I'm really struggling with this. And I know if anyone else is going through this right now, it's going to be really tough for them. So if you're not aware of my story, my personal story of what happened last year, I had two long-term friends that I had to stop being friends with. One was a best friend. I considered them to be a best friend, and I had known them for over 7 years. Things ended with them being unexpectedly aggressive with me, and dishonesty and betrayal of trust. So that was a real shocker for me. Like I said, please keep chat respectful. Hello, thank you to anyone who's in chat. Thank you for the love. I can see the hearts. Thank you, Albie. Is it Albie? I think it is. Yeah. So thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. I really do. And it's been hard because that friendship was a long-lasting friendship, and they did a lot for me in terms of acts of service. So in terms of acts of service, they did a lot for me. But I have learned in my life that people can do acts of service for you, but still, you know, like, not be good to you in other ways. So just because someone does acts of service for you doesn't mean to say they're good or kind to you in other ways. Do you see what I mean? And you have to ask yourself, what is the reason why they did those things? They admittedly didn't do them just because they cared, because they wanted external validation and praise, which is not a friendship really. It's like a transactional thing. And at the time I thought I was getting a good deal out of it, because obviously when you've had difficulties in your life and maybe you don't feel as valued as you should do, you kind of see things as a good thing, even if they're not good for you, if you know what I mean. So it's very important that I'm sharing this with you, and it's hard for me to share it with you. So I apologize if I don't respond to every comment in chat. I am seeing that some of the comments are really nice. I've already blocked one of the people that left a horrible comment and was swearing, because I will not put up with that on my channel, right? I am discussing serious mental health issues that I have that other people when they're on this video, right? This is serious stuff. This is not stuff to joke about or stuff to be lowly about, right? Anyone who's on this chat right now who's going to speak badly, I want you off my channel, because this is a respectful thing. Get well soon. Thank you. I appreciate that, you know. This is a respectful channel. If you don't have anything good to say, then you are welcome to go and air your comments somewhere else. This is not the space for it, right? There's going to be other people here that are also struggling with their mental health, because I'll have seen the title of this video. And I do not want them to feel bad either, right? It's not going to help, right? There's enough hatred and negativity in the world and deceit and lies. We don't want more of it, right? We want to come together in this time, right? Okay? Just have to be very real with you. Okay, so I had to leave that friendship, right? Because obviously if someone's aggressive to you, right, they're not safe for you emotionally or physically to be around anymore. That was the position I was in, right? And they were reconnecting with someone who deceived me for over 5 years of another friendship that I had, which at least I found out in the end that they had deceived me for the whole 5 years. So I you know, and what happens in this situation is when you've had deception, your mind automatically loops like, what was real? Like, what was real and what was not, right? And with this particular so-called best friend at the time that I had known for over 7 years, I had felt since 2023 that something was off in the friendship. And I had tried to address it with them and had difficult conversations with them. Now, that is a really hard thing to do. And I joined something called the Love Life Club in 2024. Matthew Hussey's Love Life Club. Now, some people might just think that's to do with dating relationships, but it's not. It's to do with the relationship you have with yourself, other people in your life, as well as dating and romantic relationships. But it's also to do with the relationships you have with other people, and to do with confidence. They do a lot of courses and coaching on confidence in there, and spotting red flags, and knowing your worth, and understanding when someone is doing behaviors that aren't actually healthy, even if they might seem healthy, because that's what you've been used to in the past, right? So because of that, I was having more difficult conversations with this person, but every time I said to them, I feel the dynamic has changed, they said it hadn't. Well, now I know that I was right, because the friendship wouldn't have ended the way it did had there been nothing different about the dynamic, right? And I know it did, because it was like a devaluation over time. I felt it, but because they denied it for nearly 2 years of the last 2 years of friendship, I had nothing to go on. It was just like, it's like it was in my is it in my imagination? And is it my anxiety? Because I do have an anxiety condition, which isn't easy for me. And obviously I know that can affect the way I might think, right? But this person was an avoidant person. There's no doubt about that. And so obviously avoidance and anxious attachment people don't usually gel well together anyway, because they're kind of the opposite. I didn't know he was avoidant attachment until I learned about attachment styles partway through the friendship. I didn't know that, right? So I have learned about attachment styles whilst being in that friendship. But they used to admire me. They used to be really nice, the way they used to, you know, the way they were with me before. And I used to feel like valued by them and appreciated by them, and like I inspired them and things like that. So I felt valued. But from 2023 onwards, that's when I started to feel like they were being superior with me. They even came to me and said that they behaved badly once, and they apologized. And I accepted it. But then they said, oh, I can walk away now from our friendship if you want. And I'm like, I didn't understand, because I'm like, I've forgiven you. You've said you're sorry. You understand your mistake. So I don't understand how you could just say you can walk away like that. when we've been friends for years. At that point, we've been friends for about 5 years. So during that time, from then on, that's when I started to feel the devaluation process. So it was really, really weird. And it was like there was imbalance in the friendship, and I felt it. And from then on, I've always felt it, and it just kept getting worse for me. But every time I spoke to them, it was like a case of that nothing's wrong, nothing's changed. And I'm like, but you don't say you miss me as a friend anymore. You don't like see me. You don't want to, like you used to like want to see me once a week. Like we're not seeing each other, even that anymore. I don't even know where I'm seeing. And then I said, and they're like, oh, so you'd like to see me more? I'm like, yeah, but it wasn't they would like to see me more. It was I would like to see them more, if you know what I mean. So they did see me more, but I feel like some of their behaviors was more to please me than to actually because they organically wanted it. Whereas before they were automatically like that. They'd be really enthusiastic, and they'd be like a bit like a puppy dog that's really excited to see someone, that expression like, hello, it's nice to see you. Do you know what I mean? So it's to get that, and then to go from that to feeling like, they're more superior than me, they don't care about me as much and stuff like that. So they were still doing acts of service for me, they were still shopping for me, and they were still seeing me. But it was different. Do you know what I mean? So I'm still connected to this person financially. I'm legally tied to them in a way, so I can't completely cut them off forever. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's really, I can't discuss all that financial stuff because obviously it's private, but I am financially tied to them. And if anything happens to me, they get a lot of money. Well, not a lot, but some. It's a lot for me anyway. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, so that's really difficult to deal with that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, well, like if you knew you didn't really care about me anymore at that point when we became legally tied financially to each other, that's a bit like deception right there, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So anyway, it is what it is. I have to deal with that, but I don't keep in touch with them other than for that purpose. I haven't had to communicate with them since August last year. So I've actually been physically without them for 6 months now on my own. You are asexual. Yes, I'm asexual in sexual orientation. I did actually, in fact, meet this person originally through an asexual dating site, but we are only suitable to be friends because they realized that they weren't actually asexual in the full sense. So they're asexually attracted to women. They're sexually attracted to guys, but they didn't realize the guy part till later on, so they don't identify as asexual anymore. But just so you know how I met this person, and so that's really difficult, right? And it's been really difficult because that particular person was integrated into multiple aspects of my life. They used to help me a lot with my disabilities, with shopping and cleaning and everything like that. But obviously, if someone is showing their teeth to you and they're getting aggressive with you, you can't continue that situation anymore, right? So I walked away. Years ago, I was in abusive relationships and I stayed. And I have seen the look. That look with the snarled teeth, with the aggression, I have seen that in one of my abusive exes. I know where it goes. And I do not want ever to have that in my life ever again. So I won't have it. You know what I mean? And if a person's been like that with me anymore, they've gone. It's like they're not really my friend from that moment onwards. Do you know what I mean? So it's hard because, like, only the same day we were planning to go somewhere together, but they didn't even ask me if I wanted them to come along with me. They assumed that I just want them to come along with me, which is in a sense of entitlement, really. If you're a friend of someone, you'd at least, like say, would you like me to come as well? If you are feeling more equal in the friendship, right, you'd ask, you wouldn't just expect that. So anyway, but like I said, they did a lot of acts of service for me. So it's when this first happened, it's very confusing. I'm like, how can you do acts of service for me and then be like that with me? But I have been in situations, abusive situations in the past, where the guy, he used to buy me loads of gifts, he used to take me out for expensive meals, but yet still behind closed doors, he was very abusive. So to anyone on the outside, he would look like Mr. Charming, and he did. People didn't know what he was like, and I stayed with that guy in a romantic relationship for years, and it took me a long time to get out of it, right? So having the courage to walk away from someone who I'd known for over 7 years as a friend, who I really trusted, I never thought they'd get aggressive with me, especially because I understand some of their history. I'm not going to go into their history, that's their business. Then, you know what I mean? But they haven't been treated well themselves. That's all I'm going to say. Then I never thought they'd do that. Right. So that was a shocker for me. And I had to deal with that. But that person was a major part of my life. So I lost multiple support systems in one, if you know what I mean, in terms of practical help, in terms of, you know, and he used to message me daily still. The message structure changed somewhat in like, you know, last year, like March. It was really weird. He went from like talking to me as a friend to talking to me as an acquaintance. It was really weird. And I didn't know what was going on. I think this was just part of the devaluation process, to be honest, looking back at it. But it was really hard, you know what I mean, dealing with that. I'm like thinking, what's going on? So anyway, that friendship was gone, right? But it's hard because it is difficult when you're on your own, when you've been, you know, you've had that kind of like close friendship for that many years. And obviously there's a grieving process. It takes a long time to go over that because in the end he was dishonest to me as well. He lied about something. Well, he lied about at least two things I know for definite. So there was a sense that he's not, you know, he's been dishonest. But before he met me, he did tell me he used to lie. Well, he lied before he met me, and I didn't think he was going to lie to me. But, you know, next time someone says to me, oh, I used to be a liar before I met you, I'll probably just think, well, you're probably going to lie to me. And I believe people can change, you know, some people do change. And so when some people change, you know, I like to think people can change. I like to think that people can get better and that people are not, you know, that people, if they're naming the fact they used to be a liar, I thought that would mean that they were aware of it and not going to do it again. Not that they would do it again. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. So this is really hard for me to talk about. So please keep comments respectful. And so, yeah, that's what happened. And then I had another friend who I've known for over 8 years. And I discovered that we had a discussion. So we ended amicably close friendship in terms of like, we both agreed to end the close friendship because we both got different values because they agree with lying and they were actually telling me to lie to them in a specific circumstance and exactly the words I must say to them, not my own words, their words. And I don't lie anyway. I won't lie for anyone just to make them feel good. I won't do it. So I said, I can't do that. I can't lie just to make you just feel comfort. I won't do that for anyone. And so we agreed to both not be close friends anymore because we both got completely different values. And I personally do not want to be lied to by that person who very well could lie to me. They said they hadn't lied to me up until that point, but they can't guarantee they wouldn't do that. So, yeah. Someone said, I just zoomed through your lives from 8 years ago to get an idea. Oh, thank you for looking through my lives. I've been doing live streams a long time. Sometimes it's not lying, it's role play. Well, no, this is lying. They specified that it's lying. If it's real life, it's lying. If someone tells you something that's not true, it's lying. And if a person says to me in text message, I believe it's absolutely necessary to lie in some cases. And I'm like, I personally don't. And they're like, if this happens, this scenario happens, I want you to lie to me and I want you to say these words to me. That's lying. There's no role play is make believe. Lying is real life, right? So we're talking about real life here. We're not talking about things like that. Are you looking for closure and to move on from this friend? Well, there's two friends. I'm explaining to you the situation because I don't want my friends, I don't want the ex-friends back. I'm not interested in speaking to them on anything to do with them. I have to speak to both friends, ex-friends. They're ex-friends. I don't have any friends anymore. I have to speak to them for one's a legal reason and they're actually my client for something. So one of them I don't speak to at all. The other one, it's just amicably, like, we decided not to be friends. So I just do the formalities, if you know what I mean. So, because the second one, we talked about it, and, they wanted me to lie, and I said, I won't lie. And therefore they decided, like, I wasn't gonna change my mind on that. I won't lie for anyone, you know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is these are long-term friendships, over 7 years and over 8 years. These are not acquaintances. These are long connections where we had long, lengthy messages and stuff like this. So this is a lot of trauma. This is a lot of grief. If you're an empathetic person, not if you're an avoidant person who avoids emotions and you're not empathetic and you don't really care, that's fine. Like you wouldn't be interested in this conversation, right? So I should think not. Terrible people asking you to lie. Yes, it's bad. People asking me to lie. Yes, it's very bad. They don't think it's bad. They think it's healthy to lie in some instances. They've used that language and said we both got our own healthy ways of dealing with things, but lying is not a healthy thing in reality. But I'm not going to argue with them. If they want to think what they want to think, that's up to them, right? I'm not here to like argue and debate that with them, because, if that's what they think, that's what they think. But yes, it's terrible. It's like lying is never a good thing. It breaks trust, and it breaks trust. You can't have a healthy relationship without trust. You just can't. So, but I'm not here to debate them in terms of like their opinion, like I'm like, well, if you're asking me to do that, then no, I can't do it. And so, like, that means you could lie to me in the future. And they're like, yeah, they did say, well, yeah, sorry about that. Because also it was one-sided as well. I was asking them questions about themselves all the time. I end up being one-sided with both of them, actually. But the last one, like, I noticed it was the same thing. But because I've been doing Matthew Hussey's Love Life Club, I've noticed now that if you are the one in a friendship, or if you're going dating or into a relationship, and you're the one asking all the questions about the other person, then barely asking anything about you, that's a red flag. I learned that from one of the courses. It might seem obvious when I say it now, but I wasn't actually thinking about it at the time, because I'm naturally quite a talkative person. So I didn't really think of it. But there's when they do training, coaching, Love Life Club, which I pay for, by the way, to be a member in Matthew Hussey's Love Life Club. He's the world's #1 dating and confidence coach on YouTube. He's got over 3 million subscribers. I pay to be in his private membership. Like, one of the courses they do on red flags is lying is a red flag, right? Lying is a red flag for a start. And if there's a lack of accountability with lying as well, that's even bigger red flag for disaster. And also, one of the coaches said, Stephen Hussey, he talks about, he's Matthew's brother, he does coach as well. And he said he realized at one point that he had like some friends, I think it was 1 or 2 friends. And he said he was asking them all the questions about themselves, and they weren't asking him anything about himself. And so he left those friendships because he realized that it's not equal. They're not equally invested. And he realized, like, what's he doing? And so when I heard that, I'm like, oh, and I realized that in these friendships, that's what was happening with me. These people weren't really asking me much about myself. The second person, the one I know for 8+ years, they said, well, I don't have those skills. So that's it. So, which, okay, they don't have the skills, but the only way you get skills is by actually wanting to, like, that person clearly doesn't want to change. That's fine. They don't want to change. They don't want to get those skills, right? That's up to them. That's fine. But what I'm saying is you don't get any skills in life by not learning them. You have to learn skills. Everything's a skill. And if someone's really interested in anyone else but themselves, then they would be asking about other people naturally. Do you know what I mean? They would be asking them about them if they were actually interested in them. Do you know what I mean? Like, basic stuff even they would be asking. But so I realized, I realized that I was the one asking all the questions, and that doesn't feel good. It's like, why am I doing this? I may as well just talk to myself and be by myself. Because it's no good, is it? It feels really unbalanced, and it makes you feel really, really good. It makes you feel really, really bad and not good. And so, yeah, that was really hard. And I'm sharing this with you because, I want you to understand that at the moment I'm struggling with my mental health because these friendships were not short-term friendships. These were long-term friendships. And I'm absolutely shocked at both of them because the first person of 7+ year friendship got aggressive with me, which was a shocker, and has gone back to the person who deceived me for 5 years that they were witness to. In first hand witness to, and then the other, as well as being aggressive and dishonest to me in the end, and then the other person told me they agree with lying, and actually the words I must say to them, not my own words, but their words, specific words. And if I said it the other way, then I said, well, I wouldn't lie, I'd just say that I can't tell you. They said, well, that'd be just like that'd be just as bad. I wouldn't want that. I'd want you to say these specific words to me. And I'm like, no. One-sided friendships are toxic. Yeah, exactly. One-sided friendships are toxic. And yeah, maybe they haven't realized that, but it's toxic for me anyway. Obviously I'm the one asking the questions, and it's not toxic for them, is it, in that way? Because it's like, because I'm asking them questions, I'm curious about them, been interested in them, and cared about them. But yes, if it's like imbalanced and it's just like, do you know what I mean? It's not good. It's not healthy for me. So I had to walk away from both of those friendships. They were like, Heather, hi Sandra, I'm listening. Oh, thank you, Heather. Lots of love, nice to see you here. So that makes life very difficult. And then my therapist, I had a therapist for a year, and I didn't realize that until it took me 3 months to realize that I was trying to convince him of why I left the former friendship. Like, he didn't understand. I'm like, this person got aggressive to me. They're like, yeah, but he helped you with this and he helped you with that. I'm like, he might have helped you with that stuff. Yes, he did. I told you that. But that doesn't negate the fact he was aggressive with me in the end and dishonest and withheld information. He goes, oh, withholding information is not the same as being dishonest. I said, but he did both. He withheld information and he was dishonest. And he's like, I can't understand. I had my last session with him, and I said I said that I can't continue because I said, I don't feel you understand me. In the end, he goes, no, I don't understand why you're upset. And I was like horrified. I spoke to the centre manager before I spoke to him, and because I didn't get it. I'm like, this person, this therapist is echoing the former patterns of my previous friend that I was trying to get away from. The fact that there's no understanding my part, the fact that, oh, it's fine, like he thinks it's fine to withhold information. Like, it's different if someone's just withholding the fact that it's different if someone's just withholding the fact that it was like a carrot they ate for breakfast, or where they went for lunch and stuff like that. But this is really, really difficult stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I'm an empathetic person. I'm not an avoidant. I don't avoid emotions. I feel a lot. I have a sensitive everything, basically. And, I'm very empathetic and very kind and caring, right? And so something like this does affect me, because people who don't really care, people who obviously agree with lying and like lying and dishonest, they don't have that same empathy and care and compassion, because I couldn't do what they are prepared to do and did do. I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? I mean, the second one, they said they hadn't actually lied to me. But I mean, if someone says that they agree with lying, how do you even know that that's true? You don't really, do you? That's the whole point of someone who's prepared to lie and wants to lie and thinks it's okay to lie and does lie. You don't know what the truth is. You'll never know. You're just like, well, what was the truth? So it's really, really difficult. And they were the last two people that were my closest friends. So I don't have any like friends to talk to about personal stuff anymore. And yeah, and then my therapist I got rid of. I walked away from him because he was echoing the patterns of my former friend. Like, basically lack of accountability. Like, it's like he was like saying, like he didn't understand why I was so upset about the person lying, and he didn't even care about my safety that much. I said, look, if I was a therapist, which I'm not, but if I was, then if someone told me, if I had a client and they came to me and said, this person got aggressive with me, I wouldn't be saying to them, the first thing I would be saying to them is, are you okay? Are you safe? from that person. I wouldn't go around, but they helped you a lot and they did this, that, and the other for you. That's the last thing I'd be saying. I'd be so caring about their welfare, and the first thing I'd be protecting is their safety. I'd be like, are you okay? Are you out of harm's way? Can that person get to you? Have they been following you or messaging you or stalking you or anything? Do you know what I mean? Are you out of harm's way? Are you safe? Are you physically safe? You know what I mean? Like, or are they doing something they shouldn't be doing still? You know, that'd be my first, you know, especially after aggression. I'd be like, are you safe? That'd be my main priority as that client's therapist. Do you know what I mean? If I was, I wouldn't be going around going, but that person helped you with this and they helped you with that. Like everything's okay, right? I've been following your community posts and you have done incredible 2025. Thank you. Some sleep may do you well. This is like, so I've done a lot of self-development on myself. So I understand this is not about sleeping away. This is not about short-term stuff, right? We are dealing with adult grief here, right? On a cellular level. Not someone who's avoidant. Someone who's avoidant will avoid their emotions. They'll be like, oh, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this, let's do that, and not process emotions, right? And they resurface in ways that are not healthy. Heather, being upset about your former friend is valid. Thank you. Your therapist doesn't sound trauma informed. Glad you fired them. Yeah, Heather, that's what's so bad. They said that they would they help children in school with trauma. And I'm like, oh my God, you know what I mean? That's what I was like, because when I first went to them, they told me about the type of therapy they do. They do person-centric therapy, but I literally downloaded something from the internet about person-centric therapy, and they were not practicing what they've been trained on and what they've been trained on. I got it out. Because I spoke to the centre manager before I had a word with the therapist, because the centre manager is the one that's overall in charge of it. The centre manager, do you know what she said when I left? She said, you know more than the therapist does because of all the work I've actually done on myself. She actually said that you need the therapist here. She goes, you can come back, because I have to go back on the waiting list. I want to see a therapist there. But she said they're like counsellors. They're not at the same level as you. You need someone the same level or higher than you. And even though I'm not a therapist, she said, you know more than the therapist does. You're at a level that's higher than them in understanding, basically. So she said, so she recommended me another organisation, but I can't afford that organisation. I've spoke to them and I said, you know, can I do it fortnightly? Then I could, you know, it'd be manageable. And they're like, no, you have to pay for it every week. And I can't afford that because of all the rest of the stuff to do with my disabilities I have to pay for, and my rent I have to top up and everything. So it's, you know, and even then my trust with therapists is low at the moment, you know, because he was meant to be, he told me he was trauma informed, but the thing is actually with the type of trauma I've been through, I need a trauma specialist, which is just different to trauma informed. A trauma informed just knows generic information that's meant to be like very much you know, like tick boxes, whereas a trauma specialist, for example, narcissistic abuse and stuff like that, is one who understands narcissism, because unfortunately the first one had narcissistic traits at the end. And I'm like, hang on a minute, you've always been against narcissism. Like, I don't understand why you're displaying narcissistic traits at the end. And then I'm going back in my mind thinking, did they display? They're not. I wouldn't say they've got a narcissistic personality disorder. I just think they got narcissistic traits, as well as being very, very classic avoidant. But you know, it's not for me to diagnose. But I you know, you have to kind of look back at what happened and see, like, was there anything else that might have been classed as narcissistic that you missed, Sandra? Because what the hell happened in the end? This is like not the person you thought they were, and that's what's very difficult. Neither of these people are who I thought they were. The first person, I never thought they would be aggressive with me. I trusted them like with my life, basically. They were in my life a lot. I relied on them a lot for my disabilities. And you know, it's shocking, you know, and that's broken trust, and it's like over years. And they've gone back to another best friend previously who deceived me for 5 years then. So it's like I've had a lot of close friendships that have been deceptive. So what does I Am Spirit says, I found a lot of therapists simple. We are both a lot smarter than them, so they will never work for us. Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you've done a lot of personal and professional development work on yourself. and you've done a lot of specialist work, because in the Love Life Club, for example, there is training and courses on narcissistic abuse. There's actually an exclusive training with Dr. Ramani. If you look online at YouTube, Dr. Ramani's the world's exclusive training with Matthew Hussey behind the scenes, that's only for Love Life Club members that I pay for. So, you know, you get even more training. You get trained not just by Matthew, but by his brother. His wife was doing it as well, because they're like a whole team. And then there's like specialists they bring in, and they have courses with different specialists and stuff. So, do you know what I mean? So it's hard. So because I've had all that trauma happen last year, I do apologize, last year, 2025, feels like it's last week, but the therapist and the 8+ year friendship, they were both in November, with only about 2 weeks apart. So that was a lot to lose in 1 month. And then, you know, before that was August. But I am without any in-person friends now, and I've done the right thing by walking away. But what happens is, they, like in the Love Life Club, etc., they'll show you how to walk away from people and value your worth, and don't take disrespect and people that are disvaluing you. And when it's a one-sided friendship, you know, walk away, because there's like red flags and things that you just have to walk away. You can't stay, otherwise you're accepting that behavior and saying you agree to be treated that way, right? The behavior is on them. It's not me who's responsible for their behavior, but I'm responsible for staying in that situation. If I stay, I'm accepting it. This is true of anyone. If you stay, you're accepting their behavior, even if you don't agree with it. Do you know what I mean? So if you're accepting it, they'll just carry on doing it because they can get away with it, and they think you've got no standards, and you'll just like carry on. So you have to walk away, right? That's the right thing to do. In the past, I haven't walked away for years, right? And it's ended up to my detriment really bad. So what you have to do is you have to like literally you know, you have to, sorry, I'm finding it hard to talk about this. You have to understand that these are difficult things. So I've had to walk away, but I don't have any fallback plan, right? So in the Love Life Club, they talk about, well, you know, if you leave friendships and you know, there's other friendships, right? So you're not going to miss like a couple of friends. You can just like move on, do you know what I mean? Because you got other friends. But that's not the case with me, right? I have obviously a beautiful community here, and wonderful comments are left me, and I really appreciate every single one of them. They mean the world to me. But in physical reality, offline, I don't have anyone to share my very personal things with, you know, that I could trust with really personal, deep things. Because that type of close friendship, bestest friendship, as opposed to acquaintances, that takes a long time to build up over a long time. And obviously, as my trust is low at the moment, and I really need some in-person friends to go out with, do you know what I mean, and meet up with. Right, because there comes a time where you need humans actually in human space. Do you know what I mean? So I don't have that. And it's hard when you're living on your own and you're extroverted. I'm an extrovert. I'm not an introvert. And I'm living a very introverted life because of my disabilities as well as this situation. So most of the time I'm spending at home, and that's not good for my mental health. And I don't have any family support either with this situation, these things. I don't have any family support. I'm on my own, basically. So it's not like I don't have family, but they're not the type of people that would be, they're not the type of people that, are emotionally available for this type of thing, shall we say. I'm putting it as polite as possible because, I want to be respectful of my family, but they're not the same type of people as me. That's all I'm going to be saying right on that, because yeah. Does YouTube help? Yeah, being on this channel, Matthew, really helps. My mind is like off though at the last 2 days, so it's harder for me, right? So my mind's gone off track, and I feel like a bit more disconnected from myself, which is then harder to be as involved as I usually be. I feel like, like I feel like my flow is a bit off at the moment, if you know what I mean. Like with some things. So I was, the thing is, I don't have anyone in person, right? So if anything happened to me, if I had an accident here or if I died, there would be no one, right? And so this freaks me out. It's a reality. It's a true reality. And I was waking up panicking all the time. While I was at my parents for Christmas, I wasn't panicking that way because they were there. Obviously, they're in, they're downstairs, so I was covered in that way. Do you know what I mean? But before that, before Christmas, I was like panicking, going, "Oh my God, I'm on my own. What happens if I have an accident and I can't get to a phone?" I got a phone in every room apart from the bathroom now, and I usually take my mobile, but my mobile doesn't work well in there. So basically, I've got four phones, one in the hallway, one in the main bedroom, one in the second bedroom that I use as a storage room, basically, and one in here. Landlines, because my mobile doesn't work very well. It's a steel building, so a lot of the time there's no signal, and messages can take about 40 minutes to even get to me, even text messages, so it's a nightmare. So I took that safety precaution, do you know what I mean? So it's not like I haven't taken some safety aspect, you know what I mean? But it's hard to deal with mentally when you're an extrovert and you get energy from being around people, yet most of the time you're indoors, right? It's a reality, thank you for the laugh, I appreciate it. And so I'm sharing this with you because my mind has been really bad the last 48 hours. Like, it's been having really dark thoughts, and I'm saying dark thoughts as a trigger warning. I did put trigger warning in this video and said it at the beginning. I'm going to thank you. I appreciate you liking this video. It's hard for me to share, so any likes, thank you. I've just seen the like go. Any likes is appreciated because it social situations drain me. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, a lot of asexuals, so I'm asexual and sexual orientation, a lot of asexuals are introverted, and apparently there's more introverts in the world than extroverts. Well, there is in the world of business, I discovered, because I'm into entrepreneurship as well. So there is in the world of business. There seems to be a lot more introverts, but I'm an extrovert. So that makes it harder for me because I get energy being around people. Keep the work up as much as it might be hard sometimes. Always keep trying. Thank you. Thank you. So I appreciate your support. So yeah. So my mind's been negative. When I say negative, it's been had negative thoughts about, it's had the S word, the suicidal stuff, right? I don't want to go in, it's not good saying this, but I'll be honest. And what I've had to tell myself is this is not even my voice. This is depression talking. I wouldn't say I'm clinically depressed because I'm still having moments of joy, and I'm still having happiness in my life and stuff like that. But these are negative thoughts that I don't usually think. I had depression for years until 2012 when I stopped having depression. And then something happened really badly in end of 2021 where I started getting these thoughts then. And it was to do with a job I had. I can't really go into it for legal reasons. But anyway, I ended up getting CPTSD because of it. And my disabilities got worse, like fibromyalgia and generalized anxiety disorder got worse. So yeah, that got really bad. And then I had difficulties with that. So, but then I got my mind good again. So, I journaled my way out of those negative thoughts at the time. I also had a friend talking to me online at the time. So that really helped. But it was horrible because back then I was planning stuff in my mind. I knew I wasn't going to do it. I didn't think I was going to do it because I can't really hurt myself. I've only ever tried once to actually do that. And someone saved me. That was when I was 15, actually. That's how long I had depression for, since I had it for pretty much up till 2012, non-stop. So you know what I mean? But I have had some of those negative thoughts, and then I even hear this voice that's shouting in my head at me, and it's saying, no one cares, no one's bothering with you, you're here on your own. No one cares, and people are lying to you. They clearly think you deserve to be lied to. And then I'm like, this is not my voice. This is depression talking. I'm not responsible for the fact they lie. That's their responsibility. It's not on me. You know what I mean? If they think they're good people lying, then that's up to them. That's not actually healthy for anyone to be lied to, and it's very self-serving, right? They're not helping the other person. They're self-serving themselves, right? If they're lying, it's to serve themselves, to help themselves. It's not because they really care enough about the other person. It's to help themselves. Do you know what I mean? So have to tell myself in those moments, and this is what I'm sharing with you in case you have these thoughts, is I have to tell myself and label it. This is depression talking. This is not Sandra talking. This is depression talking. So one of the things, I'm not a medical professional, I'm just sharing what does help me, is when I have these thoughts come up, is to literally say to myself, you know, like, this is not who I am. This is depression talking to me. It's even like shouting at me. It's going, like, what are you doing? Why are you even here in life? What's the point? And I'm like, this isn't me. And I know I've had depression for years, and I'm like, I'm not going to let you win. I'm not going to let you win. You can say all you want, but I'm not going to let you win. Do you know what I mean? I have to have like this battle with it, because I did have depression for, like I said, of, basically being a kid up till 2020, 2012. I had it a lot of my life. Do you know what I mean? And so it's like a muscle you have to exercise, depression. You have to like keep your joy alive and your happiness and your light in your life and your positivity. But I'm facing very real situations because I've got disabilities. I've got 3 broken bones in my spine as well. I feel more vulnerable at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, I am more vulnerable. But I've been doing weightlifting for spinal rehabilitation, which you can see the videos on this channel. So I've been doing that to keep my body strong so that I'm able to support myself better. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to take care of myself. I have fibromyalgia, generalized anxiety disorder, CPTSD, 3 broken bones in my spine, and I have osteopenia as well, which I don't have any of the markers for. I'm under 50, have regular periods, no problem with vitamin D or calcium. Don't smoke, don't drink, don't take drugs, which all lower bone density, and I have no history of osteopenia or osteoporosis in my family. So it's just like a mystery as to why I've got it. But I think it's because I've got high cortisol levels, because I'm always in fight or flight. I have pre-birth trauma as well, so I don't have a reference point in my life for ever not being in trauma, forever not being in anxiety. I don't have that reference point. So someone people go, think calm, like you think of a point in your life when you've been calm. It's like, yeah, my calm is, my body's still in fight or flight usually, even if it's calmer. So someone said, I'm just reading people comments in chat. I'm not asexual, but I understand you. Okay. Can I ask what brings you joy? Yeah, so this channel brings me joy, in case you didn't already know that. I got a smile on my face when I'm saying that. So yeah, so I do regular vlogs on this channel, and I love it because it does mean I can connect with people here from all over the world, which makes me really, truly happy. And I feel like just by being myself on this channel and sharing my own asexual life journey in multiple ways, that I can really help people. I can just like connect with you on a real level and stuff like this. And I just like to do real authentic stuff, not like picture perfect stuff. I know my mind's not good at the moment, and usually most of the time I do my videos when my mind's a lot better. So it's not easy for me to do this video because I like to be positive. Like, I like to put a positive spin on things. I like to be optimistic. So that's good because I still like being like that, right? I still want to be like that. I still desperately want to be like that. And I'm trying to be like that, but you have to acknowledge your feelings and emotions. You can't suppress them and repress them because that makes it worse. So I have to get myself out of this scenario, this like mental health problem at the moment. I'm Spirit says you're brave to talk openly about on this. Thank you. It's called intrusive thoughts. Hi Heather. Yes, you're absolutely right, Heather. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, it's intrusive thoughts. My brain used to think like that repeatedly years ago, so it always used to have these type of thoughts repeatedly because I was in depression for years. Like, even though I would be a manager and I would excel at my manager's job. So I used to work in retail management, and I've been depressed throughout doing that. And people are like, oh, if you're depressed, you can't do anything. You can't achieve anything in life. But I did. I was a high performer and a high achiever despite having depression. I was like the top sales performer in the country for furniture sales years ago. Even you used to have depression because I used to love the job when I was doing it at the time. That particular job, I remember, I used to love it. And I used to go in and enjoy speaking to customers. But when I go home, I would be depressed, you know what I mean, and not feeling good. But while I was there, I excelled at sales, and I was really good at it. Physical products, that was. And also selling a design service. The designers would go out and do the design of the physical products. But, so I still had depression, and I did achieve things in a depressive state, which people don't usually have the capacity to be able to do, like as in with depression. But obviously, because I was focusing on other things, which is always good to do if you can do that. But I can't work for an employer anymore because of my disability. So I'm at home the majority of the time, and I'm extroverted. So it's another layer of complication because I get my energy from being around people. If I'm indoors too much, it's like having a battery drain. Like with an introvert, you get your batteries drained if you are like around people too much. It's like they're draining your energy away, right? With me, it's like when I'm at home by myself, my energy is being depleted and the battery is draining itself because I'm not around people. I don't have to talk to people. I can do it even without talking to people. It boosts me because I get energy from people because I'm an extrovert. So it's the opposite. So it's like my battery gets deflated and it's like, you're running on empty because I'm not going out as much. Some of it's because of chronic pain, and I just did too much pain to go out, and I'm like, oh, I just need to rest my body today, or I've got to do X, Y, and Z, and it's too much effort to do both. Do you know what I mean? Do you tell real life people like friends and family about your channel, or is it a secret? I don't have any friends anymore in real life. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I don't have any friends in life. Do you know what I mean? I mean, obviously I tell people who I come across, and I don't have any people who can call friends in real life. I have acquaintances. I have people like meetups to go to, but yes, I'm out to everyone about being asexual, and I just have parents. So I haven't got siblings. So yeah, they know all the time. My dad watches this channel as well. I gets my mum to watch it as well because my mum doesn't have a computer. She doesn't understand the internet. But yeah, so it's no secret. I'm out loud and proud about being asexual. If you look, I've had this channel for over 10 years. I've spoken at the UK Asexuality conference. I spoke at Oxford University for Blue Talks. I was an open speaker of the Be and Become Summit. I used to do regular live streams on the show. I do a lot of vlogs now, which is why I don't do live streaming every night. But at one point, I was doing live streaming every night, usually, whenever I could. But now I do a lot of vlogs, and I tend to live stream around once a week, maybe a little bit more sometimes, or a little bit less, depending on what my schedule's like. Yeah, so no, I'm loud and proud out about it. I've been on lots of podcasts. I've been on BBC Radio. I've been on Jeremy Vine's show, Lifeology Radio, which is a major station in America. Alive with Dr. Al, that's a major show in America, which is a radio show. So I've been in lots. I'm on FemMedic, Daily Mirror, it's the Mirror, it's called now. You can still see an article about me online. I've been all over the place. So my mission is to get asexuality recognised as a sexual orientation in its own right throughout the globe. So no asexual has to live in fear of ridicule ever again. At the moment, there's 2 articles, one that's actually been published, but it's needed some like updates to it. It wasn't right. I mean, they did a second article on me, but it had some of the things from the first article, and so they had to make some tweaks. So I'll be sharing that soon. That's on asexuality. And then this week I got a major project on with a media PR person who's writing an article on me about this, my speaking, because I won a speaking award at the end of last year. So I was elated, everything was good. I was in London, it was all great. I've been to the circus. So if you asking me what brings me joy, like doing this channel, writing my book. So I'm the author of a number of books, like Asexual Perspectives book. That's my first one that came out in 2017. So that still sells. Asexual Perspectives, 47 Asexual Stories. If you're interested in asexuality, that's on Amazon. I've been publishing books on Amazon for a decade now, as well as on this channel. Fibromyalgia self-help handbook. So I do teach people how to have more energy and less pain and feel happier. So in general, I'm usually a happier person. So yeah, so that's Fibromyalgia self-help handbook. That's on Amazon as well. And this is Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual, 78 Life Lessons to Ace Your Life. All this is good stuff. Sometimes I read it, I'm like, I need to refresh my mind of my own advice. Go and read it, Sandra. So yeah, so I love writing, and I like going to cinema. So I've got quite a lot of no sex movie reviews on here under a playlist. So I do things that do bring me joy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know to counteract like negativity, you need to bring like positivity, light and joy into your life. So I know all these techniques, but obviously if you're because like, I don't know if you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like it goes in a pyramid of your basic needs, and the basic is like food, shelter, and water, warmth. And then, it's like you're going up to like connecting with people, but I don't have a family and friend support system in real life. Does that make sense? So I'm literally, so there's lots of like courses on what to do to get rid of like, toxic people out of your life, or unhealthy people for you, or people that just a mismatch of values. But there's nothing afterwards that say, what do you do if you wipe the whole slate clean? You've got none of them left. Like, what are you meant to do then when you're really literally on your own? Usually it's like, wow, go speak to family to like get some help and support. It's like, no, I don't have that option. Like, go and speak to another friend to have support. No, it's like, you're not alone. It's like, well, I am alone. That's the thing. Like, because I talk to AI a lot, but AI is really helpful, actually. I mean, I can see why people love AI. I do have an interest in AI. I have an interest in tech. I go to tech meetups in my city as well. And I got another channel that I talk more about AI on that, which is Sandra Bellamy. That's my actual name. So I turned that into an AI channel, focused channel last year, but like it's really helpful AI. But obviously I'm aware it's still AI. You've got to use your wits about you. But ChatGPT is really good actually for like better than some therapists are, and even Google AI. I use a multiple of them, and they help me understand myself better than therapists do. I'm like, and there's an Abby AI, which is an AI therapist actually. So yeah, so I tell like people I come across, so when I go to tech meetups, everyone there knows that I'm asexual when I talk about it, because I talk about asexuality, this channel, and my writing and my books. So wherever I go, I usually talk about asexuality. I've talked about it with supermarket workers before, taxi drivers. Every meetup I go to, usually, like I've been to a writing meetup a couple of times. I tell people there I'm asexual. Do you know what I mean? So I am openly out to the world. On dating sites, I write in my bio that I'm asexual and what that means for me. What do you say to someone if they ask, do you work? I say that I don't work for an employer anymore, but I am a self-employed author and YouTuber, because that's the truth. I am self-employed. It's just I used to be self-employed as well as work, but now I'm just self-employed. But unfortunately, I don't make a lot of money at it. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm not actually monetized on this channel. So any donations are greatly appreciated. You know what I mean? Because I rely either on donations or I have to pay out of my own money. And that puts a lot of stress on me, because I do pay a lot of stuff, because I have domain names, I have websites. I have to have a higher rate of internet to be able to stream all the time. Do you know what I mean? So that puts a lot more pressure on me, because I'm still spending a lot of my own money actually out on doing what I do to help asexuals, because I don't have the money come in for everything that I do. Do you know what I mean? I just don't. So it's like when I went to London, I won the award. I didn't know I was going to win an award. I just knew I was up for a finalist for diversity, inclusion and speaker of the year, and I won second runner-up speaker of the year, but I still had to pay for the hotel. It's a not-for-profit organisation that I won that through, and they don't pay for your hotel, they don't pay for your food or your travel, so I had to pay for all that myself. Luckily, I had some money that I actually won an accident compensation, which I haven't talked about publicly because legally I'm not allowed to discuss it. But that's actually what I used some of that to pay for London, just in case people were thinking, because I am on disability benefits, but I didn't actually my accommodation was paid for by personal injury compensation, which I can't divulge because it's illegal. I'm not allowed to say what that's about, but that's why I actually paid out of. It wasn't a load of amount of compensation I got, but that's what I paid out of. Do you know what I mean? So because I thought it was worth going to wars. I didn't know for definite I was going to win anything. And I was like, yay, I won something. And it's really good for obviously my confidence, like as a speaker now. I am more confident because I've got the award, even though I was confident at talking before. I'm more confident now. So yeah, I'm more confident talking offline now, probably, because I'm like, I don't really have a problem with confidence online. It's harder for me to talk offline in a speaking environment, because usually it's timed as well, and I don't time these things. I just do raw real content. I only asked because I met someone today and they instantly asked if I worked, and what does my work status have to do with a stranger? Yes. When you ask, I've been asked about work. I mean, it depends what environment it is, but work is a common thing that most people ask wherever you go. If you're in social situations, it's quite a common thing. So, Do you know what I mean? Because people are curious and they want to know. If people are curious and want to know about other people, work's usually a less personal thing to talk about than other things. Like, if you're talking in general to people, strangers, you usually ask like questions like, what work do you do? What hobbies and interests do you have? Those are like general questions. And then if someone's really curious about you, they'd say like, they'd ask you more specific questions. Like, actually, someone who's good at like being curious and interested in you, they would dive into like, so what is about your work that you love? That's actually known as a really good question to ask someone. So I appreciate you're saying, what does that have to do with a stranger? But that is one of the questions. Like, if you're socializing, that's one of the questions that people would ask, because it's classed as a general thing. It's not like they're saying like, what do you do specifically a set time at a certain night or something. Work's usually a general thing for most people. So it's something I would ask people. I would ask people like, oh, well, so what work do you do then? Because to me, that's less personal than saying like, I don't know. I probably don't ask enough personal questions. I don't know. They actually teach you when you're like dating someone, instead of saying generic things like, that's classed as a more generic thing. Like, what do you do for work? They say, don't ask, what do you do for work? Find out what they do for work. It's fine, but don't just ask that. Then say, oh, what is it you love about your work? Because then you're getting to understand the psychology and the person behind the work, and why it's meaningful for them. That tells you a lot more about the person than just asking them what they do for work. Because some people might not like their job and other people might love it. And then you find out more about their character. So that's actually something that you're taught in the Love Life Club, is to actually go deeper than that. Go deeper, because that's a surface level question. What do you do for work? So yeah, you're a very nice, warm woman. Thank you. I like Goosebumps book from R.L. Stein. Oh, thanks, Heather, for sharing that. So yeah, I watched some movies which wasn't good for my mind. So I'm better if I sleep later at night, like in the early hours of the morning, and I have, how can I put this? Like, what I mean to say is, like, I just say it outright. I prefer to go to sleep at 4 a.m. and wake up at midday, right? So I prefer to sleep later at night, like in the early hours of the morning, because that's my natural circadian rhythm. And what happened a couple of days ago is I felt really, really tired because it was on Sunday. And so I decided to go to sleep at what other people call normal, reasonable time, which I never usually do very often at all, because I was really genuinely tired. So I went to sleep about 10 p.m. I woke up the next day at 7 a.m. I did some work on my How to Date an AI Bot book for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, answered one one message and sent an email because I want an email from it. And then that was it. I was like done for the day. And I was like so energy drained, so tired for the rest of the day. And it was just like I was a zombie all day, because you know what I mean? It's like my normal circadian rhythm is being like a night owl. It's sleeping later, and sleeping later. So instead of going to sleep at 10 or 11 p.m., it's sleeping the next morning basically, and sleeping in later in the day, if that makes sense. So because I got out of my rhythm, I felt like a zombie, and then I felt like I didn't feel like myself, and then I kind of felt a bit detached from myself, which didn't help. So then I stayed up all last night to reset my circadian rhythm, so I got more energy again, which I can talk to you now like this, because I'm quite, just to say my mind's not great, I'm still quite energized. So so I was able to, I forced myself to stay up all night, but I stayed up till 9 a.m. And then that reset my circadian rhythm to be more energetic instead of feeling lethargic. But I watched some movies, which are action movies, and I usually mostly watch Disney Pixar movies, like cute, fluffy, kids type stuff, right? And Certificate 12s. But I watched like a Bruce Willis, It's a Good Day to Die Hard. The movie was good, but if you know Bruce Willis in real life, you'll know, well, if you know of his story in real life, like, he's got dementia, he's got a form of dementia he can't recover from. and he's got X amount of years meant to be able to live. And so when I saw the film, I was like thinking, should you watch it or not? And I really want to watch it, and it was a really good movie. I think I might have seen it once before, but then I decided to read how he's doing, and I saw all the fact he's like, oh, you got X amount of life expectancy, and then it made me really upset, and so that wasn't helpful for my mind. So usually I watch a lot of positive things. I listen to positive affirmations in the morning. I'm very sensitive to things, but I thought I'd watch action because I wanted to reactivate my more hyper elevated energy than a zombie state. And so I thought action movies would propel that forward. But unfortunately, because I was thinking about that, then I was thinking about my own mortality. Is it mortality or immortality? Mortality. And like, because at the moment, because I haven't got any friends, if I died like here, no one would know by myself. Do you know what I mean? And I'd be all alone when I die. Do you know what I mean? And so before I went to my parents for Christmas, I was like panicking about waking up, panicking all the time about it. Because, it's not good, because it's a real life situation. It could happen. But equally, I tell myself, well, I'm like, you could have a bunch of friends. You could have a bunch of, friends, you could have your family, but you might be somewhere else when you die. You still might not have anyone with you. You might still be on your own, even if you've got a ton of friends, and even if you've got a family around you, because you don't know what's going to happen, do you? It's just, obviously, I've got a greater chance of being on my own if I'm indoors a lot and on my own. Do you know what I mean? So that's why when you're on your own, like I am, with no, like, I'm not seeing anyone, like I'm on my own, it's like, if anything happened to me and I couldn't get to a phone, couldn't get help, and I was dying, I'd be dying alone. And that's really upsetting, It's like, I don't want that to happen. And I get scared about that. It's a reality of the situation. And it's because, like, I don't find a map or a roadmap to, like, what you do when you've left toxic people? What do you do when you're starting over again from, like, basically scratch with people in real life, particularly? What do you do? There is no map. I mean, like I said, there's loads of courses and coaching on how to leave toxic stuff, but you know what I mean, there isn't actually anything that actually tells you what to do after this, like how to, especially if you've had multiple betrayals, because obviously I've had multiple betrayals of trust with 2 former friends of lots of years and a therapist. That's a lot of trauma and trust, and that's been, like, not kept sacred. It's like breached all my trust, and so that's a lot of grief to carry. And it's like, if you watch Dr. Ramani, who I have said is the specialist on narcissism, she says that if you've been in a narcissistic relationship, for example, you should give yourself a year of not dating at all, not being in a relationship or dating anyone, because if you don't, you have a danger of, like, repeating the same thing and getting involved with people who treat you that way again. Or you take your mistrust, which is, you're going to have mistrust if someone's lied to you and deceived you, if you had trauma, and you take that to another relationship. So as I've had 2 friendships that have had to be let go due to, like, dishonesty being involved, like one being dishonest and the other, like, telling me to be dishonest and then agreeing with dishonesty, and then the therapist not really understanding me and not echoing toxic patterns, basically. And then it's like, how long do I give myself till I think about actually forming new friendships again? And do you know what I mean? Because if I've had that much betrayal trauma and that much, like, mistrust, put upon me, like dishonesty put upon me, so I can't trust these people, I can't trust, then how long do I give myself to heal from that before trying to make friends again? Because the danger is I don't want to get the wrong people again. Like, I did make a friend in August, a couple of weeks after that former friendship ended, right? But that person ended up being dishonest, inconsistent, and unreliable. And I said to them in the end, after a couple of weeks, that this is not going to work for me, because I need someone who's, I understand he can't change because he said he can't, but I need someone who's honest, reliable, and who's consistent, and I understand he's not like that, and I understand he that's the way he is, but that's not going to work for me in a friendship. So we parted ways, right? So I can see now when these people aren't treating me right, and I can leave quicker, which is great. It's a beautiful skill to have. But then you realize there's quite a lot of people that are not good. And I've been to a social meetup as well, and it was like really bad because I went there, and one guy, he was a liar. Eventually, he admitted he was a liar to me, like, which is shocking, but he did, because he ended up talking about another girl, and I ended up saying something to him, and then he said, "Oh yeah, I cheated on another girl." I said, "So you were lying and dishonest?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, but I haven't told this girl." I was saying something about, "But I haven't told this girl," or something, or I can't remember his exact wording. But anyway, he was lying. He's lying. He goes, "You're not gonna not stop talking to me now because I'm a liar, are you?" And then there's another guy, and I get on really well with him, but he gossips about people, so he's going to do the same with me, isn't he? You can't tell him anything and keep a secret. He shouts it to everyone, so he's no good, even though I get on really well with him, like to chat to. There's another person I met at a meetup that went to the same that meetup and other ones. And then they ended up being a psychopath, like a guy who had psychopathic behavior, because he was like literally, at one of the meetups, he started talking to me. He said that he wanted me to go back to his place. And I said, "I'm not interested in going back to your place. I'm asexual in sexual orientation, and I'm not interested in sex." Someone's asking, what is asexuality? Asexuality is a sexual orientation that's based on the lack of sexual attraction. I'm asexual because I belong to that sexual orientation of asexuality. If you think of asexual together, a meaning absence of sexual attraction, it's easy to think a bit like that. So I don't have sexual attraction, so I don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse with anyone, but I'm attracted to guys romantically and aesthetically, not every guy. And this particular guy, one of these meetups, social meetups, because this was before I even split friends with the other people. He was like, well, the start of going to one of those meetups was before I split with one of them, and then later on I had to, I think I'd already split with those people, or one of the people, former friends. Anyway, to cut a long story short, this guy was exhibiting psychopathic behavior. So he was like, he asked me to go back to his place, and I said, no, I'm not interested in doing that. This is an older guy. He's totally unattractive to me, and I'm not interested, right? And I said to him, I'm not interested. I'm asexual in sexual orientation, which I'd already told him. And I said, I'm not interested in having sex. I don't want to go back to your place. He goes, "Oh, but I'm lonely." And I'm like, that's not my problem. I said to him, well, you'd be better finding someone who's interested in the same thing as you, because I'm not interested in that. He's going, "Oh, but you're such a nice person." I said, "Yeah, but I'm not interested in that." He said, "Oh, can I have a hug?" So that time I did give him a hug because it was the first time I met him, but that was it. And then I saw the organisers, and the organisers said, "So you're right." And I said, well, he was asking me back to his place, and I kept telling him no. And he was on about like watching movies together and stuff like that. I told him I'm not interested. And he's like, "Oh, we're aware of what he's like, but we think it's good for his social skills to still come to these things." But I went to the toilet, and I know that he went off and said, "Oh, I don't want to go by myself in the rain," or something. And I went back to the organizer and said, what he said, and he went to the same way as the toilet as me. He didn't go in the ladies' toilet, but he went, I said, "I think he's going to be waiting for me outside," because he was saying he doesn't want to go alone in the rain. So the organizer went round with me the other way, and he was stood in the doorway waiting for me, pretty much. You know what I mean? So the organizer said, "I'll have a word with him." So I safely went because the organizer that time saw him. And then another meetup I went to, right, where he was there, right, and it was awful. It's like psychopathic behavior. So I told him previously that I've been in Torchwood. If you didn't know what Torchwood is, it's a spin-off of Doctor Who years ago. I was in episode 13, series 1, End of Days. Yes, I did a bit of acting, right? I was walking, well, not walking, so I was running away from a monster in Cardiff City Centre. I did get paid for that, actually. And screaming, and I'm a white PVC jacket, right? So that was paid acting work, and I'm still on the trailer, and you can find it somewhere on YouTube. So I told him this before I knew he was looking to get sexual with me back at his place, right? This was just like, I was talking to him, and I was talking to 2 other guys at the time, not just him, right? But he kept hogging my attention. And so the next meet up after that, this is when he had really psychopathic behavior, because he had this captain's outfit on. I was thinking, I didn't get it till afterwards. The reason he was wearing the captain's outfit was because I told him I like Torchwood with Captain Jack Harkness in it, because he actually when he got there, right, I didn't want to speak to him again because I knew that I wasn't interested in having sex with him. I didn't want to go back to his place, right? And so I saw a guy that I knew, so the one that's a gossiper, but I went in there with him and I sat with him, right? And then he came up, the guy that's like got psychopathic behavior. He came up and he was like hovering, and then he went to the person I was sat with, and I heard him say to him, "Are you with her?" As in, "Are you in a relationship with her?" And I heard him say like was saying no or something. And he then said to me, he then put his phone across the other guy and me, saying, "Oh, is this you on?" Because he was trying to find me on Torch, but I'm like, "That's not me." And then I didn't realise till after the event that he was wearing this captain's outfit, like with the hat and everything, that because of Captain Jack Harness. But anyway, during that whole meetup, it was psychopathic behaviour because he was following me all around. We were outside in like a canopied area, right? It was like mostly outside with benches because the function room was busy, and they have up to 150 people at this event now. It usually was small social thing. Now it's massive. And so everywhere I went around that whole like canopied outside area, he was following me. He was like hovering. But because people didn't know his intentions with me, they were like inviting him to come and sit with us and stuff like that. So he would go around, he would just hover like this. And it was awful. And then when I was moving away from him the whole time to try and get away from him, he would get other people to try and talk to me on his behalf. Like I went to the bar for a drink, and this guy said something, and I spoke to him, and he's like, I think I introduced myself, and he goes, "Oh, you're Sandra." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, there was a guy looking for you earlier." I said, "I've already told the guy that I'm not interested." I'm like, "Oh my God." So I went and told the organizer. I said, "I've already told this guy I'm not interested, and he's getting other people anyway. And then like later on, I was sat talking to this other guy, and this guy came. I was over the other side, and I was talking to this guy. And before that, I was just like sat like listening to a conversation, I think it was. And this other guy came up to me and goes, "Excuse me, that guy likes you over there, but he doesn't know how to tell you." I said, "I've already told him I'm not interested. I don't like sex. I'm not interested in going back to his place." I told him this at the last meetup. And I said, "I'm asexual and sexual orientation." Because he goes, "Oh, he likes you, but doesn't know how to tell you." I thought, I said, he's already done it. And anyway, then I got talking to that guy and explained what asexuality is. And through talking to me, he thinks his wife might be aromantic asexual. Because he said, "Oh, is that the same as not experiencing romantic attraction? Because my wife's like that." And I'm like, "No, that's aromanticism." But he says, "Oh, it sounds like," I said, "But you can get aromantic asexuals." He goes, "Oh, it sounds like that's what she is." So it was really nice to talk to him. So I used that time to actually talk about asexuality, which made it worthwhile, but it's still bad, this guy, right? And like the final, right, I was there, and then I was speaking to this one guy, sat down with him, and then like there was loads of space, right, this side, and there was all these people to talk to, and he purposely came and hovered like this in between me and this guy talking. So this guy invited him to sit with us, and I said, "I've got to go now." And I walked out and left early because I don't usually do that, because I like being till the end of these social things usually, or very near the end. And I had to leave because I thought I just cannot be near him. He's not safe because he's probably going to be waiting outside for me again. So I had to go home on my own, but I shouldn't have to put up with behaviour. And I spoke to the organiser, and they go, "Oh, we'll have a word," but they never do. They clearly don't give a shit, excuse my language, but I don't like that. So I've had to not go to that meetup anymore. So that's one of the biggest meetups in the whole of my city for socializing and making friends. It's specifically meant to make friends. So I can't even go to that anymore. Do you know what I mean? So what happens when the love life comes and stuff, they'll teach you, they'll be like, if you're lacking friends, like go out, push yourself out of your comfort zone, go to different meetups with your interests, like things you like to do. And this is like the constant advice you get. And I'm like, and they're like, "Oh, when you go to places of your own interest, you'll get better quality people." It's like, but I don't. I go to places, and most of the time I'm not getting quality people, and especially not in social stuff. When I go to tech meetup, it's great, but it's tech, it's business. Most of the guys are married there or in relationships, right? And most of the people are guys there rather than women. The majority are guys. There's hardly any women in the tech stuff, but there is a few. Like there'll be like me and like one or two other women sometimes, maybe a little bit more occasionally, right? But predominantly it's guys, right? Which are most of my friends previously have been guys. I get on better with guys and women in general, but it's very much business, like networking, chat, and it's really good because a lot of the time they're curious about what I do as well, my asexual work. And one guy remembered I'm asexual and said, "Hey, come on over and tell these people," it was two women he was with, "what you do with asexuality and explain it to them." So that was really nice. That was like at a Christmas meetup. So that's really good. But and there's a writing meetup I've been to twice, and I've had mixed feelings about it. The first time I went, half of the time was really good there. The other time, half I felt ignored. And then the second time I went, I had a really good conversation. But both times I had good conversations with older guys who are married, actually. You know what I mean? So you can't like make friends with them outside. Although one did follow me on Facebook, which was really nice of him, professional wise, because he was interested in my work, like writing books and stuff, and my asexual stuff. So that was nice. But you know what I mean? You can't like can't build really close friendships with that. So it's like a lot of the generic advice they tell you is like go out, and it's like you can't just conjure up friends. These take ages, and when your trust is low, you've been betrayed multiple times, and you've got like lots of people being deceiving and dishonest and not being equal. You know, you've got to heal from that trauma to a certain extent before going out again. Now, if you take the Dr. Ramani's advice about narcissistic abuse, like if you've been in a narcissistic relationship, you have to take a year off, right? So what do I do if I've got two long-term friendships that ended up in like me not realizing that they both are capable of dishonesty? One who actually clearly was dishonest with me and aggressive. Like they both ended up in a form of betrayal, if you like, and deception. Like I didn't know that they were like these type of people because one has experienced aggression, had people being aggressive to them and bad to them in the past and narcissistic to them in the past. And I'm like, well, you're just displaying that behavior now. And then the other person's been lied to in the past and been in situations that has been abusive for them. And I didn't expect them to be like that because they're replicating the behavior that's been done to them. And I thought they were against all that behavior. So they're not the people I thought they were in that respect. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like the rug has been pulled from underneath my feet in like with three different people last year. And it's like, how long do I give myself? Do I have to have a year off from each person? Do I have to that's 3 years without friends, or do I just take a year out? A year out from the first person would be like August. Do I have to take a year out? The other two people were in November, so do I have to take like a whole year off till this November? Do you know what I mean? It's like, what do I do? Because this is a friendship thing, but one of them ended up having narcissistic traits in the end, and I'm like, I didn't expect that. Like, what's going on? So this gets really confusing. It's like, how, you know what I mean? Because I need to make sure that I'm safeguarding myself now and not leaving myself as vulnerable and open before, although I still have to be open to the right connections, because if you close yourself off, then you don't get anywhere in life. I'm going to just go to the chat now. You should find out your sleeping pattern from what other time zone county around the world you align with. That would be interesting, Sandra. I'm just using my imagination. Oh, like time zone wise, Heather, I'm more on Indian time. Well, not Indian time. So with Indians, I can usually, like in the past, I've talked to Indian guys before they've gone to sleep. They've had their whole night's sleep and then they've woken up before work and I've still been awake. I'm like, oh, I'm going to bed soon. And then American time I'm on a lot as well. So that's why I get a lot of people from America tuning in and some people from India here. I suit it quite well. Sometimes more than UK time. Like in the UK at the moment, it's 1:34 a.m. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. So, I hope that's answered your question. But yeah, so what I'm saying is it's really difficult because there's no roadmap. I'd like a course or something saying, right, well, when you've had X amount of betrayal, X amount of deception, the rug pulled from underneath your feet, you should give yourself this amount of time, at least minimal, to heal, right? And you should, which I think is what, and you should just, if you're going to like make connections, just make them really low like connections, like make them more acquaintances so that you can suss out the people for a longer period of time. But I mean, obviously these friendships I didn't know were like that for years, so I feel like I've been like kind of deceived for all these years. It's like I've been blinded to the reality of them. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of really difficult. Like the first person I think definitely deceived me, the one of 8+ years, because I felt like since 2023, because I felt a devaluation, which wasn't the case with the other person. But obviously I didn't know that the other person thought it's good to lie and asked me to do that. So do you know what I mean? I'm shocked at both of them for being like that, you know what I mean? So it's shocking and it shocks the system. So that I don't find a course or roadmap or book that says like what happens if you got no in-person friends anymore, no like family support, no therapist support, like what do? Do you know what I mean? I cannot abide a liar. No, yeah, I'm exactly like that as myself. I hate lying. I absolutely hate lying. Do you know what I mean? It's really, really, really bad. Um, it's the worst thing, I think, because what they do is they harm people. People who lie really harm people, you know, because they distort reality. So it's like if I look back at the 7+ year friendship where I know in the end definitely lying was involved, it's like, and I felt like they like I could feel a dynamic shift because I could feel a change in their behavior for that time when they kept saying there was nothing wrong. It feels like what was reality now and what wasn't. Do you know what I mean? Without integrity, you're an empty vessel. I think that too, personally, because I have a lot of integrity. I mean, other people don't seem to think that. The people that like don't have integrity, you know, and they clearly don't think they haven't got integrity. That's the problem. They don't realize there's anything wrong with them a lot of the time. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, although the first person did tell me they used to lie before they met me, but I didn't think they were going to actually lie to me. I thought the fact they were admitting they were a liar before, but next time someone says they were a liar before they met me, I think I'm just going to think, okay, well, I appreciate you telling me that, so that means I can't trust you, I guess then. Bye, do you know what I mean? But it's hard because I know people can change. Like, you know, there's some people that have had, you know, but other people just never change. If they agree with lying, they just agree with lying because it comes like a natural thing to them. The only thing I would say about the first friend in terms of lying, they did lie during COVID times once but you could just say this is a really small lie, but small lies do add up. Because when it was COVID time, you know, when we were allowed out I don't know, but in the UK, if you're not in the UK, you might not know, but we were allowed out. But this is when we were allowed out. We weren't like housebound. If you went anywhere, you had to give your phone numbers if you went anywhere in public in case there was an outburst of COVID, right? But when I was with this person, another friend, well, the other friend deceived me for 5 years. So neither of them were my friends in the end, really. Both like were deceptions, really, weren't they? But they lied about their phone number. That's what I was going to say. So when we went out to pub together, they lied and gave a false phone number to the person. They said, I don't want the government to trace me. But they did it so easily. The fact they could lie so easily about that, I probably, you know, I did clock it. I'm thinking, well, they lied pretty easily about that. Like, I couldn't have lied, even though I wouldn't like the government to trace me in that way. I thought, I can't lie about something like that. So usually if someone lies about a little thing, they can lie about big things. That's the problem. It's all over. I'm 57, constantly disappointed in people's behavior. So many. Yeah, I have to say that the more I understand how healthy relationships work, because I've been in a lot of unhealthy ones, the more I see a lot of people being really unhealthy or toxic, or, you know what I mean, like with lies and deceit and dishonesty, and they seem to have no care in the world for how their behavior affects other people. It's all self-serving behavior. I mean, self-serving behavior is a narcissistic trait anyway. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, some people might argue that, yeah, they're doing it for coping mechanisms. If you're looking at it, it's like, but I've had abuse, I've been lied to and stuff. I don't go around lying back. Do you know what I mean? I don't go around hurting people back just because I've been hurt. Do you know what I mean? I don't do that type of thing. Do you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's still, the damage still happens to other people, regardless of the motive behind it. The end result is the same. Like, if people lie and betray and deceive, it really creates deep wounds within the physiology of a person, not just the mentality, but the physiology. It creates a visceral fight or flight response. And if you have a lot of that, I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, because I've had so much trauma in my life that I have, and I went into Nando's because what I did, one of the techniques I've done is, like, earlier I decided my mind was not in a good way, like suicidal things and thoughts in the last like 24 hours, like 48 hours, and I'm like, I need to get out of my flat. I'm an extrovert. These are intrusive thoughts, like Heather said, and this is not my voice. This is depression voice talking. I've been depressed in the past. I'm not going to let you win again. You know what I mean? Well, they didn't win then because I was still alive, but they used to win in the sense they took over my mind. and I was in a really depressive state for years, right? So I'm like, they're not going to win. So I went out and took myself out to Nando's because I thought I just want to be around people because I'm an extrovert and I'm just too indoors at the moment. So that's one of the ways I helped myself earlier, by taking myself out. I'm like, you just got to get out, Sandra. Go and do some shopping. Go and be around people, even if you're not talking to anyone. Actually, as soon as I came out, there was a guy at the end of the road that had a robotic truck, like a little toy truck. It was so weird. I did end up speaking to him briefly. Actually, he was quite attractive because he was a younger guy who looked a bit foreign. I'm like, oh, he's my type, apart from he's got too much facial hair. But anyway, I'm like, oh, what is that? Is it like a drone or a robot or something? He goes, no, it's just like a remote controlled truck that I got for my birthday. Well, my birthday's on the 20th, he said. I'm like, oh, happy birthday. And that's pretty much most of our conversation. And I said, you know, like, enjoy. I said, oh, because I said, do you live around here then? He's like, oh, yeah, up there. I said, oh, I live up there. I said where, but he didn't seem to know where I lived. But he was going past there, so I thought he might live nearby me anyway. Because I said, you're a student then? Because there's loads of student accommodation near me. Because I'm not actually a student, no. So anyway, but yeah, I have to say that you know, I'm disappointed that there's so many people that are lying and deceiving and stuff. Like years ago, I did drop my standards because I thought I'm not going to make any friends unless I drop my standards, because I'm too like, I have too many like standards, if you like. And so I thought I'm gonna have to drop some because I'm just not gonna get anywhere. And now I'm like in the situation, well, now you've got higher standards again, which is good because you're not gonna accept rubbish from people. But at the same time, it's like you have got less options as friends because there's loads of emotionally unavailable people out there. There seems to be loads of people who like lying out there and don't mind don't mind their words, not quite careless with them. So it's like, yeah, if I wanted to go and make an unhealthy friend again, I'm sure I could get quite a number of them, but that's not what I want. It's not going to help me. And I don't tend to make masses amount of friends. I've always had difficulty making friends as well. So when you're overcoming problems, you usually have to, one technique I use throughout my whole life, which is really important and really good usually, is I look back at when I've overcome challenges in the past, similar ones, to know I can do it again. It's like looking for evidence in your past. It's like being a detective of your past and looking like, oh, I overcame this difficulty. This is a similar one, so I can overcome this difficulty now. But I have always had, like looking back, I've only realised this year, after these friendships ended, that I haven't really had a healthy friend. Like my friendships have ended in one-sidedness. Like I valued them more than they valued me. It was at school like that as well. I'm like, I didn't used to have just like one friend usually, or a couple. But it's like, and then one period of time I had no friends basically in school at all. And so yeah, and I was bullied in school, primary school and secondary school as well. So it's like really hard. It's like I don't have evidence of when I got healthy friends because I thought these people were healthy. I didn't realize they were like this. I thought, oh, I finally got healthy friendships. This is all great, right? People who respect me, people who really care about me. And then the reality reveals, especially when I learn more about healthy relationships, like deep work. I was doing the Love Life Club. I'm in my second year, partway through the second year now, because I decided to stay in there to work on myself because I ended up in a toxic romantic relationship in 2024. And I'm like, this is not right. Like the guy was narcissistic. He might have been not more than just have narcissistic traits as well. I don't know, but he was very narcissistic in the end and used my anxiety against me when he wasn't like that in the beginning. So I got into a relationship quickly with him. So it was partly my fault in that sense, but I'm not responsible for his bad behavior. And anyway, so I thought, I don't want to attract this person again. What's going on? There must be something wrong with me, and not necessarily that I'm doing anything wrong per se, but that I'm attracting these people, and why am I doing this, and what's going on? And I thought I'd learn enough stuff to not attract narcissistic people. But the truth is, like, if you're an attractive person, and just by being a kind person and caring and warm person, narcissists are absolutely attracted by that. They're attracted to the opposite of them. So if you're warm, kind, caring, empathetic, and compassionate, they're actually attracted to that. But then what they do is they turn against that. The very thing that they got attracted to, they then go against. They like go against, they use your empathy against you, like, oh, you're so weak, and they you know what I mean, and you're so sensitive and all this lot. So the things that they get attracted to you, they then kind of turn around and devalue you for, to really undermine your confidence and stuff. So it's hard because if you are a warm, kind, caring, compassionate person, you're always going to attract people that are bad, not just good. You're going to attract the narcissists. You're going to attract the people that are liars, in the sense that you're not that. And there's a huge saying in the law of attraction space that you attract what you are, but it's not entirely true. You also attract what other people need. It's like people, like if you go on a channel, right, for example, there's loads about making money online, right, and there's loads of law of attraction, right, and these are often combined together, right, and they'll say you attract what you are, right, but the person who's hosting this, they'll be like, oh, I'm like self-actualized, or I make X amount of money and I've got this like really, like perfect life or whatever. I'm this and the other, and they're teaching other people. And it's like, but you are attracting people to your channel that are not like you. They're people that are broke. The amount of like online like channels for money, that's law of attraction saying you attract what you are. If they attracted what they are, it means really they're broke. Because if they are attracting people that are broke to learn how to make money, that's the opposite of what they're saying they are. Unless they're all lying and they're broke themselves. But usually those people are making money off the people that are broke or haven't got as much money, because they're trying to teach them how to make money. Do you know what I mean? But if it was true, if it's really, really true, and people don't think like this because they just don't see the logic behind it, if it was absolutely true, all the people that were running law of attraction channels that also said you attract what you are, and and they basically saying that they are enlightened, whatever, they attract what they are now, they only attract these type of people. Well, it can't be right, can it? Because they're attracting all the people that are broke and don't have the money, the opposite to them. So it's just not true. I'm not saying it's not ever true, and there's no truth to it, that you can't, that attracting what you are, it never happens. I'm not saying that. But if you think about it logically, it's a need they're fulfilling, it's a pain point they're fulfilling, and often a person who's teaching something has gone through something that other people are going through and need help on. So they attract the people of the position that they were in. You know what I mean? It's just like you attract what others need, I'm trying to say. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I hope this makes sense. So you don't just attract what you are, you attract what others need. That's why people opposites attract, you know what I'm saying? So probably a global thing you said about COVID. I went out every day. All right, Canada as well. Understand? No way. I'm getting locked down by anyone other than a judge. Oh, I like that one. Yeah. So so what I'm trying to say is unhealthy people will always be attracted, and people who lie and deceive and betray, they'll always be attracted as well to people who don't do that. Because let's face it, if they had that done to them, why would they even stay? Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't like it, would they? And I mean, you know what I mean? Just imagine, I do know some avoidance can get on very well with other avoidance. You know what I mean? You can have two avoidants in a relationship and they work out quite well, actually, because they both avoid their emotions, avoid talking about really deep things, and just talk about surface level stuff. Do you know what I mean? So that's why two avoidants can get on really well with each other, because they say avoidance is not good to be in a relationship, but for not for an anxious attached person like me, it's not good. But two avoidants, you know what I mean? But even one of them, if one of them cares a little bit more than the other, it's like, oh, but they're avoiding my messages, they're avoiding my text, or I haven't seen them for ages. Do you know what I mean? If one's a little bit like more interesting than the other. Oh God, I'm being talked to like a 5-year-old. Oh, come on, it's getting late. Probably bedtime, isn't it? Some sleep. No, I'm going to sleep at 4 a.m. I already said that. If you want to go to sleep, you can go to sleep. But I have energy until 4 a.m. Like if I go to sleep earlier, which I've just discussed, it's not good for my mental health, going to sleep too early. It's not with my circadian rhythm. We've already been through all this earlier. So what I would say actually is don't do things that are conventional. You know what I mean? Because if you do things that are conventional and that just put you into like a pigeonhole, and it's not actually suitable for your own individual personality, your own, the way you're made up, then it's not going to work in your favor. So I've been talking to AI quite extensively about this, because I was talking about like the fact I'm energized. If I go to bed at 4 a.m. and wake up at midday, I usually have a lot of energy. But if I go to bed like I did the other day early and wake up early, like I'm just like a zombie for the rest of the day, and that really affects my mental health because I don't even feel like I'm in life then. So that really affected my mental health, and then I stayed up all night, but I watched some movies that probably weren't good for the mind, so that didn't help either. So some of the things that I find helpful are like obviously listening to positive affirmations, but there is a but to that, is I find that because I listen to them a lot sometimes, the words, they kind of like go in one ear and out the other. They don't, like, some of them don't stick anymore. So sometimes I have to change that routine up a bit and then listen to a bit of music that might bring me joy instead, or do something else. Sometimes I find just getting up and then going straight into doing some productivity thing actually works really well for me because I've already built momentum up from the beginning, if you know what I mean. So I find that helps as well. And I think it's important to say to yourself mentally that this is temporary, but it's very difficult when you don't have evidence to look from in the past as to when you've overcome something like this. So I've always find it difficult to make friendships anyway. So I don't have I don't have something in my past that says, hey, you can make friendships easily again, really good friendships for you. I don't have that experience. So at the moment, my mind is not convinced that I can do that, right? It's kind of thinking, oh, well, like, I'm not even sure you can do it. So it's not being very supportive in that respect. So I think it's important to be very self-aware and listen to what your voice happens to actually say. And do you know what I mean? Like, what is your voice actually telling you inside? So for me, like, trying to get my mindset better is I was like, one thing that was helping me is I was just thinking, focus on 2026. You don't need to focus on any other year. You don't need to think about the future. You don't need to like go into that. All you have to do is focus on this year. And that was working for a little bit. And then when I saw the movie last night with Bruce Willis, and he hasn't got long to live, I then started thinking about my own mortality again. Do you know what I mean? And also, when I was packing my Christmas decorations away, I saw something from one of my former friends, which was a bag with a tag on there because I put some Christmas stuff in there and didn't realize. And so that was quite upsetting because it brought up memories of the former friendship again. Do you know what I mean? I have a rescue dog. I get more sense out of him than the locals. Oh, bless you. Oh, I do love pets, but I can't have any where I live. And I used to have guinea pigs. I used to love guinea pigs. Plus, I've got a lot of disabilities now. So, and but I wouldn't be able to afford it living where I live. But it's in my contract. I can't have pets here anyway. But yeah, I do miss pets sometimes because a pet really can help. But I've had a lot of trauma with pets as well. Like, most of my guinea pigs died in quite dramatic ways, and they had to have surgeries and stuff, some of them multiple surgeries. So I ended up with the animals in the past that most people are saying, like, why do you spend that much money on like animals, like, to help them, like, why don't you just get another one? I'm like, because I love my animal. Do you know what I mean? Like, I spent loads of money in the end I got insurance for the last ones I had, but before then I didn't. So but yeah, animals are beautiful, and it's really nice because you can feel that cuddly feeling. Like, cuddly toys, like cuddly toys does help sometimes, but currently I've still got cuddly toys on my bed from my former friend. So that's like bittersweet because I really love the cuddly toy. It's nice cuddling it, but then I'm thinking of my former friend, and I'm thinking, am I going to have to get rid of the cuddly toy, but it's got my name on it? And I put some cuddly toys on my actual wardrobe, which you could argue I could take one of them to bed with me, but I wanted to actually put some on the wardrobe to make my room a bit more cuddly. So I think it's very important when you have got negative mind to try and make your environment more loving, more nurturing for you personally, more kind, more caring. So with my master bedroom, like, I don't like too much clinical stuff. There's a lot of white in there, even though there's some color. So I'm trying to make it a bit more fluffy and cute and cuddly. So I feel it's more me, if you like, because I actually don't like minimalistic. The more I try to make things minimalistic, the more I feel like it's clinical. It's a bit like a hospital. I'm like, what's going on? So, although it's not like that, because I've got a nice curtain, sparkly curtain, I've got some lights and stuff like that, and a love thing, and an Iron Man alarm clock, and other stuff in there. So it's not like completely minimalistic, but I find that personally for me, I like stuff around me. I like comfort. So I like to feel like I'm kind of like having things around me. It makes me feel comforted. So I'm trying to like put things that make me feel comforted around me more and change my environment a bit to make me feel more at home and more at peace and when I say peace, I like noise, but when I, more at peace with myself, happier with myself, happier in my life, do you know what I mean? And comforted. But I am thinking, like, I had an epiphany when I was in the shower yesterday now. Um, and I thought, I think there's one thing I'm going to do. So I go self-dating every Sunday usually, and that's really helpful. So I still continue to do that. It's very helpful in my mindset. However, I watched a kids movie, and even that I started shedding tears in it. And before I went into Nando's earlier, I actually felt like bursting into tears. And this is from CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. It's not as well known as PTSD, but complex post-traumatic stress disorder has very similar symptoms, but it has like uncontrollable crying with it. So it means like you can burst into tears. And I like Richie wanted to burst into tears before I went to Nando's. I'm like, you can't do it. It's in a public place. You can't just burst into tears as soon as you've gone in. Just try and change what you're thinking about in your mind. Just try and focus on the food and other things, because it's hard when you got CPTSD, and it does like make you feel disassociated. Not like I'm disassociated from reality. When I experienced disassociation, like I'm disassociated from my own soul, from my own personality, but from my own way of being. It's like there's a disconnect there between the usual me and the wiring that's inside of me at the moment. Like at the moment when I'm talking to you, I feel there's still a disconnect. It's like I'm not fully aligned with myself anymore. And that's an issue for me. And that's because of the trauma that's come out, the grief, the upset, the pain. Do you know what I mean? So, because I've started, my mind's gone bad again. So, well, it's not completely bad, obviously, because I'm talking to you like this, but it had some negative thoughts. So, and I'm finding it hard. I'm feeling like I'm better now, because I'm like going back to my normal sleep pattern for me. But even so, I'm not feeling as quite energetic as I would usually be in terms of like my day. And I've got quite a big list at the moment of things to do as well, that's stressful things. So there's not as much joy in my life at the moment as well. So I think like I had the epiphany in the shower that I think like I should do social self-date as well once a week. So I do a self-date, which I usually go to the cinema for, but I can go and do what I like once a week. But I think I should start having a social self-date, because I'm an extrovert, where one day a week I go out and I'm around people. A social self-date as opposed to a normal self-date. So for a normal self-date at the cinema, for example, it's pretty much a solo activity. Like I'm there, I see staff, yeah, and there's some people, most of the people behind me, because I usually sit in the front row. So I don't really have much interaction with people. Whereas a social self-date will be like me taking myself off to a cafe for a drink, and then there's people around me specifically so I can get that social energy that I personally need as an extrovert. And also just to get me out of my home. Because when I'm in my home too much, you get in your own head, especially if you have an anxiety condition. Movies can help because they can distract the mind, and also they do tend to lower my nervous system like down. They tend to make the fight or flight less. They tend to calm my nervous system down. But obviously I've got to pick some better movies. I did watch a movie before I came on this live stream, so I'd be in a better frame of mind. And it was like a girl that turns into a red panda. I think it's called Seeing Red or something like that. I can't even remember the title of it now. But it's really good. I've watched it once before and I did really like it. There's a plant from the coffee family called kratom, 2 strains, wild and red. It helps with the mind. The red strain. I don't have coffee at all. I can't have caffeine at all. I don't have caffeine, and also I can't have caffeine because I got like osteopenia, which I did say at the beginning of this stream, which you might have missed. Even though I don't have the markers for it, I'm under 50. I have to keep saying this. I'm under 50. I have regular periods. I haven't been through menopause or anything like that yet. My vitamins, D and calcium's fine. I don't smoke, which lowers bone density. Don't smoke anything. Don't drink alcohol, which lowers bone density. Don't have caffeine. It contains 0 caffeine. Well, I don't know if I could have that, but I have herbal teas anyway. But I can't even have green tea. That affects my stomach. I get really bad tummy pains with it, so I can't even have that because I'm allergic to I'm allergic to a lot of plants and things. But so I had a cup of tea earlier before I came on here, which was rooibos I think it's called rooibos or robust. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's a South African tea. And that's caffeine free as well. I could look at Cranton, but like Cranton, but a lot of people recommend green tea. I can't have it. I got a load of it, thinking it'd be great. This is a couple of years ago now, it might be longer than a couple of years. I thought, great, I'll get a whole box because it's really economical. And like I'm like, oh my God, my abdomen's really hurting, so I couldn't have that. And I also get quite a lot of like I have to have natural supplements for my health because I can't have a lot of medical like stuff. I can't have a lot of medications, even a lot of painkillers I'm allergic to. And unfortunately, I'm allergic to natural stuff as well, like a lot of compounds I can't have. I can have probiotics usually and prebiotics, because they're a compound, and I can have digestive enzymes. But other than that, most things I have to have as separates. I couldn't even have, like a while ago, I got vitamin D, calcium, and K2 all together. I couldn't have that. Abdominal pains, had to stop taking that. It's really bad. I can't have a lot of. I have vitamin D separately anyway, and then I have calcium separately now, but K2 I haven't got at the moment. But the K2s, I don't eat pork, lamb, or beef either, so I can't get anything derived from that. But the K2 is from soybeans, and I have soya milk because my own source. I can't have dairy, so I have to have that as my main source of calcium. And so I do have soya milk, but so that's soybeans, but they ferment them in the way they make the K2, and I usually can't have fermented stuff. And I thought I might be okay with it because it's meant to be natural, but no, I couldn't even have that. So I've had to tell the doctor all this because they want me to go on medication for my osteopenia. I'm like, I'm not going on that. There's a load of side effects, and actually I'm at high risk from it because some of the side effects runs in my family, the conditions you can get with it. So I'm not doing it. I doubt I could even take it anyway. I can eat things that would make a billy goat. Oh, right, okay. I won't say that. Yeah, I'm allergic to a lot of stuff, even healthy stuff, unfortunately. Like I can't have, I'm allergic to sugar, wheat, monosodium, MSG, monosodium glutamate, that is, spelt, which is the alternative to wheat. I'm intolerant to gluten, dairy, lactose, yeast, fermented stuff I can't usually have. Mushrooms I really can't touch mushrooms at all. Really poorly. Can't have grapes. Berries I have allergies to. Strawberry allergy runs in my family actually, so I have had strawberries occasionally, but like years ago I had a couple of punnets. These were small punnets with the strawberries cut in half, like a clot cream size punnet. Something called Devon County Show in the UK. I think, did I have 2 punnets or was I on my 3rd? Anyway, my lips swelled up like Nutty Professor. I remember having 2. I might have been like tried to eat my 3rd, and like my lip, but it didn't do it immediately. It did it the next day. I even have a picture. I posted it because I found the picture in my Google Drive. I posted it on here, going back in my post a long time ago. Literally, my bottom lip swelled right up, but it didn't take it. It did. That was the next day it came up like that. I went through work. I worked for an employer then. I worked through the whole day, and then it was about 7 o'clock at night or something. When I got home, I'm like, oh my God. But both my mum and my uncle are allergic to strawberries. My uncle actually comes up with a strawberry rash. So, that runs in the family. Well, I like strawberries. They just don't like me. And also raspberries and blueberries. These things are really good for you and healthy. And it's like, damn, I used to eat them all the time. I used to eat grapes all the time as well. I'm like, damn. And I get more and more allergic to stuff. Like last year, I started to get intolerant to rice as well. So I can still eat rice noodles at the moment. I can still have the rice and Nando's. Usually most rice noodles I'm okay as long as I don't overload myself. But rice puffs I can't have anymore because I itch intensely with them. Rice cakes I usually itch intensely with. I might be able to have a few and then boom, that's it. So I can't even eat a whole packet. Let's hope a bee doesn't. Don't. Thank you. Let's hope a bee doesn't sting you. Well, yes, I hope it doesn't either. So yeah, I have a lot of allergies and intolerances. So yeah, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to be me sometimes, But luckily, I'm allergic to most things that cause pain and lack of energy with fibromyalgia. Like a lot of the things I'm allergic to, they just cause energy depletion in someone with fibromyalgia, and people just keep having these things. So I'm happily allergic to them. I don't take them. So what do you eat? I post my yummy foods on this channel all the time on vlogs, not on the live streams usually. So I eat usually vegetables, salad, and chicken, fish, or turkey with jacket potatoes the majority of time. That's what I eat. And I have naked bars. The protein one, cocoa protein as a snack, or the nut protein one. I can't have grapes, so I can't have raisins either. A lot of naked bars have raisins in them. I can't have any of them Can't have eggs, no. I can't have dairy. I'm dairy intolerant. I'm actually lactose intolerant as well. So I can't have any dairy, no dairy whatsoever. So my only source of calcium, main calcium source, is soy milk. So I have to try and drink a litre of that a day. But I have 4 calcium supplement tablets now because the doctor told me I have to increase it to 4. So yeah. So literally my only source of calcium really, I can't have like grains. I can't have barley. I can't have wheat. I can't have spelt. Most of the time I can't have rice now. I can have literally rice at, like I said, Nando's at the moment, and some rice noodles. But that's about the only rice my system can tolerate nowadays. Like, do you know what I mean? I used to have rice puffs for breakfast. It was the only thing I can eat. Now I can't do that. So now I have a fruit salad, a naked bar usually for breakfast. I make fruit salads and put them on here. So my fruit salad now, because all of a sudden I got a problem with nectarines a few months ago. Like, well, it's probably not even 2 months ago. It's probably like 4 to 6 weeks ago. Actually, I think it was just before Christmas. I started getting a problem with nectarines. You can live without flapjack. I have to live without a lot of stuff. And so yeah, I usually have banana, orange juice, kiwi fruits, and pears. But I can't eat banana on its own usually. I can't digest it. Probably have digestive issues. Remember, Tracker Bar's my favourite, the plain one. Oh, Tracker Bars have got sugar in, usually. I can't have sugar, and I can't have other stuff. But I'm glad you like them. There's stuff in it I can't have. So yeah, I'm glad you like them. I can't have any refined sugars whatsoever. I can only have them in normal juice, unrefined juice. So Dave says couldn't sleep, had a huge coffee thinking it was decaf. It wasn't decaf. Oh right, okay, so here you are. Yeah, I don't drink coffee. Some people have said to me, like, what coffee do you drink? Like, what do you drink? Because you're like very energetic. I'm like, I don't drink any caffeine. I don't drink any alcohol. I don't have anything like that. I don't need to have it. I do get high off juice sometimes. I have had this earlier, which had juice in it, about a mug and a half. A mug, and I had half before. So yeah, I have had some juice. But yeah, so I'll drink anything if I'm thirsty. Yeah, I can't have a lot of drinks either. I don't drink fizzy drinks usually. I mean, I don't even like I like spring water, but I don't like the fizzy water. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called. The mineral water, but it's like, it's like fizzed up. I don't even really like that. So I tend to have just spring water. I thought the spring was a fizzy stuff. You know what I mean? But spring's not. Yeah. So you got bored of alcohol finally. Sparkling water, thank you, Dave. I gave alcohol up when I was like 19 years old. So because when I drink fast. And I could see at 19 years old how it could become addictive, and I didn't want that for myself, so I literally just gave it up. I gave up eating chips at 15 years old. Because I'm like, I love chips. So I used to love chips, but I thought it's just going to put you on weight. And so don't eat chips. So I haven't had chips since I was like 15. I gave up like pork as well. Lamb and beef then as well. So I haven't had pork, lamb or beef since then either. So yeah. But alcohol I gave up at 19. Wheat I haven't had for a number of years now because it gave me really severe abdominal pains. I used to be in hospital. This was a long time ago. They couldn't find out what was wrong with me. But I realised that I have like severe allergy to wheat and MSG that's derived from wheat. Ever try cigarettes? Absolutely not. No cigarettes, no drugs whatsoever. I literally am actually quite against that, which obviously makes it harder for me to make friends. I can't even have smoke around me or vape. Literally, it gives me respiratory infections. I've been clubbing before, but they're still allowed to vape in the UK, even though you can't smoke in nightclubs anymore. And I've been on this channel with a respiratory infection for 7 weeks because of that. For 2 weeks, I couldn't even talk. And I used to do a lot of live streams back then as well. So that was really difficult. So I can't have, you still have a cigar, but you don't like the vape. Oh yeah, I can't have any of that. Yeah. I wish I had all that booze, wasted money and unhealthy. You wish you hadn't had all that, did you say? I wish I could ignore cigarettes. I find them too delicious. Oh no, I hate all that type of thing. I'm very anti-smoking actually, but I try not to be like, when I'm out around people, I try not to be like, I hate that. I used to go around saying that as a kid. Like I even used to tell the headmaster off when I was at primary school. When it used to be like a Christmas play or something, he would be drinking alcohol. I mean, used to go around literally. This is like up to 10 years old going around. That's really bad for your health, sir. Because I used to call him sir, and I used to be like, that's really bad for your health. You shouldn't be doing that. And I was like under 10 years old. I remember telling him that. I was very outspoken. So yeah, alcohol. Wish I'd stopped at 19 like you. Oh, thank you. I'm lucky I can eat milk and berries. That's very good, Heather. Yeah, actually, I only found out last year that I had a milk rash when I was a kid, a baby. 3 weeks after I was born, they recorded a milk rash on my card. These are I found they got the digital copies of the cards, the written cards before computers, like that everything was digitalized, and they found my records. And this is when I was first born, and it said that there's a milk rash and I'm allergic. I've got a problem with the resin in milk. But my mum says she never knew that because my mum used to feed me milk. And she said, I never knew that. They never told me, but it's on my medical records because I wanted to go back to find out where it said I was pulled out by forceps and have, because I got pre-birth trauma. Because I want that for my PIP, but they couldn't find that actual thing. There was no record of the fact I was pulled out by forceps. So that's really bad because they didn't have much about me, but they did have that on there. Sorry you go through that food situation. Thank you, Heather. So yeah, so I've had a problem with milk since just after I was born, actually, but my mum didn't even know that. So that explains why as an adult, I can't tolerate it. Do you know what I mean? I did at Christmas have a little bit of cream, which didn't have any additive stuffs in it because that's derived from milk. I had a tiny little bit, but I did actually post that on here, was honest about that. Had 2 bits on different nights. Was it 2 bits or was it a little bit more? But it's only like a little bit, but that's a lot for me. I wouldn't usually do that. But I thought my tummy was okay with it. But the last time I had it, I actually had problems with my stomach throughout the night later on. But I don't know if that was because I was stressed and upset. Because although I was over at my parents', I was talking to ChatGPT a lot about last year and the friendships that have gone and the grieving I was going through and the feeling of being on my own. And so I was experiencing a lot of upset even over the new year. Dave, what's your favourite food of all? Meal and then snack? Well, I like Nando's, so I went out for earlier, but at home, in terms of my health, at home, it's not my favourite food to eat, but mackerel is the best food for me to eat. And that actually does regulate my emotions. And unfortunately, Sainsbury's was out of mackerel. They stopped selling mackerel in the big Sainsbury's store in my city. They just stopped selling. One of them was out of stock in Alphington Road, and the Pinot Road, that they completely took the ticket off. They wasn't selling it anymore. Now I'm hoping it's just for Christmas because I've seen it back and I've got to go out. I was going to say tomorrow, but it's today now. I've got to go out later to get that because Tesco's have stopped doing mackerel. They're not even a ticket for it. I went there early and there's no ticket for it, so I couldn't get any. I got one lot of mackerel I've taken out of the freezer. I've got to eat later before I go shopping, ideally. But I've got to get loads of mackerel because it really decreases pain. It decreases my fibromyalgia pain. It's really good. And pelvic pain and everything like that. And it usually stabilizes my emotions if I have it over days. But because I had a lot of turkey and chicken in my freezer, I had to use up. I've been eating that mostly for the last couple of weeks. So I think once I start having that mackerel again, that'll probably help regulate my emotions. So from a health point of view, mackerel, but that's not my favorite thing to eat, with jacket potatoes and vegetables. But actually roast potatoes are one of my favorite food. I love roast potatoes, especially my mum cooks them. I love roast potatoes. I don't even have to have oil on roast potatoes. I can just have the fact they're roasted. I really love roast potatoes. So yeah, and I do when I'm eating out. I also like the Thai chicken pad Thai if I eat out, provided it's got none of my allergens in. There's a really good restaurant in my city called Thai Pidong, and they make sure the manager knows me in there, and a lot of the staff know me because I'm I've got to have no mushrooms, got to be cooked in oil, can't even have soy sauce because I can't have anything brewed or fermented, nothing yeast, even yeast-free soy sauce I can't have because it's fermented. I have lime to flavour it with, which is really good. So I have to have rice noodles, can't have wheat noodles. I don't, I prefer chicken breast to the thigh, although that's of a preference. And there's certain vegetables like I became like have a problem with broccoli these days. I love broccoli, it's such a healthy thing, but I became had 2024 I started having a problem with that. Even got a problem with chamomile tea. I did a hair follicle test because I kept having itches and I didn't know why, and the doctors couldn't solve the problem. 2024 this was. I saw 3 doctors 4 times because when I saw twice they gave me loads of creams and everything. But I think part of it was the fact that my previous place was mouldy in the bathroom. I mean, I had to put up with that when I went there because they locked down the window because the window was rotten. And I think I got mold spares on the towels, so I had to change area where I put my towels, which helped somewhat, but I was still itching in that place. But then I did a hair follicle test because I hate blood tests. I refuse a lot of them. They make me really poorly. High cortisol levels, IBS symptoms, clinging to my stomach is really bad. I try to avoid blood tests at all costs. It's only if I absolutely necessarily have to have it. So I had to have one after I'd broken my bones and my spine in 2024. I had to have one because they had to rule out blood cancer as well as osteopenia, which they actually ruled out osteopenia in my blood test, but it showed up on the DEXA scan in my hips, not in my spine actually. So my spine was normal. It's broken bones in my spine I've got. And like I said, I don't have the markers for osteopenia. So when I'm eating out, Nando's or like the chicken pad thai. Also in London, there's a really nice restaurant called East Street that I go to. Again, that does chicken pad thai. The staff know me up there as well. One point they thought I lived there because I go there every time I go. Like even if I'm in a different part of London, I'll usually go there. It's off Tottenham Court Road. My favorite food really in terms of I eat jacket potatoes the most. Thank you for the love, by the way. I'm seeing the love emojis on my desktop chat. In terms of my favorite food, I love rice noodles actually, but I can't overdo it because I'll become allergic to them, I think, because sometimes I do react to them. So I can't like have a load of rice noodles because I react to them. Thank you for the love. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't want to. I already have a reaction to some rice products now, and I'm like, I don't want a reaction. I don't want to cut out rice noodles forever, so I try to keep it to minimum. I used to buy quite a lot of rice noodles from Sainsbury's because you can get them in packets and put them in the microwave. And at the moment, most of the time, I'm okay with that, but sometimes I start itching a little bit. But when I did the hair follicle test, because the doctors couldn't solve the problem and the creams were making it worse, it came up with things I didn't even know I had sensitivities to. It said, please remember, these are sensitivities, not necessary allergies. It came up with chamomile tea, which I used to drink a lot of to calm my nervous system down. So I can't have that anymore. Broccoli, and I have noticed now, if I have broccoli again, usually I do start itching with it. Sometimes I'm okay with one lot of broccoli. Second time I have it in a row, that's it. Do you know what I mean? So I did have a bit over Christmas, so I could tell I think I was okay with a bit, but then later on. Snacks, I like naked bars a lot, and I like mango. I like dried mango. I eat quite a lot of dried mango on this, and I also like little snack pots of mango. So I eat quite a lot of those on this channel. You see, I have a lot of yummy foods vlogs. I show people what I mean. I hate cooking, but I love eating. So I have a lot of mango, like either dried mango or fresh mango in and pineapple I like as well in the fresh pots as well as a snack. And also I did have popcorn earlier that went with my cinema. I hadn't had popcorn for months or over a year, and then I started having it recently. Probably shouldn't have started having it again because now I'm getting like a bit like, oh my God, I can see how I get addicted to this or something. I really can't start craving it again. It's like literally it's like the Tesco store to get the popcorn from, just next to the cinema. And it's really nice, delicious popcorn. I can only have salt because I can't have sweet. So I do really like that. And I have lentil chips as well sometimes. So I keep lentil chips in stock. I don't tend to have crisps hardly ever now, but I do have lentil chips, which are meant to be healthier than crisps. Although it said sea salt on the packet, but then it changed to just salt. So I think they don't have sea salt anymore. So yeah, so roast potatoes, rice noodles are probably my favorite foods. And then fruit, I do like fruit, the fruits I can eat, and naked bars. I love the naked protein bar, cocoa. I have that a lot because it tastes like chocolate to me, even though I can't have normal chocolate. And there's some chocolatey products I can have from the health shop. One is Ella almond, chocolate orange dipped almonds. I had 2 big bags over New Year. And they're made with coconut sugar, and I'm fine with them because the sugar comes from natural coconuts. And they've all got so there's no actual refined sugars in it, if you know what I mean. I seem to be fine. I don't react to that usually. Although if my digestive system's really up the creek, then sometimes I can even react to that. So yeah, but a hair follicle test, I was actually surprised how accurate it was. Like, I'm like, and plums. It said I got a problem with plums. I'm telling well, it said I got a problem with multiple things, a lot of plants as well. But it said plums, chamomile and broccoli were the three things I was having a lot of. I'm like, oh shoot, that's why I'm like itching all the time. So I had to like cut out all of those. And I'm like, this is really bad. I love broccoli. It's a really good, healthy antioxidant thing. How can I have such a problem with it? But I have tested it out. I do test it out sometimes. I'm like, surely I can't be allergic to this. I'm like, yeah, you're coming up with rashes again. You're like, it's starting itching. I'm like, God. So my mum said out of all four kids, I shot out like a missile. Oh, I didn't. Unfortunately, my mum was in labour with me for over 15 hours, I think, or so. She went into labour at 9 a.m. on April the 23rd. And it was a really bad birth. It was a forceps birth I had pre-birth trauma. It was really traumatic. My mum couldn't have painkillers because she had to have extra oxygen for me because I was just stressed baby in the womb. And my mum only told me a few years ago, like in 2021, I think she told me that me and her had a 50-50 chance of living and surviving that birth. Both me and her. Because it was really bad traumatic. I had to have forceps pulling me out either side of my head, which probably did my head no good whatsoever. So I was born into trauma. I was just stressed baby in the womb. So I had trauma before I even came out the womb, and then, was just stressed getting out. I mean, imagine just having metal clamp either side of your head and pulling yourself out. Well, that's the only way I would come out. So yeah, and she didn't have me till 3:27 the following day on the 24th of April. So that's a lot of hours. Do you know what I mean? It's over 15 hours, isn't it? So it's not good. I think it's over 16 hours actually. It's awful. So yeah, having pre-birth trauma is not good because your body is like, I've read some articles on this. There's still not enough research really done about it, but basically, like, specialists believe that the trauma is then hardwired into your DNA, into your cells, because you've had it before you're born. Because a lot of the time, if you do like healing work and you do like you do meditations or you do hypnosis or you do something, they take you back to like usually a place where you're calm. And they say, like, go back to a place you're calm. I don't have that reference point of being calm. I don't know what it feels like. My body's pretty much always in fight or flight. Like, even when I'm calmer, a lot of the time I can feel it in my stomach. I have generalized anxiety disorder as well. I think I've had anxiety all my life. I was only diagnosed with that in 2010. So yeah. Your niece is Nando's crazy. I love Nando's. The staff are really nice at Nando's as well. What on earth? The fridge packs of pre-cooked. I haven't seen that in a while. Now you mention it. Fridge packs of pre-cooked. Oh, the noodles, the rice noodles. Yeah, so Sainsbury's in the UK. Are you in the UK, Dave? I'm assuming you are because you told me off about the time. I can't go into bed yet. I'm like, no. So yeah, the rice noodles, you can get them from Aldi, or you can get them. Actually, the Sainsbury's in the city doesn't do them anymore. Like, I haven't done them for months. But all of a sudden, they sometimes bring them back, so I can't get them from there anyway. Most of the time, they just do the wheat noodles. But yeah, Aldi usually sell them as well. But yeah, I don't tend to get them from Aldi very often, but occasionally I do. So I'd still do it. Like, that's England today. Shop shelves are empty. I'm mackerel crazy. I love kippers anytime with bread. Kippers are a different fish to mackerel, aren't they? But I'm glad you told me that. Kippers are good for you though, because of the also the fish oils in them. But I know mackerel's really good for my body, so I'm hoping when I go to Sainsbury's later on, they actually have mackerel. Because like I said, before Christmas, they actually stopped doing it. Tesco's have stopped doing it now. And the other Sainsbury's, they were out of stock of it and didn't know when they were getting it in. That was before Christmas. But you know what I mean? I'm really hoping I can get it because I know it eases my pain. It's like I can't have painkillers a lot of the time. So I need to be having natural pain relief. And it just helps, like, when I have that with vegetables, it regulates my emotions. And if I have it regularly, I can feel it. I can feel me much more stabilized and, like, positive and everything. It's really amazing. I mean, mackerel is like a superfood for me. I think not enough people talk about. I talk about this in my fibromyalgia self-help handbook. Actually, there's one really critical, like, this has got really good reviews, but there's one critical review, and she basically mocks me. The person mocks me the fact I've talked about mackerel and say, like, you know, because I talk about fibromyalgia pain and how essential it is to have mackerel, and she basically like thinks it's a joke, but it's not. It's like one of the most important things I say in the whole book. Even if people don't do anything else, if they've got fibromyalgia, they should listen to that. So what she's basically like thinking is a joke and can't take it seriously is actually her being very ignorant, because I know, I mean, I can't say it's going to work for everyone, so I appreciate that. But the fact she's just completely like not even taking it seriously and immediately retorting like that, it's like, well, if you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. If you want to just take medication for fibromyalgia like everyone else and just do whatever, the generic thing, because this is techniques that you wouldn't usually use for fibromyalgia, you know. I talk about other foods in there as well that are no good to eat, because if you're eating a really good food like mackerel and then you're eating other stuff that drains your energy, that's counterproductive. So you know what I mean, you have to like do the bigger picture. But the fact that she's like not even taking that serious, I'm like, that's one of the most gold pieces of the whole entire book. And I don't usually talk about that, but I decided to like share it more recently, like now, because it literally is a game changer. I found it out in 2014. It changed my complete life where fibromyalgia is concerned, you know, because if I take it regularly, like ideally every day, then I noticed a dramatic shift in my pain levels. And without it, it's hard. My legs feel like mangled most of the time without it. So yeah, and also it reduces inflammation of the pelvis as well and stuff like that. So, and I it's like oiling the body from the inside is the only way I can describe it. It's also better for like less bone cracking, I found, if I eat consistently as well. But it's not my favorite thing to eat, so I put herbs on it. You know, usually basil I'm okay with. Sometimes I try different herbs like oregano and stuff. But do you know what I mean? Like the other day I have a lot of herbs, and the other day I put a lot of herbs on something. I'm like, oh dear, that affected my tummy. So I have to be careful with herbs as well. But basil is usually my go-to herb, because I know usually my tummy's okay with basil, and it flavors the mackerel really nicely. I put vegetables with it, so I have like red peppers, are one of my favorite vegetables, even though they're not my favorite tasting vegetable necessarily, but I think they're good for vitamin C. Did you know like peppers are really high in vitamin C? So peppers I usually have it depends how my digestive system is as well, as to how much you know, I mean, I've just started eating onions again, but onions I can have a reaction to, like I can end up like onions are meant to be really good for the immune system, but I can end up having problems with my digestive system because I have digestive issues anyway. I got problems with the lining of my stomach damaged from years ago, so I have to take digestive enzymes all the time just to eat, basically, regularly. So eat regularly and regularly take them. Those places are so clean inside. I noticed Oriental type restaurants. Yes, the Oriental type restaurants do tend to be very clean. I agree with you. Hello, Amanda. My mate had that black mold on his ceiling. Oh my God, mold is so bad. So when I was in my last place, it was less expensive. So from the point of view of finances, it was less worrying. I had to move here because the previous landlord said he was selling. But this is a much more expensive place. It's a nicer place because it doesn't have mold like that, but it doesn't. Sometimes it has a bit of mold, but nothing like that, right? And I can get away from it because it's a bigger place. But I have to top up a lot of money on the rent here. And I say top up because I'm on disability benefits, but the amount of housing benefit I get doesn't cover all this because it's a 2-bed and they only give me a 1-bedroom housing allowance, because they're like, you don't need 2 beds because you're single. I'm like, but there wasn't anywhere else to move to that was suitable for my disabilities. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't any 1-bedroom flats available at the time, and even now when I look at it, I couldn't fit my stuff in. I have to I have a big washer dryer, a big fridge freezer, I got a dishwasher here and other stuff. I used to live in much less hygienic conditions in one of my older places. Do you know what I mean? My last place. So, you know, and the landlord has done some adaptation stuff to it. So, not like major stuff, just like putting a towel rail in for me and stuff like that, like a multi-towel rail and stuff. And things like that. I got a curtain. I've actually got a curtain in the bedroom. The landlord paid someone to do that for me with other stuff. So I can have a sparkly curtain with my lights there, which helps my mental health. So, because I don't like looking at blank wall. To me, that just freaks me out. I don't like that. My mind doesn't work like that because of the CPTSD stuff, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, it was like really bad. The last place I moved to, they didn't actually, the last place I moved from, where the landlord said he was selling, he didn't actually sell it in the end. He re-rented it out. But he put it down in price again. I think it was because, well, it's through a letting agency. I think it was because the window was actually mouldy, covered it was rotten, and they literally screwed it down. And because it was a listed building, they said they couldn't do anything about it. But then they put my rent up while I was there, because I had to take the flat on, was a masonette. I had to take it on with the condition that it was a bit cheaper rent, basically, because the window was locked down, shut. You couldn't ever open it. In fact, the glass was falling out of it when I first went to view it, and they had to foam it up before I moved in. And they're like, well, you have to accept that. So I accepted it, right, which was not good for my health because it was all mouldy around the rotten window, right? And they say it's because it was a listed building, but there was other student accommodation around there. It was around the back that had like secondary glazing and stuff. So they could have done something, I'm sure, but it was going to cost the landlord a lot of money. So they put my rent up, and I said, oh, you're going to get the window fixed then? And they didn't do it the whole time I was there. And then when I left, they go, oh, we're going to look about the window. And then I contacted the woman downstairs after I left, because she was helping like forward any last post before, there's like a crossover, and I got on really well with her. So I texted her, and she goes, oh, someone moved in pretty much, because I saw it on the letting agency site, they'd be relet. And she's like, oh, someone moved in pretty much as soon as you moved out. So he basically wasn't even telling the truth, or they saw that they couldn't fix the window and decided to put the rent back down and relet it, because they probably thought they couldn't sell it in that condition. I can't have too many oranges because it really upsets my stomach, says Heather. Yeah, I can get that totally. Like with orange juice, with me, like it's usually I start rashing. So I can't have excess amount of orange. I have to be careful how much I have. But nectarines I started getting really bad problems with before Christmas. So I'm getting really poorly tummy. So at the moment I'm off nectarines. I'm like, I don't want to get allergic to anything else, but the trouble is I get more allergies. So like, oh, like usually you can like get over your allergies, become less sensitive. And I'm like, no, I get more allergies. Do you know what I mean? Can I still ride a bicycle? Are you asking me that? No, I don't ride a bicycle. Like my fibromyalgia hurts me too much to ride a bicycle. Oh my God. My legs are the worst affected area. So no, I haven't ridden a bike actually since I was at home with my parents. Probably isn't safe really to ride a bike around Exeter. I mean, loads of people do, but probably not safe for me. I can't even drive. So I had a problem with driving with concentration. Hi girl, hope you're good. Thank you, Amanda. So yeah, I haven't been in the best frame of mind, but it's nice to talk to you all here. I feel very connected to you. What about potatoes? I've already said about potatoes. I love roast potatoes, but I have regularly I have jacket potatoes. So I like roast potatoes. I love the taste of them. And sauteed potatoes, but I haven't had sauteed potatoes for years. I remember I had them at school. But yeah, so I had roast potatoes at Christmas at my mum's place. But yeah, I usually have jagged potatoes most of the time. Oh, actually, I did make myself some roast potatoes at home here. But not in oil. They were just cooked in the oven. I don't fry anything. I don't use oil. I don't use any pots. I don't use any pans. I literally hate cooking. And my pain condition, fibromyalgia, makes cooking hurt when I'm standing up doing it. So I do it as quickly as possible. So it's literally fish, vegetables in greaseproof paper in a tin foil tray, and then put greaseproof paper over the top and tin foil over the top of it. Put it in the oven. So all the vegetables are like, and fish or vegetables and turkey or vegetables and chicken, whatever I'm cooking, go in there. I turn the timer up full, and then that's it. I don't preheat the oven usually. It's just turned around for the full amount of time, and then, but often I forget it because my anxiety, I forget the food's even in the oven, or I get distracted or focused on something else. And I have to keep reheating it, which is not good. It's really not good, but I call noodle rubber bands. The niece ate copious amounts. Oh, that's funny. Mango drink, one of my favorite. Oh, I'm glad you like mango drink. Mango's very good. If you look at mango, how many vitamins and minerals are in mango, it's astonishingly good. There's a lot of them. More people should be eating mango, but some people have allergies to mango, and I don't want to get an allergy to that as well. Pineapple juice, amazing. Yes, I love pineapple juice as well. If I'm out at a pub, often I have pineapple juice over other juices. Mohammed, unfortunately, I realised dried fruit isn't as good as fresh fruit. Dried fruit is very calorific. You're absolutely right that it's very calorific. Yeah, so if I have dried mango, it's like 300 and something calories. If I have like natural mango, the same amount is like about 150 calories. It's nearly half or less of the amount of calories. I don't understand really why that is. I'm like, if it's just dried, like, and it's got nothing added to it, it's like, why is it more calorific? It doesn't really make sense to me, because obviously it's just pressed fruit, but it seems like pressing it puts on another like extra amount of calories. I don't understand it. I really don't get it. I really don't understand what it's like, but it's true, because I've looked at the calorie, because I do look at calories of what I do eating. Calories aren't always evil. Yeah, it's true. Those lentil chips are nasty. Oh, I like the natural lentil chips, so I don't find them nasty. So at all. Like I show them on this channel, so I have them with tuna quite a bit. Lentil chips and tuna with salad is really nice for a quick food meal. Like sometimes at night I don't want to cook jacket potatoes, so the only other carbs I have other than jacket potatoes are lentil chips usually. I've mentioned popcorn recently, but that's because I've only had popcorn in the last few weeks a few times. Oh, actually, I did when I was in London, yeah. That's what got me back into popcorn. When I went away to London, I went to see the Greatest Showman circus, because it's called Come Alive. The Greatest Showman, Come Alive, the Greatest Circus Spectacular, basically. It's the Greatest Showman Circus Spectacular Come Alive show. I've got videos on here, of it, short videos on here. But they had popcorn. Oh my God, it was so delicious. And that's what, on the 4th of December, that's what started me eating popcorn again. I'm like, popcorn. I'm like, I want popcorn. Oh God, it was so tasty. I ended up getting 2 bags, but I didn't eat all the second bag. I only ate a bit of the second bag and then left it till I had it some the next day. Why do you think lentil chips are nasty? I'm interested to know about that. So Mohammed, I know they aren't evil, but I ate too much of the dried fruit and it messed me up. Yeah, Mohammed, you're absolutely right. I mean, I eat quite a bit of it. So sometimes if you're out, it's not always appropriate to be eating like fresh fruit, because you need like usually a fork or a knife with it or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Or a spoon. And if you haven't got one of those on you, it's easier to just grab a like dried fruit bag. But yeah, there are a lot more calorific. But it's surprising. Naked bars are like 191 calories. Like cocoa bar I have. It's quite a lot. It's fruit and nut pressed. There's nothing added to that. But I do find they're very good for snacks, very good for fuel. So yeah. Try grapes, watermelon, and cucumber. Mohammed, is that to me? Because I've already said I can't have grapes. That's one of the things I can't actually have. I think I don't know if you meant that to me, but I've already just discussed before you came into this chat, I can't have grapes. Grapes is one of the things I can't have. One of the fruits I can't have amongst other fruits. Grapes are good, but they're not good for me. I can't have grapes. They hurt my tummy. So watermelon, I do have that sometimes. Cucumber, I usually have every day because it's really good for the skin. So I usually have that with salad, or I put it with, so if I'm having jacket potatoes and vegetables, with the vegetables, I have some cooked and then I have some from the fridge. Cucumber, a carrot, usually are the 2 things I have. And sometimes I cook peppers, sometimes I have them raw, depending on how my tummy is. Oh, I have spinach usually every day as well. But there's debates about spinach being good and not so good, so I don't know. But I tend to have it every day. What activity or hobby makes you your happiest self? On this channel and my writing of my books. Those are the 2 things, and going out to cinema on myself dating, doing Disney stuff. Like if I'm Disneyland Paris, like obviously that's not a hobby, but I can't go to theme parks anymore at the moment because I've got broken bones in my spine 3. But yeah, the activities that make me the happiest are what I do. So like, you know, being on this channel, like I love being on this channel. It really, really is good. I like doing vlogs regularly. I like doing, I like being here with you. Like, this is incredible, isn't it? Like, don't you feel it? Like, it's like we're all connected throughout the world in this one time. It feels like magical and special to me. I don't know how it feels for you, but for me, it's like, wow, you're connecting with people all at the same time throughout the whole globe, all in different places and time zones and areas. I just think there's something really special about that. really like magical and alive. Do you know what I mean? It feels really good. I thought I haven't live streamed for a while in here. I thought, oh, this will help your mental health. Go and live stream, Sand. I'm like, but it's really like my mind is like, but it's really hard. I'm feeling like quite down at the moment. My mental health's not good, and I like to be positive. And I'm like, but you know, I don't. It's weird as well because I always end up putting a positive spin on things, which I guess is a good thing. But sometimes I like you really wanted to like speak your mind and say how bad your life was, but you keep putting positive spins on things, Sandra. I'm like, well, yeah, it's good. I'm optimistic these days, so I do have an overarching optimism. Like, do you know what I mean? So, I guess that's a really good thing because years ago I didn't have that. So I tend to like see the good even in difficult situations. I'm quite resilient, but do you know what I mean? When my mind's negative, I'm like, but your mind's negative, Sandra. Why are you going to do? I'm like, because I need to be honest with the people because they'll understand. And there's probably some people going through it at the moment and just need to be talked to. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like sometimes one of the best things to do if you're feeling down is to actually reach out to someone else and see how they are and connect with them. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm writing writing, but it's hard. I find reading really hard because I'm really slow at reading. So the problem with writing is reading for me. And when I'm writing, like I've got usually like I don't know, it's like a pocket of space, which is like I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like well, I die inside if I don't write, so I have to write. But it's actually I YouTube a lot more than write, so it's weird. Like I always believe that my sole purpose is writing first and foremost, and secondly helping asexuals close second, which is on this channel. You know, and doing my live streams and vlogs and stuff like that, right? So they kind of all are very important to me, but I actually end up on this channel far more than I do my books. It's because it takes me a long time to get into my books, and then when I get into it, it's quite like intense, but it's good. I like writing conversational. I taught myself to write from my head to computer, which is harder. It leaves that so you miss you know, you don't have to like then go to a notepad and then put it all out on a computer. Well, mine's a Mac, but Pro, but so it misses out a step. So you can kind of speed up the process in that way, but it is more intense because you're writing from brain to computer, which I didn't used to be able to do. I had to teach myself that skill. It's quite hard. But yeah, when I write, it's like sometimes it's like I don't care about my troubles. I don't think I'm in, you know, I don't care about things outside of me then. I don't get caught up in things outside of me so much, and I usually feel like really, really good. And I usually like it's like a pocket of space, and sometimes I come up with such great writing. I think it is. I don't, you know, other people might not think so, but for me, I come up with things. I'm like, how did you even think that? Sometimes I don't even believe it's me writing it. I'm like, how did you write that? Sounds really good, and it's really nice the way you put it, but I write conversationally. Like, so as I'm talking to you now, this is how I write in my books because I want to connect with you as a reader. Like I'm talking to you now, I want you to feel that I'm in the room with you, chatting to you like a friend. That's what, you know, or acquaintance. Do you know what I mean? I want you to feel that. I want you to feel like I'm just like, I don't know, sat down in a pub or cafe somewhere with you, talking to you. So I try to put conversational in my book. So, you know, I don't get AI to write my books for me. Although in my AI bot book, I'm actually interviewing AI in the book itself. And parts of the book, not all the book. I'm like, AI, it's going, I can write the book for you. I'm like, you're not going to write the book for me. I'm the writer, not you. And I like the process of writing. Like, yes, it would be a lot quicker to get AI to put loads of stuff, but I'm not like that. I like the process of writing. It's very cathartic and therapeutic for me, like doing the writing. And I like the fact that my mind comes up with things in real time that's different. Like, even though I do this channel and provide so much content for over 10 years, there's always kind of like something new in my books, something that's differently phrased, something that's I haven't exactly said before. So I really, really like it. And I do die in my soul if I don't write. I get to the stage where I feel physically ill if I don't write. So I have to do it. It's like a calling for me. And I feel very blessed to be able to do it in a natural conversational style that people feel like they're with me, if you know what I mean. That's really important. In terms of like going out though, I am an extrovert. So one of my favorite places to go in the whole world is Disneyland Paris. I love it. I'm totally in my element there. But obviously that's really expensive and I can't do that with broken bones in my spine. But lights, camera, action, noise is actually my thing. It calms my nervous system down. So whereas everyone else gets activated like that, for me it's calm because it's like it's at one with my soul, because my soul is quite hyper and it's quite energetic and bubbly in a good way. And You always know when I'm not very good because I'm like really, I have low energy. So yesterday, or not yesterday now, Monday, because we're like nearly 3 a.m. in the UK here. I was really low energy and it was awful. I was like a zombie because I went to sleep at 10 p.m. the night before and woke up at 7 a.m., which is out of sync with my natural circadian rhythm. Going to sleep early makes me exhausted and tired and like a zombie, right? But I felt so exhausted, I felt I needed to go to sleep then. But it then made me feel out of sorts. So I haven't felt more right since then. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm not with myself. I'm not quite in alignment with myself. So I'm trying to put myself back into alignment. But I purposely stayed up all last night. This was this was Monday night. Sorry, this was Monday night. I'm trying to think now. Yes, so Sunday I went to bed at 10 p.m. Got up woke up just before 7 a.m. And then it was hard. The whole day was really hard. And then Monday night I worked. Well, I didn't work. Well, I did some work, but the rest of the night I was like watching movies from Monday through till Tuesday. So I was awake the whole night on purpose to set my circadian rhythm back, so I have more energy, so I could do this like I'm doing to you now with energy, right? Because it'd be useless having a host who hasn't really got much energy, and be a very different vibe, right? So I went to sleep at 9 a.m. yesterday, just after, and then I woke up about 3 something, 3:30, I think it was, something like that, 3:30, I think, and then I had to go in the shower and go shopping, and go. I made myself go. Like, I thought, you need to go out, Sandra. Your mind is really bad because you're indoors and you're getting claustrophobic because I'm extrovert. Ideally, my natural rhythm is I'd be indoors for 2 days maximum and out the third day, out every third day. But because I've got a chronic pain condition and different disabilities, I'm in far too much than I should be, really, for an extrovert. So, and I like being out. So in terms of like interests as well, I going out to aquariums. I like going to zoos, theme parks, which I can't go to at the moment anymore. So zoos, aquariums, cinema, and out for meals. Usually my 5 things are theme parks, zoos, aquariums, out for meals, and to the cinema. I can't do theme parks anymore at the moment because I'm broken bones in my spine, which is really annoying because I love that. I did go to the London Zoo in December when I was there. So I'm going to go back for my birthday. So I've booked one night in a hotel in London for my birthday on the 24th of April. So I haven't booked the train yet. So I just booked that up a few days ago. So that made me happy. So I was elated for that because I love London. I live in Exeter in the UK, but I love London. It's really good for me going there. I don't know if I'd like to live there, but I certainly like going there. And not a lot of your neurons firing as a newborn, so hard to nail down as far as trauma. Haven't been made the pathways yet. So I have done some research on pre-birth trauma, and I was a distressed baby in the womb for hours, that does affect you. Like, they don't have enough research on it, but I don't have a reference point to when I was there's no reference point to when I was a baby feeling like, not in trauma. I don't have that because I've had numerous trauma throughout my life. Like, my whole childhood wasn't good at all. Not good at all. I had severe depression as a kid, suicidal thoughts as a child. It was not good. It was awful. So bullying and all that lot. I'm not going to put my mind back in that frame, but it was really bad. But yeah, I had pre-birth trauma as well. So, but yeah, so, but it's like, I mean, there's not enough research done on it, but from the research I have read, it does hardwire into your nervous system, because you're born, you're already in trauma and distress before you come into this world. Then don't forget, I was pulled out by forceps, and my whole coming into this world was traumatic because I had forceps either side of my head. So before I was even coming out, I was in trauma, and then the whole thing was pulled out by forceps either side of my head. Interestingly, like, my best time to sleep is 4 a.m. in the morning, and I was born at 3:27 a.m. So I'm guessing that's why 4 a.m. is really good for me. But I've had nightmares ever since being a kid. Like, when I was at home with my parents, I used to wake up screaming down the other end of the bed. But my mum thinks it's because I had a forceps birth. There's no proof of that, but that's what my mum thinks it is. So that's another reason why I try not to go to bed too early, because nightmares are like really bad. So it usually works better if I go to sleep later on. What did you say? Kippers, smoked herring, tuna and salmon. Any fish I'm eating, it's not squid. Oh, I don't like salmon. It's a shame because it's really oily good fish, but I can't stand salmon. But tuna I eat lots of. Jacket potato and tuna. I eat usually tuna nearly every day. Oh my god, bone cracking, that's me loud. Yeah, it's weird. I get a lot of bone cracking, but I just but I notice when I have a lot of mackerel, it's better. It calms it down, and some exercise calms it down as well. Basil so strong, yeah, I love basil. Um Used to get Five Alive cartons, 80s with mango. Oh my god, I remember them. I remember that's a long time ago. Oh my god. I don't know if I ever had them, but I remember seeing them. I don't know if I might have tried them as a kid or something. So my sister can't eat a tuna sandwich without skips. They are too crunchy, the lentil chips. Oh, you find them too crunchy? Oh, I like firm things. So like if I have a banana, I like my bananas firm, not soft. I don't like soft bananas. Pears, I like hard pears. I don't like soft pears. Kiwis, I prefer if they're a bit firmer. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, so that's probably why I love lentil chips, because I love the texture. I love the hard, crunchy texture. Yeah, I like crunchy textures. So that's interesting, isn't it? But yeah, because a lot of people like really soft bananas. I'm like, oh, I don't like soft bananas. They don't taste nice to me. But it's weird because I can have bananas in orange juice, but I can't have them on their own because I can't digest them properly usually. So bizarre. I only found out last year that I could have bananas and orange juice and be all right with it. But I didn't used to eat bananas. But for increasing bone density, apparently bananas and kiwi fruits are meant to help increase bone density. You know, like instead of decreasing, they're supposed to help with the bone density. And seeing as I can eat them at the moment, I'm eating them and enjoying them, so it's good. But yeah, so I think like I do tend to eat overall. I tend to eat quite a lot of healthy foods, I'd say overall. But you know, I eat late at night, which is not good. But yeah, I do like I do like eating fruits and stuff. So yeah, and also like food is very good for like regulating the emotions. So I know that if I have mackerel and then I have a lot of like fruit with you know that with lots of vitamins and minerals in it and stuff like this, like I find that my emotions are better. And also I'm a person who needs carbs quite a bit. I'm allergic to refined sugars, but I get low blood sugar. And like sometimes I'll start feeling really ill, and it's like because I haven't actually had enough carbs. Even when I did have the therapist last year before I walked away from him, he said to me at one point, he's like, "Oh, I said I wasn't feeling very well. I was getting dizzy or something," and he's like, "Oh, but you don't eat many carbs, do you? All you eat in terms of carbs is potatoes and lentil chips. You don't have anything else." I'm like, "No, not usually." And he's like, well, regularly, you know, and he's like, "Oh, well, you probably need to eat carbs." So usually 4 potatoes is really good. Sometimes I can get away with eating 3, but usually 2 for lunch and 2 for evening meal is the best for stabilizing blood sugars, which I've seen nutritionists before, and they're like, eat more protein because that'll regulate your blood sugars. And also a lot of specialists and nutritionists, people on YouTube as well who talk about this, they talk about eat more protein because it can regulate blood sugars better and you don't get a spike. But for me, even if I eat a lot of protein, I still get ill if I don't have carbs. So even if I have protein, like, like throughout the day, like I still need carbs usually because if I go without it, the next day I pay for it. Like the next day my energy is drained. The next day I'm like feeling really like I'm feeling lethargic. I'm feeling like not as good. And I'm like, oh my God, I need to eat carbs because I'm energy lacking. I have carbs and I'm fine again. Have you ever felt that being asexual put you at a disadvantage compared to your peers? Must be liberating. No, I don't feel that being asexual puts me at a disadvantage compared to anyone. In fact, I love being asexual. So that's one thing I'm really proud of and feel really good about. I love it. I really do because I didn't I mean looking back I was always asexual since being born, but I didn't realize it. So for me it was a relief when I found out that there's other people in the world that are asexual like me, and I'm like, oh my God, I thought I was the only one. I didn't have a name for it back then. Obviously I didn't know the word was asexual. So I found that out in 2014. I thought I was heterosexual for years, but I just wasn't really interested in sex. But yes, I have had sex in the past. I'm an asexual that's had sex in the past. So I'm jealous. I wasted so much time on foolish ambitions that I could not put to rest. Thanks. Um, yeah, I love being asexual. I find it, it is like freeing because I know now I don't have to have sex. Like I only had sex in the past because I thought I had to as part of a normal relationship. But I'd rather stay doing the washing up and listening to music in my headphones. And I hate washing up. I can't stand it, and it hurts my fiber because of my fibromyalgia pain. It hurts my legs doing that, stand up and washing up. That's why I've got a dishwasher now, mini dishwasher, though it can't fit absolutely everything in there. And even filling the dishwasher up can hurt because of my arms. I do weightlifting, but it hurts my arms. I mean, this arm, I've actually been to the doctors recently and told them I've got really problems with this arm. Old injury that the weightlifting actually reactivates the problem with it, and it's really painful on the tendon. So I haven't been doing quite as much weightlifting. I've had to calm it down a bit because he just take it easy. So yeah. I think I'm going to end the stream soon because I think I'm like starting to like I'm thinking like you need some food now, Sandra. Your brain is going a bit blank all of a sudden. This is like because I'm like, oh, I probably need to drink some more soy milk or something because my mind's starting to go blank. And when I get this, it's like because I got low blood sugar. Do you work? I work for myself as a self-employed author. I don't work for an employer anymore, which I've said that in the beginning of this thing. So, yeah, I can't work for an employer anymore because of my disabilities, which I listed as multiple earlier, so it's hard because I can't do all the things I want to do because of my spinal injury, because I got 3 broken bones in my spine. I can't go clubbing. Well, I did actually go clubbing once because my physio recommended I go dancing, but she thought I'd be healed within like the year, and I've had broken bones in my spine. I still haven't healed after a year of physio. So yeah, that was disappointing, but I can't go and do all the things I'd love to do. Like I can't go to theme parks because I can't go on roller coasters anymore because I got broken bones in my spine. You can't go upside down on roller coasters if you've got broken bones in your spine. And I went clubbing once because the physio, I think she probably thought I was getting better by then, but I did actually manage 2.5 hours of dancing back then, but I haven't done that since because I just don't think it's really wise. And plus I tried a stretching exercise in October last year, just a stretching it as on tiptoes, and that really made my back worse. I felt like a tear. So I think one of the bones, I either broke another one or I tore one of the other ones worse because it was stabbing me really badly, like stab on the back. So that's been really difficult to deal with because of course that affects my mental health, because it's like I feel like my body, I feel like I feel like more weaker in my body, like I feel like in the sense my body my body can't look after me as well as it used to. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a sustained long period of time. Most people, like if you look at broken bones, they'll say, oh, within 6 to 12 weeks you'll recover from it. It's like, no, this is April the 28th, 2024. I have broken bones in my spine and I've still got them. In fact, it showed 2 broken bones on the x-ray, but the MRI scan I had in July this year showed, is it July or August? Might be in August. Oh, August the 31st, I think it was. Yeah. Showed I have 3 broken bones in my spine, not 2. The senior pain management specialist that I'm under now, he said that the x-ray was actually wrong. So I've got T8, T7 and T4 vertebrae fractures. But the x-ray recorded T8 and T9. He said it wasn't actually T9, it should have been T7, T8, and you got T4, which wouldn't have shown up on an x-ray because it's a more sensitive area. So yeah, so obviously I can't go out on theme park rides, and I haven't, apart from the one time I went clubbing, well, it's to Bollywood party actually, I haven't been since, and even doing a bit of dancing at home can cause me issues. I got to be careful because jumping can, the fact I haven't healed, to my mind, means I've got to be very careful, because obviously if you do too much jumping up and down or whatever, then it can actually pull the fracture further apart. So I'm more cautious about doing that now. Although the physio at the doctor's surgery recommended it, I'm no longer under her. I've got to wait for the pain management team physios at the hospital, but there's like a 10+ month wait just to see someone So it's really difficult too. So I live in the UK. I'm struggling with my pain and brain too. I'm really sorry to hear this. Um, Sorry, I'm just going back to looking at all the fibromyalgia. That's heavy. Sorry to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, fibromyalgia is a chronic pain condition that affects the nerves and muscles of the body. If anyone's new to it, I have written a book about it to help others manage the condition, but it doesn't. I don't talk about curing it. I just talk about managing it because I've got more energy than a lot of people with fibro. I mean, I'm not like completely bedridden. Some people are on crutches or in a wheelchair with fibromyalgia. I mean, I'm not even on crutches or in a wheelchair with 3 broken bones in my spine. I'm still, from that point of view, you could argue that I'm doing pretty well for myself, despite the broken bones in my spine. Do you know what I mean? You've just been diagnosed and you're struggling. You're only 27. Oh my God. You've been struggling. You've just been diagnosed with fibromyalgia. Is that right? Oh no, you've been diagnosed with, it's called AS, axial SpA. I feel exactly the same. I'm not sure what AS, axial SpA is. I haven't heard of that. Is that what you're saying you have? I've not heard of that before. If you want to share more, that'd be great. I'm really sorry. But yeah, when you've got injuries and chronic pain conditions, it makes your mental health not as good because you feel like you, especially because if you've got like spinal injury as well, it makes you feel like you can't rely on your body as much. Do you know what I mean? It's arthritis, I think, said Dedicated Angler. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I don't have arthritis that I know of. I've got some disc degeneration though. It showed up on the MRI scan. It showed bulging discs, multiple bulging discs, and some degeneration. But obviously that can be because of the broken bones in the spine as well. Like if the discs are bulging in between the broken bones, do you know what I mean? But the doctor hasn't actually gone through the MRI results with me yet. He's just, I've pressed him on finding out the answers to why there was a discrepancy between the X-ray and MRI, and I've got that out of him in writing, but he's going to be seeing me. I should be seeing him. I think it's him. I got a letter come through the post, but I've got to double check if it's actually him. I should be seeing him if it is him, on the 3rd of February. So, but yeah, there's some disc degeneration, but there's quite a lot of multiple bulging discs. Plus, I have, from what I can tell, there's a lot of technical jargon. I've got bone spurs in my neck as well, my neck crevice, because they did an MRI. It's quite claustrophobic. I thought I'd be all right, but it was quite claustrophobic. So they did it with the MRI. It's all my spine and my neck. So I've got some problems with my neck where apparently I've got bone spurs in my neck. And on one side, on my left side, I've got some other issue, which means that I can press on nerve and stuff. I'm like, oh, great. So when I saw that, it's quite depressing, because it's like I've had fibromyalgia since 2012, and now I've got all this spinal problems, like the broken bones in my spine is not healing. I got multiple bulging discs. I got like bone spurs in my neck, a bit of degeneration. It's like quite depressing when you focus on that. But obviously, if you want to get your mental health better, you have to try and focus on other things. But obviously, if you're on your own, like I am, with no in-person friends anymore because I've had to walk away from them, and no therapist and no family support in person, then it can be really, really difficult. Is my treatment with the NHS? Well, I don't take medication for fibromyalgia, but I'm under the pain management team at the hospital now with the NHS for my broken bones in my spine. The physio that I had for over a year was with the NHS, but that she referred me for the hospital physio because she said I'm too complicated for her. Because of all my conditions together, they all impact each other. Because I've got fibromyalgia, CPTSD, generalized anxiety disorder, and the broken bones in my spine, osteopenia. So they all compound each other. Exercise makes fibromyalgia pain much worse, but I have to do exercise now to keep my spine strong, to look after myself. So it feels like my body's weaker and I'm not able to take care of myself as well, even though I actually am, really, because I've been on my own now with no friends in person for like over 6 months. So it's like, even though I doubt myself, I'm like, Sandra, you've been doing it for over 6 months, because one of my former friends, they used to help me with loads of my disability stuff, shopping, loads of shopping and stuff like that, and cleaning and stuff. So do you know what I mean? But I am actually coping. But I just, like, in my mind, it's like my body feels like it's weaker and it can't look after itself so well. And I feel like I'm not able to take care of myself as much. It's like a bit of like, it's almost like you can't trust your own body because of all the conditions I got together. So it's like I can't trust my own body. Do you know what I mean? It makes you have a lack of trust with yourself, which obviously you need to trust yourself. If you haven't got the foundation to trust yourself, it's not good. But it makes you have like, especially as they haven't healed for over a year. But I know that fibromyalgia slows the processing down of healing. But I spoke to the physio at the doctor's surgery and they're like, no, it doesn't. They're like, they shouldn't have any effect. But I know otherwise because I've had fibromyalgia for years and I know, I told you I've written a book on it. So I'm not a medical professional on fibromyalgia. I'm not a medical professional at all. But from my own experience, I'm kind of an expert in fibromyalgia in terms of at least my own. And I've done some research on it. But I know from my own body, it takes longer to heal with fibromyalgia. Broke my ankle in 2021, my left ankle. Took 9 months to recover from that. And then I rebroke it the following year. And it took less time the second time. It took like 6 months, I think. So R1, a chronic inflammatory arthritis. Thank you for explaining what you have. Primarily affecting the spine and pelvis, causing pain and stiffness. Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so sorry. It must affect you in terms of your mental health as well, because like when you've got chronic pain and inflammation, it's really hard. It's really difficult. It's really, the spine and the pelvis causing pain and stiffness. People don't realize what it's like living with chronic pain. It's awful. I'm in pain all the time, but I'm in more pain, much more pain since I got a spinal break on top of it. It's like it amplifies because fibromyalgia makes you sensitive to pain. Like you're 10 times more sensitive than. I've been told this by a doctor who studied fibromyalgia, was a specialist in it. They said your pain, any pain you get from anything, is 10 times it's amplified 10 times. So it's far worse when you've got because it makes you just sensitive to pain. So, but because I got the spinal injury now, it's much worse for me because it brings the fibromyalgia pain to conscious thought a lot more. I'm in a lot more conscious pain. I used to block out the fibromyalgia pain using my mind, but because I got the spinal injury on top of it, I can't block it out like I used to. Like the pain is just like really bad. But I can't really take painkillers. Like even paracetamol, ibuprofen, I start spasming my stomach from taking like ibuprofen. Plus I got digestive issues, so ibuprofen's not ideal for that. And usually paracetamol, ibuprofen don't do F all for like fibromyalgia anyway. It still doesn't stop that pain. It might stop other pain, but it doesn't really stop that. And last time I had ibuprofen and paracetamol together, I started having abdominal pain. So a lot of the time I can't even have that. But yeah, I'm really sorry about this. So you're the same. You've got bone spurs and bulging discs. Do you think your book would be beneficial to me? I think the fibromyalgia book, yeah, I do think it would be beneficial to you. I mean, it's not exactly the same as what you've got, and I didn't have the broken bones in my spine then, but it's kind of it's a good lot of mindset stuff in there, and foods that usually increase pain if you've got chronic pain and arthritis, like rheumatism, that type of thing. It can be increased by certain foods. So the foods I don't take are probably some of the same foods you shouldn't have, ideally. Some of them, not all of them. Like I'm allergic to berries, but berries are actually very good for you. So not all berries, but the majority of them I'm allergic to. So yeah, I think it's worth getting. I mean, this is like a superhero style guide, so it's autobiographical. It's quite an interesting read as well. It's on Amazon. But it does, like if you get chronic fatigue, then yeah, it probably would help because there's foods that if you eat them, it will make you have less energy. But also, this book shows you how to manage your internal, external environments, up to 25 like sources of pain. It helps you to reduce it in because your internal and external environments affect your actual pain. Like my anxiety affects my pain levels. Do you know what I mean? Like my CPTSD affects my pain levels. It all has a knock-on effect. But what you watch, what you listen to, what you eat, this can all increase pain or decrease it if you do less of it, you know what I mean? So I think it's worth a read. It's got lots of really good, it's like a personal professional development book in disguise, a fibro book. Some people buy it who don't even have fibromyalgia because you learn a lot of stuff about how to decrease pain in your life. Like it's up to 25 aspects of your life, so it's good. So yeah. Get it and see what you think. Like, I think I've still got the Kindle version on special offer at the moment because it's January. I think I have. I can double check it for you. I know I put some of them back up in price, but I think this one is still like in the Kindle. Most people, to be honest, buy the printed version of this. There's not many people that buy the Kindle. Most people, because it's a handbook, people like to keep it handy. This is my book, by the way, on Amazon. I'll just flip it around to show you. So yeah, this is the Amazon one. So yeah, I think in Kindle. Oh no, I put it back up in full price, this one. So because it was reduced, but only for a very limited time. But most people do, like, yeah, so most people buy the paperback anyway. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's got 4 star. So yeah, most it shows you here what it does. It's an unconventional method though. If you're looking for conventional methods, it's not the right book. But yeah, how to manage fibromyalgia in truly new and revolutionary holistic way without the need for meds, CBD oil or patches to get your fibromyalgia working for you instead of against you. This is really inside, but like how to manage your fibromyalgia in 25 aspects of your life to reduce pain. Practical, helpful, simple, and easy to follow actionable advice. It's straight to the point and really works. Yeah, it's really amazing because in October last year, I sold 18 of these books in one day. I don't know if someone did a book club on this book or what, but I'm like 18 in one day. I've never sold, and I sold a asexual book in the same day, but that was like my biggest selling, like biggest day in terms of whole book sales. Apart from obviously when I had my asexual book free when it very, very first came out years and years ago. So I had a lot of sales then, but actually in terms of like paying for books, like 19 sales I had in one day of books, but 18 of this book alone in one day. That's like a record for me. So do you know what I mean? I think loads of people should read, because I just think it's an interesting read, because I've done a lot of chapters like superhero style, which I always find is fun. Do you know what I mean? It makes a book easier to read and more accessible, I think. So yeah, I designed the cover as well with the superhero on it. So yeah, I like that. I like it because it's autobiographical. I like, hearing real life stories. But yeah, I'm so sorry you're going through this. So yeah, chronic fatigue. Yeah, chronic fatigue can be very similar to fibromyalgia, so the book will help you, I think. See what you think anyway. I'd love to know what you think. So yeah. That's a horror catch-22. Oh, thank you. Like, sorry you're going through this. You seem very chirpy. Thank you. Yeah, so for me it is catch-22, because like if I don't do the weightlifting, for example, and exercise, my spinal my spine will not be strong enough to support me to look after myself. But if in doing the exercise for my spine, and also I've got to exercise more for my osteopenia, doing the exercise more hurts my body a lot more. So I'm in a lot more pain, which then makes me more tireder. So yeah, I haven't done any weights today. Well, in last, before I went out, I went food shopping. So that's a bit of exercise, but I didn't do weights. But I did actually lift more weight than I would usually do in shopping. Well, I took my shopping trolley and then I went back to get a bit more. I went back to get some more shop, and it was across the road. I didn't use my shopping trolley for that, so I used my arms instead. But I hurt my back a little bit doing that, so I might, because you know what I mean. I've got to be careful that I don't overdo exercise and injure my back again and make it worse. But at the same time, I need to increase my spinal strength as well. It's a juggling act. But yeah, the exercise makes fibromyalgia pain worse. But if I don't do the exercise, then I won't keep my spine strong enough to be able to look after myself, and the osteopenia won't get better. So because I'm not having medication for osteopenia, I've got to get it sorted through nutrition and exercise. But exercise makes fibro pain worse, and it is quite depressing in the sense that it's like I'm going to be like this forever, because they've told me my spine is permanently damaged. Even when they do heal, which they're meant to heal the bones, it's permanently damaged my spine. I've lost height because of it. I've lost over an inch in height. So I used to be 5'4.5", and now I'm just under 5'3.5". So they said it. The doctors put it down when I had to PIP assessment last year. The doctor put it down as a actual disability, my spinal injury. So he classes it a disability because I've literally damaged it for life. It's awful because I put a little short video on this channel because only 2 days before I broke the bones in my spine at a business event, actually. Doing exercise at a business event. It's only 2 days before I was swinging upside down on roller coasters in Chessington World of Adventures, and it does make me quite sad thinking about it. It makes me like really upset because it's like I didn't have this problem then, because they find it really unusual that I broke bones in my spine just twisting around at an event. I said it wasn't like that. They were using NLP techniques, which is neuro-linguistic programming. They were anchoring it in, which means I was under the influence of NLP, and they made me believe that I can do anything, and that I could turn around the waist farther than I'd ever been before, which I did, and that I would feel really great about it because I'd achieved the impossible. Like, it's one of those motivational business seminars where you break through your fears and barriers and achieve things you never felt possible. So then after they kind of cycled that all up in our brains, it was like turn around the waist as far as you can go. So this wasn't just like, oh, just to do a casual twist or just do a little warm up. It wasn't something casual, relaxed. It was like, now turn around the waist as far as you can go. And I went further. I went right. My arm hurts doing that, but arm really hurts at this angle, but I'm not going to show you it all. I can stand up, but I'm not actually going to go and do it because it will injure my back again. But I was like right back here, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, it's further than I would usually ever gone in my life. And so, yeah, that's how I broke the bones in my spine. But, so yeah, it was awful. My own back was broken. But yeah, I was upside down on road coasters only 2 days before. Clearly, I didn't have this problem then. And it's so upsetting because your life can just change like that so quickly, and it's like a shock to the system because you're like, hang on a minute, I've got photographic evidence and video footage of me being there at the actual of Chessington. I've kept that on my phone, and I have put some videos on here about it, but it's awful. I mean, I was being very daring at that time, and I even went on the roller coaster that goes, it's like a snake and you go on the side. It's like a cobra and you go on the side. You're swinging upside down, but you're on the side. It's very weird. It's the first time I've ever done it, and it's like quite difficult, but I did it. I was on my own at Chessington World Adventures, and I love theme parks. One of my favorite things to do. It's very freeing and everything, but I can't go on them. I'm so upset. At the moment, what I do to counteract that is I go and watch channels which are at Disney parks. There's people who do live streams from Disney parks. I don't know how they get away with doing it with all the music, but they do it. Ron on the Go's like the top one to go to usually. And Dutchland as well is good, and Coda Bear the Explorer, I think he's called. And I watch it, and they go to the theme parks, and then they go on the rides, so you feel like you're on the rides with them, and you can experience the pleasure of being in a Disney park from your comfort of your own home, and you can experience like going on the roller coasters with them, if you know what I mean. So that's the closest thing I can get to theme parks, and when I do that, it makes me feel really good. Sometimes though, I get sucked into it for hours because I'm like, oh my god, you know what I mean. But I do go off and do things if they're just like, like doing a bit of walking. But if they're like watching the parades, that's really good for me as well, because I love the Disney parades. I love Disney music. It makes me feel good, like from the actual Disney parks themselves. And so I listen to that. That's something that really helps my mindset. So I try, like, in order to get my mindset in a good way, I try to do things that make me happy and bring me joy to counteract all the like things that are down and causing me upset and pain. I try to go and do the opposite of them to bring me more joy. But it's hard, like I don't have endless amounts of money. If I had endless amounts of money, I'd be out to a lot more places doing a lot more things. And also I've got a chronic pain condition, so sometimes, like the other day I went out a few days ago, and it's like just by walking I end up with my ankle really hurting me, so I couldn't walk. I started limping a bit at home. I'm like, oh my god. And then I was having pain in my arm and pain in something else. I'm like, I just want to like relax on the bed for a bit and not go out and do anything much. So yeah, you're currently right, I'm not going to read that out, but is my channel vegan friendly? Well, the fact I eat chicken is probably a no, because vegans don't usually eat chicken. I eat chicken, turkey, and fish. So vegans are welcome. I'm friendly for that point of view. Like I'm great if you're a vegan. That's wonderful. But I'm not a vegan myself. Unfortunately, I have to have meat, and I do have to have a lot of mackerel. I was talking about for my pain on, I can't. I actually tried a meatless diet years ago, and it was awful. I had really bad tummy pain just not having meat. So I am a person that needs to have it, and I've actually been told to up by a nutritionist to up my protein intake. And I can't have much like in the way of protein that's outside of like meat, like chicken, turkey, and fish. I'm limited because of all my food allergies and tolerances and what I could have as substitutes for that anyway. But yeah, I get stomach pain with that, and plus I've just spent ages talking about mackerel that I need for my pain to decrease my pain. So I do eat, but I don't eat pork and I don't eat lamb and I don't eat beef if that's any use. But yeah, so vegans are welcome here, but they might find it uncomfortable. For example, I posted a video earlier about Nando's and there was a chicken that I was eating. So you might find that upsetting. You have lupus. So you can relate to how it feels being at odds with your own body. Yeah, it's awful, lupus. I think some people have to have injections for that, don't they? Why did you re-break it? What, my ankle? So the first time I broke my ankle was during COVID in 2021. And that was because I went out on the quayside. I used to live near the quayside in Exeter. And I took a CD player, a mini CD player I have, a Sony player. And I did some dancing. So it was in like, because that was a time where lots of people were in lockdown and you couldn't like go publicly and spend time with each other. So I could go out in the quayside, like it was like fields and stuff, and there wasn't many people around. So I went out and I think it was like towards the latter end of COVID as well. So but my mental health was getting really bad. So again, it was a mental health thing. I'm like, I need to get out of my flat because I get claustrophobic, and like I said, I'm an extrovert, so spending too much time indoors is just not good for me. And yeah, so I went to Quayside with my CD player. I was doing dancing because I know dancing does help me, and it's like really good for pain relief as well. It might seem weird, but it's like a adrenaline rush. So the adrenaline usually takes away the fibro pain. Now I've got broken bones in my spine. Obviously, I'm not going out clubbing. I'm not doing that type of dancing or anything. Even though the physio said it'd be good for me to do some dancing, I'm not convinced really. So I did a little tiny bit a few days ago, but it was very like not high energetic stuff. It was just a little bit of footwork type stuff really. But yeah, so I went to the quayside and I was actually doing a live stream on Facebook at the time. This is how I broke my ankle in 2021. And I was jumping up and down. I was talking about Asexualise Academy because I opened Asexualise Academy then. And is it Asexualise? Oh, Asexualise Academy Club, sorry, opened, which was like a small membership club. And yeah, so I did that and I was talking about it. It's when it first launched. I was talking about it on Facebook, so I wasn't working where my feet's going. And then all of a sudden, I went down on the floor. And I was really elegant when I talked about it on Facebook. I go, oh, that hurt. Oh, I've got to go now. And oh my God, it was awful. It was an absolute understatement. Like literally my left ankle had gone like that. So it literally bent, like you see it in the movies, and I had to bend it back by myself on my own. Like literally it was like that, bent over, and I had to bend it all the way back. I was in shock at first. So I was kind of sat there and I'm like, oh God, you're going to have to bend this foot back like you see in the movies. You can't leave it bent like that. It was literally bent right over. I'm like, you're going to have to do it, Sandra. So I just had to get hold of it and move it. It was awful. Especially doing that myself. So I can take care of myself on my own because I was on my own, because I was in the middle of a field, like down the quayside with no one around me. And not many people come that way. So even if an ambulance had to come, they'd probably find it hard to find me. And so, yeah, anyway, I literally did like you do in the movies, and I moved it all the way back. I'm like, oh my God. I managed to do it. I don't know how I did it, but I was like, I'm in shock, but I'm like, you're going to have to move it. So first of all, I was like in shock, and then I'm like, you're going to have to do it because you can't get home else. So then after that, I realized it was 3 big twigs that I literally tripped on. Those massive thick twigs, 3 of them, I didn't realize were there. So I went through the field, and then I had to go across a bridge and then go through some more like round by the quayside and walk home by myself, right? Even when I got home, because I got fibromyalgia and I don't take meds for it, I've got quite a high pain threshold, but not for needles, not for blood stuff. I'm no good with that. Like literally, the last blood test I had was horrendous. I'm not good with them, right? The pain's intolerable. Like I really avoid them at all costs. And I mean, like, usually, very rare I have a blood test. Why I usually, anyway, I got back home and I was literally sorting my emails out on my phone before I even went down on the bed. And then I put ice packs on it because I read online it says do not take painkillers within the first like 48 hours because it can mask the pain. I think it's 48 to 72 or something, or 48 hours on average. And then, it's not good to mask pain. So I didn't put any painkillers. I didn't have any painkillers. I literally put ice packs on it. And I was like packing up with ice for like days, ice packs. So I didn't go to the hospital straight away. And then by about the 5th day of having it, my foot not only was swollen up, but it went all purple and I felt nauseous like all night. And then I knew that I needed to phone the NHS. There's an NHS helpline in the UK. Devon Doctors on Call, it's called. So I phoned them up and they said to go to hospital. And yeah, I'd broken it. So, and then I had to have crutches. And then in 2022, I went to a pub, Wetherspoons in the UK, in my city. But it was later, I came out with my former friend at that time and we'd had a meal together. And there was like a shortcut, like you can go past the cars and down like the bank, right? But I realised when I got there that it was too dark and too steep to go down. And so I actually backtracked so I wouldn't fall down it, right? I'm like, oh, well, I can't do that. I've gone down like the wrong bit because there's like a walkway around there. But I went down the side of the car because I thought it was a shortcut. And I'm like, oh no, I went the wrong way. And I backtracked so I wouldn't hurt myself and wouldn't fall. And then I ended up going down this slope, this concrete slope, to like this bunker. And this was because the buildings where the spoons are really old, they're like wartime buildings. And it was like a bunker. It was like an outdoor bunker thing. It was like an outdoor store that was like ancient. And I went down there on like the concrete thing. It was awful with both my feet and I couldn't stand up at all. I couldn't even move either foot then. And it was awful. So one of the staff had to come out and put me in a taxi. The actual manager got me a taxi. Really, it shouldn't be able to do that. You shouldn't be able to go down that bank. It should be like cornered off or something, or have a warning sign or something. But anyway, so I went to the hospital and it was really bad because the woman there, the nurse, she was really bad. She told me, oh, it's not broken. I said, well, I was broken before and I was still seeing the physio then from the previous time I broke it. He was about to like finish his treatment with me because I had the break so long before, over 9 months, I think it was. And around about, I think it was the 9th month. Anyway, I was about to stop physio with him because I got a lot better, but it was January. I felt that in January, like the beginning of that year, that I still hadn't fully healed because I was still getting like pain and weakness in it. But anyway, so then when I actually re-broke it, I didn't get told it was re-broken first of all. The nurse was saying, no, it's not broken, it's just it's sprained. And I said, I know how it feels and I know how it did before and I believe it's broken. She's like, no, it's not broken. And she was telling me to walk on it. I said, I cannot walk on it. And she was telling me like walk on it. And so she took my crutches away from because I had crutches, no, a wheelchair. I came home in a wheelchair. Yeah, my friend was former friend now was with me at the time and I had a wheelchair, but they took that away from me and was making me try and walk. And I couldn't, so I had to grab onto the hand basin and then go across to the, like there's a bed to just like to just sit on. And she was trying to tell me to walk. I said, I can't, I'm in too much pain, I can't do it. And she was going, yes, you can. It's only strained. And anyway, with the x-ray, she still said it was straight, like a sprain. Yeah, not strain. She said it was a sprain. And I said, I believe it. I think it's broken. I know the feeling of it. And I was feeling nauseous again. And from what I remember, I'm like, it's still, I'd say it's still, it's broken again. No. So she sent me home, right? But she wouldn't give me the wheelchair back. And I had to go down the corridor hopping on my other foot because I could hop luckily on my other foot by that time. But when I originally tried to get up, I couldn't even do that. I couldn't even stand on my other foot because my other foot was quite weak because it went down the slope as well. So I think I damaged the other foot in some way. Not broke it, but damaged it in some way, I think. Although I was getting problems with the tendons and ligaments in that foot. So I think I damaged them, but they didn't say I'd done that. Anyway, I had to hop down because she would not give me crutches. And she would not give me the wheelchair back. So I had to hop all the way down the corridor, holding the wall, which was just like, there's nothing to hold on to because I couldn't put any weight on it. And then my former friend that was with me at the time, I got me another wheelchair, wheeled me out. This is why it's really hard now I'm on my own and I had to leave that friend because they got aggressive with me last year, you know what I mean? And lied to me. But it's hard because they have been there for me in those times, Mind you, they were out with me at the time. They were out having a meal with me. That's happened after we had the meal together, so they were there already. But they could have gone home, but they stayed with me. So anyway, yeah, so 2 days later I had a call from the hospital. I think it was a call or email, and they said, "Oh, we got you. We've had a another look at your X-ray, and it is broken. It's rebroken. It's actually a bigger break than it was last time, which is why I was in so much pain." So the person, that nurse, was completely wrong, and I was right. So it wasn't a sprain at all. It was a re-break. But they said it's even a bigger break than last time. That's having problems standing. Because the first time, remember, I said I could walk on the quayside myself. I walked over a bridge back home on my own. That time I couldn't even stand up. So they had to give me, get me into a taxi. So they had to lift me, like security guards had to lift me in the taxi from the pub. So yeah, so then luckily I still had my crutches left at home. So my former friend then got the crutches out for me, and then I was just using them in the hospital so I could get some new ones, but I just kept them at the time. And boot, I had a boot as well, but from before that I used again. Crutches and a boot. So yeah, so then I had to go back to physio, and same physio, and carry on treatment for the other break. So I broke it, you know what I mean? So they were genuine breaks. But obviously, as I have a history of those two broken bones, and I broke the bones on my spine, they've been investigating that. What is your opinion on IBS? I have IBS pain right now. I do actually have irritable bowel syndrome. That's on my medical records, IBS. So mine tends to flare up with my anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder. So they kind of work in tandem. So a lot of the time I don't talk much about IBS because it's quite horrible. Obviously, IBS gives you extra symptoms, like you end up on the toilet a lot. So this is really personal, but I have talked about this a lot. I get stress diarrhea these days. Sometimes it's awful. So I'm really, really stressed. That can happen. I only started getting that last year, which I guess is to do with the IBS, because it's like my bowel gets irritated by how much stress I'm in. I was in, because I lost my pip for 5 months last year and it was absolutely horrendous. I was so poorly, and that's when I got that first come on. And I had it for like over 12 hours towards the end of it. It was awful. I was like in survival mode. It was really bad. And I get it in relationship anxiety so bad that it ends up being like IBS symptoms, and I end up curled over in pain on the bed. So actually, romantic relationship wise, it's not good for me. Even though I desire a romantic relationship in some ways, it's just not good for me, because my relationship anxiety is like my worst form of anxiety. So like if the person's making, like, obviously, like, the problem is like I'm anxious attachment, and a lot of the guys I attract are avoidant attachment, which is the worst case. Because it actually makes you, do you know what I mean? It actually makes you feel like worse. If you're anxious attachment, anxious and avoidance just don't go well together. Avoidance want to avoid talking about emotions and problems and issues. Anxious really wants to get them sorted, so they just don't work together. They kind of like like the anxious avoidance feels usually like an anxious is stifling them and feeling too needy, and the anxious person feels like they're being neglected and not present and stuff. And some avoidance stonewall as well. So I've had that. It's not good. So yeah, but that's why I wasn't looking for a relationship particularly last year. Like, I had the last relationship that gave me really bad IBS was in 2024, when the guy I didn't realize was narcissistic. It was awful. And so yeah, I decided not to. I went in Matthew Hussey's Love Life Club, which most people use to find the love of their life, but I knew that I was really going there just to improve my self-confidence, self-esteem, and work on myself, not to find a relationship straight away. So yeah. If you're being serious, I don't deal with jock itch. Sorry, I'm asexual and I don't get involved in stuff like that, and I'm not a medical professional. If you've got any medical things like that, you need to talk to a medical professional about it. Like, I'm female, I wouldn't know that. I don't know if you're being serious or if you're being rude with that, but yes, like, I have no interest in that particular area. I don't, as an asexual person, I'm not interested in male genitalia whatsoever. I find it that says it all. I tried the food thing. It doesn't really work for me. And yes, me too. My anxiety affects my pain levels. Um, so often some foods can make you have like affect the bowel and give you irritable bowel as well, but a lot of it's to do with anxiety and trauma and stuff. Like it affects the nervous system, which affects the bowel. Are you asking how much the book is? Uh so the book so you can get this fibromyalgia self-help handbook like pretty much from across the board with the Amazons. You should be able to get it, or you can sometimes you can order it from bookshops if you've got good bookshops near you. So you can go in and order it on special order, but otherwise, Amazon, most people get it from Amazon. So in the Kindle edition, it's $8.99 at the moment, and then its paperback is $15.99. These are like the full prices. So most people get in paperback because they like it because it's a handbook. So they like to keep it on hand and reread it. But yeah, but I just sell a lot more of the paperback in this edition. So, in the fibromyalgia, whereas my Asexual Perspectives book, this one, I sell quite a lot of Kindle copies and I sell a lot of printed copies as well. It's kind of more equal, probably a little bit more print than Kindle, but this one, the most of people buy it in print. But you can buy whatever you want, you know what I mean? So, yeah. But, if you're not, it's on Amazon.com. Just type in fibromyalgia self-help handbook. I will send you let me just see if I can get the link. Oh my God. I'll see if I can get a link for you. Let me see. I don't know if I can. Let's have a look. Where is oh, here we are. Oops. It's asking for a passkey. What is going on, people? Sorry. Oh my God. I just got to be careful. The reason I'm not showing you this is because I don't want to show you my personal information. It might come up with my address on here. So if you wonder like what I'm doing, and why I'm not showing you this anymore, it's because I'm seeing if I can get you a link, but I don't know. I should be able to get you a link. I've got a link in my description in this channel, so you can just go to my channel. It should be on there. Like usually I have it in my channel description. So yeah, so you can see I'm live at the moment, but in here, see here. I haven't actually got my fibromyalgia book. I used to have my fibromyalgia book, but I've just got my asexual books in here. I used to have my fibromyalgia book. What happened to it? Unless it's on an actual video. Let's go to a video. Right, let's see if it's in here. I usually have it come up in a video, so it's weird. Oh, there we are. It is in this video. There we go. See? It's usually automatically comes up in descriptions under my videos because I put it in like that. It's because with my actual description of the main channel, I couldn't fit everything in. So this is my fibromyalgia self-help handbook. And this is it in the chat. All right, I'll put it in here so you can see it. There we go. And if you click through that, it'll go through to your Amazon. If it's not your Amazon, it will come up saying, do you want to click through to your Amazon? So even if you click for that link, which is a UK link, or is it a UK link or is it .com? Sometimes I put the .com, depends what I'm doing. So you'll see this that goes, do you want to go out? And you just click yes, go to site. So it's .co.uk, but it'll if it's the wrong one, it'll just come up like, do you want to go to the .com site? You know what I mean? So if I type in .com, I'll often say you're in the wrong Amazon. But I buy stuff off .com, you see, so probably they see, oh God, sorry, I don't know if I showed you my address then, did I? That's why I don't. I might have showed you my address. Oh my God, everyone's going to be looking around for my address. I live in a huge block of flats with loads of people, so. But I was trying not to let that happen. I don't know if it's happened now, but never mind. It is what it is if it's happened. But anyway, so this is a .com. You can get it on the India website as well and stuff like that. But I'm going to get out of that rather quickly because I don't know if it shows you my address. But I don't live on my, I live on my own in my actual flat, but I live in a block of flats. There's 2 blocks of flats actually. So, you'd have to go through loads of other people just to get to me, if you know what I mean. So is cannabis legal in my state? No, I don't believe it's legal in the UK, but I would not take cannabis even if it was legal. I don't do any drugs. I don't do CBD oil, anything. Like they say CBD oil is fine and lots of people take it for fibromyalgia. I'm like, well, if you want to get addicted, be my guest. I'm not doing it. Not even if they say it's good for me. Loads of people can say something's good for you, but use your own discernment. If you think it's good for you, then take your own advice if that's what you think. But, you know, I'm not a medical professional, but I would not touch that stuff with a barge pole, because I believe that even in minute doses, it's probably addictive. And I just, you know what I mean? I don't like drugs. I can't stand, I don't like, people smoke cannabis in the streets in the UK and they don't do anything about it, usually. But as far as I know, it's still illegal because they shut places down if they see them doing a lot of, you know, like if they have weed, you know, shops and stuff. Even one near me, they found out they were doing something illegal or something, so they shut them down. So yeah. I tried all conventional methods. I've struggled for 10 years before a diagnosis. I'm glad you got a diagnosis because it does help, doesn't it? But it still helps in a sense to have clarity about what's wrong with you. But in the other sense, it's like, oh my God, now I've got to deal with the reality of knowing the truth, if you know what I mean. It's a plant. I don't know why it isn't legal anywhere. I absolutely hate drugs and I can't stand cannabis. I can't stand the smell of it. It makes me feel sick. And I think there's someone in my block of flats that does actually smoke it, so I can't stand it. But yes, plants can be drugs, you know, like opium. It's from poppy, but you know, it's disgusting to me. I can't stand it. I can't stand smoke of anything, not drugs, not smoking anything. I'm like a smoke-free person. It's like, it's no good. Plus, you know, like smoking can decrease bone density. I've already brought that up before anyway. So, you know what I mean? Like vape's really bad. It's full of chemicals as well. Ugh. Do you know what I mean? Chemicals. It's full of chemicals. But I get really ill off passive vape. You know what I mean? It's like in a confined space. So exercise helps with inflammation. I don't feel exercise helps with inflammation necessarily. Like it hurts. It makes me have more pain, but I think it can help with movement. So it's hard because I have to do exercise regularly now, even though I'm in a lot more pain doing it. So exercise for me doesn't help my fibromyalgia. It makes it worse, but I have to do exercise for my spinal injury. But a lot of medical professionals, or like even at the hospital, it goes, oh, exercise makes fibromyalgia pain better. It's like, it doesn't with me. I know for a fact it doesn't. It makes it far worse. I used to try not to do much exercise. Before I got my spinal injury and osteopenia diagnosis. Now I have to do exercise, but because it caused me so much pain, like literally one of the best things for me to do is to lie in my bed with ice packs all over me. Gives me some pain relief. Ice packs are really good for pain relief, like you would not believe. It's revolutionary ice packs, and I leave them on there for hours, not at 20 minutes at a time. Not medical advice, because they only advise 20 minutes at a time if you're doing that. Maximum usually. So take medical advice from medical professionals. I am not a medical professional, but I can tell you what works for me. And I can tell you personally, for me, exercise did not help fibromyalgia at all. But I think it helps with, obviously it helps with more fluidity of movement in terms of actually, you know, but then obviously I can injure myself. The problem is when I do exercise, it can injure me. So then it sets me back. Like this arm at the moment is really bad. Like putting it here is like, you know, this is not good. Like this, ow, here, tendon, this is an old injury. Like doing this seems to be okay most of the time, but doing this, that, it hurts a lot. A lot. I told the doctor that and he's like, oh, I need to refer you for physio. That I'm like, but that's because I'm doing like weightlifting for my spinal injury. That's actually causing that. I've got an old injury and it flares up really bad. But yeah, you're only 6'2". I'm 5'3" and a bit. I was 5'4.5", but I'm now 5'3" and less than a half. I need to apply for PIP. I'm not sure how to do the form. There are people on YouTube that give advice about how to do PIP. I had the Citizen Advice Bureau help me in the UK, but they literally years ago, before when I could actually work for an employer, but I didn't get it when they helped me. But then I filled it in myself. Like I've got it for the second time, but it's awful though, because I can't stay here if I don't have my PIP because I can't afford to live here. So when I lost my benefits last year for 5 months, it's awful because I can't afford to move without the benefit, and without a benefit I can't stay here. Because if you're on benefits and you're on your own in the UK, if you're renting somewhere, you have to have 2 times, you have to be like, for the rental amount of allowance, you have to be having money come in benefits, for example, or any self-employed have a total of like 2.5 times the amount of income you got coming in per month. I hope that makes sense. And you know, that's what you usually have to have. Depends on the letting agency, but that's usually the general rule. 2.5, I think it is, or is it? I think it's 2.5. Yeah. So something like that. Anyway, you can check out the regulations anyway, but it's like you have to have like more times your income. So you have to take your whole yearly income, and it has to be like more the way they work it out. And without the benefits, I wouldn't have that much income to get a rental on another place. Like, especially not, I'd be lucky if I could afford like just one room, and it's clearly not suitable for my disabilities. So although I had PIP, I lost it for 5 months, which is awful. I've got it only until June 2028, but they can start assessing me again from next year in June 2027. So they gave me 3 years, but really, like, I've only got it for definitely for, well, it says definitely to June 2028, but they can start assessing me anytime from June 2027. So really, you only have it like for 2 years. It's awful because I lost it for 5. They gave me back pay when I got it back, but then it's like, well, you know, like next year, I'm going to go through it all again. It's awful. When they reassess you, it's absolutely awful. And the person lied as well. The person on the phone just lied and made up. Even they gave 2 different counts, which is on the PIP thing. I'm like, both counts cannot be true. They contradict each other. So you can tell it's not honest. So the form's really bad, but they do recommend you go to the Citizen Vice Bureau, but that didn't actually help me. But if you go to there's certain YouTube channels that specialize in PIP. They're quite helpful, but they will tell you not to write a lot. But I wrote a lot because my anxiety means I write a lot, and I'm a writer. But there's certain things you have to like say, but you have to be honest. If you're lying, they'll find out. You usually have to provide photographic evidence as well. So if you're using an aid, you need to provide the photographic evidence. It's not a generic picture. They need to see it in your own home. Do you know what I mean? Because no one can get a picture of the internet. You need to provide it in your own home and say how you use the aid and how you need the aid. Because it's not about your disability. It's about how they affect you in your daily life. So the form's awful. So stressful. So I would go to the YouTube channels that specialize in PIP, because I do have some information about what I went through with PIP. With like the fact I was reassessed. But, and my doctor, get a letter from your doctor. Because the doctor's letter holds a lot of weight. But it depends how they phrase it. If the doctor says, oh, she's told me this and she's told me that, that doesn't go in your favour. But if the doctor says, this patient has this patient has like that, they know it for a fact, then that'll go in your favour. You know, you're more likely to get the PIP. But you have to get it to back up what you're saying. So you have medical records to back up what you're saying. So you have to do medical request files like subject access requests, a lot of those from your doctor. It takes ages. Not to sound weird or anything, masturbation or sex increases inflammation for me. Yes, many people with the condition fibromyalgia actually have. I'm not interested in sex these days, and I found out I was asexual before. When did I? No, I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia before in 2012. But then I found out I'm asexual in 2014. Yeah, but a lot of people with fibromyalgia can't actually have sex because it hurts them. Does that make sense? So if you've got a chronic pain condition that affects the nerves and muscles of your body, like obviously, you know, I know some people are not going to like me talking about this because I'm asexual. They don't like sex talk. Some people on this channel, which is understandable. I'm sex repulsive myself, but I can still talk about it in factual, educational sense. So because it affects the nerves and muscle body, a lot of people with fibromyalgia find sex painful because obviously the nerves and muscle body are affected, and the masturbation or sex, it affects the nerves in that area. Do you know what I mean? Because so it can actually hurt. And so, yeah, it could, if you're very sensitive as well, it could flare it up and cause inflammation if you know what I mean. But there's a lot of, I'm in fibromyalgia groups on Facebook, and there's a lot of people there that can't have sex anymore, especially when their fibromyalgia gets really worse, and a lot of their partners and husbands, etc., leave them. Mostly it's women that have fibromyalgia, but there's still some men, but a lot of the husbands leave them just because they can't have sex anymore. That's why I do talk about in this fibromyalgia self-help handbook, I do talk a bit about asexuality in it, because although someone who's got fibromyalgia, you know, and they would still like sex, it's not the same as being asexual. There might be some people that got fibromyalgia that would suit someone who's asexual, because if fibromyalgia causes them to have too much pain with sex, and they're like, oh God, where am I going to find someone who will love me without sex? And I really can't have sex ever again. She's just causing me flare-ups and loads of pain. Well, welcome to the asexual community, because there might be an asexual person that's suitable for you, that can love you without sex, so you don't have that pain. But obviously you have to understand that you're still coming from a different mindset, because someone who you know, someone who likes sex, for example, wants it and needs it, they're going to have a different mindset to someone who's asexual, who naturally doesn't like usually think about that, especially if they're a pure asexual, right? I'm a pure asexual, so I don't think about sex. Like, I think about, obviously, when I have to talk about it on here, but otherwise I'm not thinking about sex. Do you know what I mean? So I talk about asexuality in this book because for the people that are feeling unloved and like, you know, like I'm never going to have a relationship in my life again, now I realize I can't have sex because of my fibromyalgia, pain is just too painful for me. There are some asexuals out there that might be able to have a relationship with you, but just understand it's different mindsets. You might need to discuss it, because you might be thinking, God, I wish I could have sex. I'm feeling frustrated. But remember, don't take the frustration about that out on the asexual. Talk about it and say, I feel frustrated because I can't do that, but I'm so glad that, you know, that I'm with you and that you can love me without sex, because that's like really important to me, and I appreciate that more than anything. So, you know what I mean? That type of thing. If that's the way you think, don't let me put words in your mouth. Yeah, so if you need to go on PIP, go to your local job centre. That's where they helped me with it. I found the whole process overwhelming without their help. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here to say that message. You know, I don't personally trust DWP in that respect, but you know, if they helped you, then that's really, really good. That's really, really good. But I got when they were reassessing me before they gave me my PIP back, they did a phone call, which they said was a courtesy call. DWP never do courtesy calls. So you have to understand that usually if they're calling you, it's to catch you out. And I don't want to say that to be harsh, but if you go and look at PIP channels on YouTube, you'll find that a lot of the time they're trying to catch you out and they're not honest. I don't know how true this is, but apparently they're paid commission. The people who reassess you on the phone, they're paid commission to make sure people don't get their PIP. We don't get reinstated with PIP. And it's harder to get on it at the moment because obviously the government clamped down in the UK on it. So it's quite hard. But if you can get someone to help you at the job centre, that's great. But I know I had a courtesy call, and they didn't tell me I was being assessed, but I had a panic attack on the phone because I knew it was out of the blue. I wasn't expecting it, and they never give courtesy calls. PIP never give courtesy calls. This is PIP DWP though. They never give courtesy calls. And I knew, I'm like, damn it, they're going to try and secretly assess me. And they did, because in the end, they told me the only reason I got PIP back was one, because of the letter from my doctor, not the first letter, because that didn't help. The second letter, the thorough letter he gave after he understood my conditions better. After I wrote a long email to him with the help of AI. Not AI wasn't writing it for me. They were helping me structure it in a way that my doctor could understand me. So it was still in my own words. But I spent 13 hours overnight with the AI working on that in text message, because I won't let the AI write for me. I'm just plugging my laptop in. I won't let the AI write things for me. It has to be in my own words. So that's why it took so long. Most people would just be like, yeah, AI write it for me, but I don't do that. But I did say I do have help. When I do my PIP, sometimes I say I have AI helping me with this, because I can't do it all myself. You know, I can't, I have problems like, I'm a writer, right? But it's like and I'm talking on here, but I have a major, like a lot of medical professionals, they don't understand me. I have a lot of problems with speaking to medical professionals. Probably because I'm unconventional and they don't know how to relate to me. But they don't really listen to me as well. Like I was at the hospital last year in February with chest pains. I went in with severe chest pains. I found out later on my medical records, a nurse took me off what I said. They removed the fact I said I'd come in with chest pains. So made it out like I got and they go, oh, if you're anxious, like that's not our problem. It's like, what? And so, you know what I mean? It's like they put it down to something else. And they're like, oh, that's right. Because I had a foot injury. And they're like, oh, if you're anxious about your foot injury, that's not for us to see. That's what they put in what they put in the medical records and what they tell you to face is two completely different things. So I saw someone, it said nurses removed this, which said, come in with chest pains. That was the main thing I was there for. Do you know what I mean? And the fact they removed it. So there's some problems with, like, in terms of communication. I can communicate fine on here, but I'm having to deal with medical professionals. They just, a lot of the time, they don't listen to me. They put stuff down that's not particularly nice about me. I'm like, you know, because my anxiety, like, you know, one, no, it's so funny, but it wasn't funny. It was horrible. She isn't at surgery anymore. She said, oh, I was examining the patient and she was showing me, because I had to take my top off because I have lots of spots, like, which was like, not normal. Do you know what I mean? I had skin conditions. And she's like putting my medical records. Oh, she just stood there naked talking to me. Like topless, not naked, topless, sorry, talking to me. It's like, well, I had a bra on. She's a nurse, a doctor. She's supposed to be examining me for my rashes. And she's like, oh, she was carried on talking because I told her to put a top back on. She just carried on talking. But if I'm talking to a medical professional, I don't interrupt myself. I carry on talking. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I'm in my bra, for God's sake. And she's a doctor, a female doctor. It's just weird. Anyway, that's what she put. I was topless, but I wasn't topless because I had a bra on. Just made it sound like I'm stood there completely naked. And that's what she wrote. She didn't say this to me. That's what she wrote on my medical history. So if you ever get your medical history, it's eye-opening. The things they say to your face and the things they say behind your back are just really, really weird. Very, very weird. Completely different. It's like, I don't even like nakedness. I don't even show my naked body to guys I'm in a relationship with. But yes, I was stood in my bra, and yes, I was talking because I was very anxious because I had all these spots. At one point, they thought I might have, I think it was measles. Even though I had measles as a kid, they thought I might have measles. And I had like spots all over coming up. It's awful. That's what I had, a major skin condition. And it was really bad. And that's when I saw like multiple doctors. But you know, I saw her and I'm thinking, oh my God. And then also I had nystatins for my tongue because I had thrush on my tongue. Now I use a tongue scraper and Aldine. But she prescribed me nystatins, right? Which are really like, anyway. So I said to her, well, it's got alcohol in it. I can't usually have alcohol in it. You had sugar or something. I'm like, I can't usually have that. Anyway, I did have it because I was direct to have it. I tried it, right? And my throat, I tried it, and you had meant to swish it around your mouth and swallow it as well. So I tried it, but my throat was like, you know, I had a really bad time. I think it was my tummy and my throat. So I tried it just with my mouth, and my whole throat swelled up. I went to the pharmacist, and they said, stop taking it. You clearly I had a reaction to it. And on my medical record, she was like putting it as a criticism. She goes, oh, I prescribed her this, but she won't take it because she said that she's got a problem with her throat with it. Like, really, like an attitude, like dismissive, like I was just like making some bullshit up or something, excuse my language, like just to be awkward. It's like my throat was physically swelling up. And it did have ingredients I told her I couldn't have it in anyway. So, you know what I mean? So, it's just really, really, like, with communication with medical professionals, it just seems like it's not good with me. And then, do you know what I mean? It's really weird. It's like living in two separate worlds. It's like here I can communicate effectively. In a medical professional setting, it's like clearly they just don't understand me. But my doctor's treating me better now because last time he saw me, he said, oh, I was just treating you like the same as everyone else before, but now I'm not. And he was so much nicer to me. I don't know exactly what he means by that, but I'm guessing because he knows about my multiple disabilities, because I had to, like I said, write this email to him, for him to write a letter to Pip, another letter. Then he really understood my disabilities, because I said, I think you've missed some critical, like, stuff in my medical history. There's actually in my medical history, I've got all these conditions that you haven't put, because in the original letter he sent to them, because I saw it on my medical records, they sent him this whole questionnaire, Pip did, and he literally crossed through it all and just put like 3 things and a bit more in a page, which was useless because he didn't tell him how my disabilities affected me. And he said, oh, it's just she just gets anxious about medical stuff and that's it. I'm thinking, oh my God, that's such an understatement. I have generalized anxiety disorder. I'm like literally anxious about multiple things every single day of my life. Do you know what I mean? I'm like permanently anxious. You know what I mean? I'm in fight or flight mode pretty much all the time, even if I'm calmer. So it's like, Do you know what I mean? I'm like, he really doesn't. But when I spent over 13 hours with AI trying to compose an email listing all the conditions I have and saying this is on my medical records, that's on my medical records, this is what the doctor said or the nurse said about me here, this is my previous doctor knew all this about me because she did. Then he finally understood me. So when he saw me this last time recently, he's like, oh, like he was so much nicer. Before he was like quite cold and not very good, but this time he was a lot more nicer and kind of spent a lot more time with me because I said because of my disabilities, I usually need longer time spent with me. But before it's kind of like, it's kind of like, oh, because I have problems with comprehending things in real time. Sometimes new information, it's like cognitive processing can be hard when it's a topic stuff that I'm not used to talking about and things. On this channel I'm fine, I know what I'm talking about, but if I'm trying to learn new information and process it in real time, it can be really hard for me, especially medical stuff and stuff I'm quite anxious about because I do get anxious, obviously, about medical stuff. So, and I usually need things explained to me in certain ways by medical professionals. And yeah, but anyway, he was much better. He gave me a longer time this time. He went, made sure I had all my questions answered, and he was actually a lot nicer to me. And I was thinking, when he said, oh, I was treating you like the same as everyone else before, I was thinking, so the other people find you cold and like not very approachable and accommodating like you are now? Because he came across as a lot more cold before, a lot more like not understanding me. Do you know what I mean? Not as empathetic. But this time he's like completely different with me. He's like kinder, more caring, a lot more time. I got a bit upset in the session because I was quite anxious as well. And he gave me a tissue and he's like much better. So I'm thinking I much prefer that side of him. So I'm okay if he wants to say like treat me differently. It's better that he does, really. So at least I actually understand what he's talking about and get somewhere and feel he's approachable. So yeah. So so yeah. Oh, someone's talking in chat about what to do with the job centre. I'll leave you to read that in chat, shall I? Because I haven't dealt directly with the job centre on that at all. So, but yeah, you do need to provide the evidence later usually. But if you've got evidence, it's really good. So yeah. Yeah, I hope you get your PIP. It's hard, but it's... Where in the UK am I? I live in Exeter in Devon in the UK. So the southwest of the UK. You got to buy some mackerel. Yeah, definitely buy some mackerel. So oh, you're starting injections for your spine. I'm looking like that because I'm really no good with needles. I refuse needles personally, but I'm glad that you're going to get something that's helping you, going to help you, hopefully. I refuse. Like my doctor, literally last time I saw him, I said, oh, because I said I can't take the osteopenia medication. I'll probably have really bad side effects with it. It won't be any good for me. And I've got a family history of things that like, because if you look at osteopenia medication, it can give you a problem with your jaw. It can have the one they recommend to me. It can actually make you have hip fractures, and yeah, I'm also I'm susceptible to hip fractures more because I got osteopenia in my hips. It's ridiculous, and it can, if you got problems with your teeth, I got receding gums. You shouldn't have it anyway. It says if you've got allergies to any medications, especially severe allergies, you shouldn't take it. It's like, well, I have. And it can actually give you a rare eye condition that called uveitis iris. My mum's got an eye condition. It affects her kidneys, and she had to be rushed into hospital years ago with kidney failure because of that, and had to have like keyhole surgery on it. So she could have died, because it affects her kidneys. She's done backwards and forwards to the hospital all the time for that, like multiple times a year. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm high risk from that, really high risk. Yeah. So, but yeah, the doctor, because I said I won't take the medication. He's like, the one thing that wasn't good about the doctor, he goes, oh, do you want injections instead of tablets? I'm like, no. I think he's missing the point that I'm actually going to be allergic to the stuff. I can't even take most like natural compounds. Do you know what I mean? And plus the side effects, it's too risky for me. So, Yeah, but anyway, and I said as well, I've got a severe phobia of needles and blood, and I want that to be taken seriously. Because I said there's a difference between someone just going, oh, I don't like having blood tests because a lot of people don't like them, and me who's got a phobia. I said I'm literally curled over in pain on the bed with anxiety being so extreme with even the lead up to a blood test. And I said last time I had the blood test, I could feel it all. It was like drilling down into my vein. It's awful. It's the worst blood test I've ever had. I said, so I want to avoid them as much as possible. Do you know what I mean? I just don't want them. So don't ask me to have them again. Because when I first went, I was worried he was going to try and make me have something because he was quite sly before. Because he goes, oh, we need to do a blood test to find out if you got blood cancer. Thank God that came back negative, or osteopenia. Even that, like bone profile, came back negative on a blood test, but the DEXA scan the next year showed I had got it. So, a problem with my bone density, but that might have been because I was much more bedridden because of my foot injury. Because I went after I injured my foot, and I was like even more housebound and more on the bed. Then I was like more bedridden, if you want to call it that. I was on the bed a lot more. I wasn't able to weight bear much at all, so it was really difficult for me. So it might be the reason I had low bone density then, because I was getting out my place and doing a lot less exercise than ever before, because I couldn't weight bear. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. So yeah, so I just like, yeah, I'm not good with needles and blood. I have a high pain threshold, but not for needles. I have the worst thing. I might have sensitive veins or whatever. It was awful. Like I could literally feel it last time drilling down. I had pain for hours afterwards. I took ice packs, had pain, and it was just not good. Actually, my former friend accompanied me to that one, but I don't have him anymore, so I don't have anyone to come with me because I usually never go to blood tests on my own. You've been through extra loads on your way to Hale and Cornwall. Oh, brilliant! I am where you are. I am where are you? So. Wow. So someone else is in Chesterfield in Derbyshire. Oh, wow. I've got loads of UK people here. 4 a.m. over 4 a.m. in the morning. That's amazing. Lots of people in UK are usually asleep at this time, but not me. You're from Lancashire. Oh, hello to all the UK people. Funny how all of the broken English people have found each other at 3 a.m. I don't consider us broken as such. Do you know what I mean? Like I've, I have got broken bones in my spine, so I'm technically broken from that point of view. But I don't think we're broken in terms of like beyond repair, if you know what I mean. But I get what you're saying, broken. You've never danced in your 57 years. I actually have a certificate, a highly commended in bronze freestyle dance, because I took an exam in it years ago. I was with Sally Gray's School of Dance because I absolutely love dancing, which is another problem with my broken bones in my spine. So I love dancing, although physio did tell me I could dance. So the physio at the doctor's surgery, but she thought I'd be recovered in a year and I'm not. So yeah, but I went to Sally Gray School of Dance in my city of Exeter, and I got my bronze. I got a plaque with a little bronze. It's like a little bronze like medal and the plaque or whatever. So yeah, and I got highly commended, a certificate of high commended. I did 2 dances for Zampi. So it's a bit like X Factor where you get judges, but obviously you're just being judged on your own merits, not against other people, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I did 2 dances and I got my bronze in freestyle dance with highly commended. So I love dancing. So some of the stuff I love to do that makes me really happy, I can't do anymore at the moment because of my broken bones in my spine. It's so annoying. Like, do you know what I mean? It's really annoying. You're 27. Incredible. It's a good age. But it must feel very difficult for you if you've got problems with your spine and pelvis at 27 and IBS. It's really hard for you. I'm so sorry you're going through that. Lancashire is awesome. I've been in the 80s, says I am. Ian. Is that what your name is? Ian. Have I read that right? Ian Mangum? So Victoria Wood from Lancashire. Oh, interesting. So yeah. Paul Ass has been through the ringer. Oh. Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about someone in chat? But anyway, thank you on behalf of me and them. So yeah. It started after a car crash at 17. Oh my God, that's really hard. Something most people don't probably know about me is I got knocked over by a moped 3 days before my 12th birthday, which I think does impact my life now because I saw an osteopath years ago. I paid privately for an osteopath, and they said I got a form of whiplash from that accident. Like I got knocked over by a moped. I didn't see the moped. I was completely unconscious in the ambulance. I woke up in the ambulance, and that I saw afterwards. I was kept in for observation overnight, but I didn't even need one stitch. They said it's a miracle. But because I wasn't a skinny girl, they said if I hadn't got a weight on me, then I would have, broken something. Probably the injuries would have been a lot worse. But because I had weight on me, like I wasn't a skinny girl, I bounced. Basically, they said something like that. So they said actually my weight protected me because I wasn't a skinny girl. If I was a skinny person, I would have probably broken stuff. But I literally didn't even need a stitch. But when I came out, when I came out the hospital, I saw the visor, the moped visor on the floor, on the road, I should say, not floor, road. It was like a T junction, around a T junction. That's where I used to have to be on that end to walk across to the bus. I don't remember. All I remember is seeing the bus and the train come at once. I didn't see the moped at all. Hence why it went into me. And I saw afterwards. I saw on the road, the visor parts and my blood all over the road. It was awful. It's quite traumatic, that as well. It's a weird experience because it's like I was unconscious for all that time. I mean, that can't have done my brain any good at all, really. Do you know what I mean? So that was really traumatic. That was 3 days before my 12th birthday. It's hardcore, really hardcore. And it does, it changes the way you think about things because for that amount of time I was completely unconscious. Although I remember kind of struggling because my mum told me, the ambulance driver told my mum afterwards that he slapped me because he slapped me. I didn't know he slapped me at the time, but slapped me because I was getting delirious. Apparently I was going like this and struggling, and so he slapped me and he said to my mum, you could have sued me for that because it's not something I meant to do. But when I heard that, I thought, I do remember a bit struggling, so like a sensation of struggling, but I was unconscious. So but yeah, so even when I was unconscious I still clearly was distressed because I was talking about nightmares earlier, wasn't I? You only sleep like an hour or two, so usually awake. Yeah, I'm really sorry about your car crash. The car crash didn't affect you. The crash didn't affect me. What it's caused has though. Yeah, that's awful for you. I'm so sorry. You're 27. Yeah, I'd say I hope you really get PIP. I really do. Do you live on your own or do you have anyone supporting you, like friends or family or anything like that? Or partner? I can't even see your picture because I'm on a phone, so it's really difficult to see your picture. So, yeah. So, yeah. Someone says in chat they got a rescue Pomeranian called Teddy. He's 3. Oh, that does sound so cute. So cute. So I have to say that did you think being asexual comes from pain? Absolutely not. Nope, not at all. I was always sexual but didn't realise it, and I didn't have any pain back then. No, like I have got fibromyalgia. But you know what I mean, I have got fibromyalgia, but if I wanted to have sex still I could have it, but I'd have to be very careful. In terms of the pain side of things. But yeah, like but no, you know what I mean, because asexual is not the same as having pain and not being able to have sex. They're two completely different things. So one's like if someone's diagnosed with a medical condition that stops them having sex, that's not asexuality. Asexuality and being asexual is a sexual orientation that's based on the lack of sexual attraction. So I don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. That's never changed throughout my whole life. Even when I had sex, it was like the other person usually instigated it, and I would rather have been doing other things. And I never looked at the person and think, I want sex with you. I've never had that. Even the boyfriends I've loved, I never look at them and think I want sex. It's like I want to snog you right now, but not I want to have sex with you. And I've already talked about this before. I had my first heterosexual boyfriend at 6 years old, and I was passionately kissing him at 6 years old. He was the same. We were both 6 years old, which is very unusual for a 6-year-old, right? But he wanted to do sexual stuff with me, sexual exploration stuff, and I didn't want to at all, but I felt pressured into it. He was like blackmailing me at 6 years old. It's a very weird scenario, but you know what I mean. I've talked about that on here before. It's not going to help my mindset talking about that again, really. But yeah. So the fact that I was into kissing then and not have sexual stuff then, when I told a counselor about it, I was going to say therapist, but she was a counselor about it at college at 17 years old, because I was still felt quite traumatized that he wanted to do sexual stuff with me, and that I let him do stuff I didn't really want to do and stuff. And when I told her how upset I was crying at 17 about that happening at 6 years old. The counselor was like, I can't understand why you're upset. This is just normal doctors and nurses stuff. This is what kids do. And I'm like thinking, it's really wrong. And I know that, and it's awful. And I wish, that hadn't happened. Like, I allowed that because I felt pressured into it at 6, So looking back, I was always asexual, but didn't realize that even as a teenager, I never thought about sex until a boyfriend brought it up. I've talked about this before as well. I talk about this in my Asexual Perspectives book. Stuff about this. Grab a copy of this as well. It's good. If you're new to Asexuality Special, don't understand the asexual spectrum and want to hear different stories, there's my personal story in here and 46 other asexuals around the globe and across different parts of the asexual spectrum. That's on Amazon as well. So even as a teenager, when I was 15 years old, I had a boyfriend who was older than me. He was 18. And I talk about this as, and he tried to have sex with me underage, which was no good. And obviously, he should never have been doing that. But the way it happened, I wasn't even thinking that way. I didn't even think about sex. Do you know what I mean? My mind never entered that. I'm like, where the hell did that come from? And then at 16... was the first boyfriend I had. He pressurized me into having sex, and I did actually have sex with him, but luckily he was gentle, so it didn't really hurt that much, which was good. But I lacked self-love back then. I don't lack self-love now. I wouldn't do that again to myself. Do you know what I mean? I would only have sex if I really felt like I was okay doing that and happy to do that, which I don't want anymore in my life. But if I ever change my mind on that, then that's fine, because, I don't experience sexual attraction at all. I don't look at anyone and think I want sex with them. I look at a guy that I'm really aesthetically attracted to and romantically attracted to and think I want to snog his face off, which is not the same for all asexuals, but I don't want sex. Like, I don't get the need urge want for partner sexual intercourse. If someone has had an accident, for example, that stops them having sex, or they got a pain condition that stops them having sex, that's the medical condition that stops them having sex. They would still feel they want or need or urge for it, but they couldn't do it anymore because their pain would be too much. The pain would be worse for them than actually doing that. There wouldn't be pleasure in doing that, or there'd be less pleasure in doing that because wouldn't be worth the pain. So that would turn them off from it. But that's not the same as actually being asexual and not having that innate need, urge, or want in the first place. I hope that makes sense. Like I said, there are a number of people with fibromyalgia who can't have sex because it's too painful for them. I did get some pain when I had sex, but I'm a very sensitive person anyway, my body. But I still did that, with my last long-term ex. He was really good. Heterosexual ex, he was really good at that. I've only been with heterosexuals, but the long term, that was in 2011. That's the last time I ever had sex, thank God. In 2014, I discovered I'm asexual. I'm like, yeah, I don't have to have that anymore. I couldn't bring myself to have it anyway. I had a really aesthetically hot-looking boyfriend in 2013, and he wanted sex, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I really can't do that. So I did things that I really wished I hadn't done just to please him. I won't be doing that again either. You know what I mean? So I'm really, really happy that that I don't do that anymore. What would being asexual mean? I hope I've already answered that question. Being asexual means you have an absence of sexual attraction. If you're pure asexual, there's a pure asexuals and there's grey asexuals. If you're pure asexual, it means you don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. So you don't look at anyone and think, oh, I want to have sex with you. That doesn't enter your head. That's it in a nutshell. So people who experience sexual attraction, they look at someone and think, oh, I'd like to have sex with them right now. Or they get the urge or need or want for it, and they get like wanting it with that person or a specific person or people. I don't have that. I literally can kiss for a long time and never want sex. Do you know what I mean? I hope I've explained that. Being celibate is not the same as being asexual. So being celibate's a choice. Asexuality isn't. It's a sexual orientation. So people are often celibate because they're like forcing themselves to like, so if someone's abstaining from sex, right, they're stopping themselves from having the sex. It doesn't stop the need, urge, or want for it. It doesn't stop the sexual attraction. Just means they're like deciding not to have sex or choosing or making themselves not have sex, right? Having said that, obviously you can have asexuals that have never had sex in their life before. That's quite a lot of them. I'm a person who has had sex before in the past, but a lot of asexuals haven't. They don't need that. I had it because I was pressurized into it years ago and then thought I had to carry on doing it. But I did it far less than other people would. Like one relationship I had long term, I think I only did it a handful of times the whole time I was with him in the relationship. So being celibate is like a choice. Abstaining is a choice. A lot of people do those for religious reasons or, to retain sexual energy. Like if you do meditative practices or play with sexual energy, for example, do no fap, is it? That means they basically, stop losing their sexual energy so they can put it into creative projects, productivity, work. There's a lot of stuff on the internet about that. That's not the same as being asexual, because that's a choice. You're choosing to do that. Asexual isn't choice. I didn't choose not to have sexual attraction. I just don't have it. Abstinence helps you with pain. Can't say for anyone else. Yeah, so it's fine to have abstinence. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. If you're abstaining from sex because of pain, then that's just a natural, feeling to have. If it's too painful for you to have it. And I'm pleased that you're not doing that when it's causing you too much pain, because if it's causing you physical pain in the body, then that can be like self-harm, if you know what I mean. So I think that's really, very, very important. So I discovered I'm asexual in 2012. And then, I discovered I'm asexual in 2014. And I discovered I got fibromyalgia in 2012. So I discovered I have fibromyalgia 2 years before I discovered I'm asexual. But I don't have a smear test anymore because my fibromyalgia is too painful to have smear tests. So I can masturbate though. I don't talk about that a lot, but I can do that if I want. I've got to be careful the way I do it because, for techniques to be careful of pain, but I can do that. So it's not like I can't do anything if I want to do that. But that's for me is a self-love thing if I want, because I can experience arousal, but it's not aimed at anyone. It's for kissing. I love kissing. I get aroused just by talking about kissing and thinking about kissing usually. Do you know what I mean? But I got to be careful how I do it. Otherwise it can give me pain as well. I'm just saying that as an example to people to know that I can still do some stuff in that area. Do you know what I mean? Just so people... I didn't even try masturbation until I found out I was asexual. I never done it in my life before at all. I usually preferred my exes to do that type of thing for me, like touch me down there, being very personal. But now I don't have that anymore because I don't have a partner. And I decided to try it. I'm like, what's all the fuss about? At first I felt very, very sick doing it. But I don't do it that much. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm just like, I don't want to bother doing that type of thing. So I just don't, I'd rather just, you know what I mean? It's like not really my thing. So, I remember last time I felt a bit sicky, you know what I mean? So I gotta be careful because it's not really I'm not really into it. You know what I mean? A lot of the time I like to leave my body alone. I never heard of asexual until I came across this lady flicking through the lives. All right, okay. Yeah, I've had this channel now for 10 years. So I've been talking about asexuality for 10 years. I found out I'm asexual in 2014 and started this channel in October 2015. And some people come across me and they're like, oh, a real life asexual. I'm like, yeah, I'm really here. It can be quite interesting, I think. God, my spine's hurting now. It's probably because I've been sat down. Ow. So my spine, it's across my bra area. It feels like after a while, especially when my body can get tired before my brain does. and my talk does, and starts to feel like it's stabbing. It feels like it's stabbing now. It's probably because I've been live streaming for over 4 hours. Might need to put an ice pack on there in a minute. But yes, so hopefully I've answered most of your questions. Right. Hey, I just joined. What's your main content? So when I live stream, I tend to focus on 5 main topics, like obviously asexuality, but also 5 topics besides that: dating, relationships, self-love, self-confidence, self-care. Tonight I'm talking about mental health. With the conversation at the beginning, and we've progressed now. So on these live streams, I like to start with a topic, and then we get more fluid and go off on tangents, because this is a late night chat show where you are my audience and you can ask me anything you want in chat, which is respectable and reasonable, not disgusting stuff. And anyone who writes disgusting stuff either gets the comment deleted or completely blocked. I don't waste time on that, because that needs to be respectful. But yeah, so asexuality is my main topic, but I talk about a lot of other stuff as well. I basically share my own asexual life journey in order to help other people in their own life journey. So I do a lot of vlogs as well. I do a lot of video vlogs every day, short vlogs. And I show me weightlifting for spinal rehabilitation, because I got 3 broken bones in my spine. I usually do weightlifting in my Eeyore night shirts, which is always interesting, because I like to break stereotypes. You know, where they always have stereotypes that, you've got to be really skinny to do fitness videos and to do weightlifting, and you've got to look a certain body type and you've got to look a certain way. I'm like, F that, you know. I'm more real authentic. I'm in my Eeyore night shirts doing my weights, you know, and I'm not a skinny girl. So I'm very much for body positivity on this channel. You know, I support people with disabilities because I've got disabilities and mental health difficulties myself. I support body positivity. You know, I don't think everyone should be skinny. And, you know, and asexual is a minority sexual orientation as well, but I am asexual. So I tend to divulge a lot. And I also tend to do a lot of diversion, or diversity, should I say, in my content. So a lot of vlogs, like I share my yummy foods video. And why do I share a lot of foods video? There's 2 reasons. One is there's a joke in the asexual community, an in-joke, which is cake is better than sex. And I can't eat cake, so basically food in general is better than sex. For a lot of asexuals don't like sex, so for those of us who don't like sex, like, food is usually better than sex, and it tastes better and it is more exciting and interesting, right? And also food is a universal thing that a lot of us can relate to, so it brings us together from all around the world. And people just seem to like knowing what I'm eating for some reason. I hate cooking. The irony is I absolutely can't stand cooking, but loads of people want to know what I'm eating. And I like eating it and taking a lot of time to eat it and making yummy food noises. I just like doing that. I like to savor my food and enjoy it and taste the delicious, you know, flavors, as it were. You know what I mean? So you'll see a lot of yummy foods videos. Do subscribe. Please subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss any of these vlogs or videos or live streams. You know what I mean? I mostly do vlogs and live streams. Live streams is usually about once a week on average. Sometimes it'll be a bit more or less. But vlogs, I do a lot of vlogs. I do a bit of singing sometimes for people who like it. Some like that. If I go out on day trips, I usually record a lot of videos for that. Sometimes I like recording a lot. I've got videos from the Come Alive show, so in London, which has got the hits from The Greatest Showman. It's a circus show. When I've been to the aquarium, I've taken video footage of that. Zoo, I've taken video footage of that. I show myself on self-dates because I go out self-dating to the cinema. So I tend to do a lot of topics, and then I put into practice what I preach. Do you know what I mean? So tonight we're talking about mental health, and I'm always saying some of the things that I'm going through, and also some of the things that, you know, I'm doing to help myself. I usually listen to positive affirmations, for example, but sometimes they don't always work, because sometimes the words, I just get so used to it in my brain. But I took myself out to Nando's because I was feeling down. So I took myself out because I'm like, you know, you're an extrovert and you need to get out. So push yourself to get out. I say self-dating every week on a Sunday, usually to cinema. So that's really helpful. But also I want to do social self-date once a week if I can. But that'll be a new thing for me, where I go somewhere that's sociable rather than cinema, which a lot of the time is a solo activity, because I'm usually just sat on my own. I don't actually speak to that many people. So, well, this means like going to a cafe or someplace, or even maybe Nando's. But sometimes go to Nando's on self dates without there being, without calling it a social self date. So that might cross over. But yeah, so I want to kind of get back into socializing more. So I think that might be a good way of doing it. I don't know if I could keep it up with chronic pain condition, but never mind. Depends on what type of exercise you're doing. Some people level physiotherapy with exercise. Both have absolutely different biomechanics. Mohammed, so I don't know what you're referring to with but yes, I have to do exercise, physiotherapy exercise. So exercise, my physiotherapist gave me the doctor's surgery for over a year. For my spinal injury, I have to do those exercises regularly. I've got a whole load of different exercises because I was with her for a year, so there were exercises for various different parts of my body, but particularly the spine. But I ended up asking her for other stuff as well. My sleep pattern is usually 4 a.m, but it's after 4 a.m. Go to sleep at 4 a.m, wake up at midday is my ideal sleep pattern, but it's later than that. It's 4:31 a.m. in the UK. So, the fact that you asked that question, I'm reconsidering my sleeping habits. So yeah, you should go to bed when you're actually tired and when it works on your own rhythm, in my personal opinion, not medical advice. Medical professionals will tell you to get to sleep early, like 10 or 11 p.m. And I've already been through why that's not good for me personally, because it goes against my circadian rhythm, which means I end up more sluggish and like a zombie, like it happened on Monday. I had nearly no energy all day. I had a burst of energy just after I woke up early because I'd gone to sleep early the night before, 4.5, 2 hours. And then by the time I'd finished that and read a message and email, that was it. Like the rest of the day, I was so like worn out, drained, tired. I was eating far more than I would usually eat because I was like energy drained. So you know what I mean? It's not good for my body because my normal sleep pattern is at least 4 a.m. the majority of time going to sleep and waking up at midday. But last night I purposely kept myself awake all night till 9 a.m. to reset myself so I'm more energized. I really think this live should get more views. This is actually some sense talk. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love doing my lives. You know what I mean? Because I talk about a lot of different topics. I do know quite a lot about a lot of different topics. So you don't come across lives like this daily. Thank you. Lots of love. I really appreciate that. Yeah. I agree with you. You know, I'm the only one, like, as far as I know, that does a live asexual chat show. So, but there's not many people that do like this type of live, like where you are my audience. Like this is like you are the stars of the show, if you know what I mean. I mean, obviously I'm here, so you could say I'm a star of the show as well, but we're all stars together, if you know what I mean. You're my audience and you're here interacting with me, and there isn't much around, I don't think, like this. Do you know what I mean? So it's really important. So yeah. Oh, so one and many is from India. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Did you know like my top attraction is for Indian guys? I presume you're female. But I don't know if you know that. I'm always talking about Indian guys on this channel. I don't know if you actually knew that about me, but if you look through all my videos, you'll see that I mostly talk, when I'm talking about guys, like my top attraction, obviously I'm not sexually attracted to anyone, my top attraction is for Indian guys. My most attractions, like aesthetic, romantic, emotional attraction, spiritual attraction, creative attraction, clothes attraction, sensual attraction with the guy's upper body. And there's one more as well. Romantic, did I say romantic attraction? Romantic, aesthetic, emotional, sensual, upper body, creative, clothes, spiritual attraction as well. Yeah, like I can have like up to 8 attractions for Indian guys. They're my top attraction, but I don't like beards. I don't like facial hair. And also guys get have a lot of pride over their beards. So yeah, and I went to I think I mentioned earlier that the last time I went club was it was a nightclub, but it was for did I mention it was a Bollywood party? That was last year. I don't know how I did that with broken bones in my spine because they were meant to be on the healing path by then. Thank you for being here. Although she doesn't like drugs, speaking from experience, opium and cannabis really help with my chronic pain. Okay, that's not me saying that because I would never take opium or weed or cannabis or anything like that. I have mackerel. As I said before, mackerel is a godsend. So I definitely don't need that stuff. But yeah, um, that's not me saying like, and like I've said, smoking decreases bone density. So it's a good job I don't do that. Smoking, caffeine, and alcohol, they all decrease bone density. And I have osteopenia, which means those things I shouldn't be having, and I don't have. That's why it's great, because I don't have the markers for it. So I'm hoping it's just a blip. So do you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm very against drugs, but I'm glad you're still here, because I am not. I don't mince my words. I'm very against drugs. I don't like alcohol. I don't take alcohol. I actually prefer. Like, I can't be with someone in a relationship that does drugs. So I'll be honest with you. There was a guy, and I met him at the hospital last year when I told you I had my chest problem. This is another personal story, real life. And I like befriended him, if you want to use that word. And he was younger for him, but not Indian. But he was at the hospital, and I did have to have a blood test because I had chest pains and they wanted to rule out stuff. So I wouldn't have it unless he was with me, because I've been like friends there. It was really weird, and got on really, really well. And he was in my city studying. So we got on really, really well. But then he revealed later on, afterwards, outside, when he was ringing me on the phone and stuff, because we kept in touch, he revealed to me, like, we met up. Like, if it was romantic, it would have been a date, but it wasn't a date. We met up as friends, but he took me out for a meal. He paid for the meal. He was really how old? I like Indian guys. I like guys in their early to mid-20s. Like, I like younger guys, right? He was the youngest guy I'd ever actually been out with. But I mean, it wasn't a date. So I think he was 20. Yeah, he was 20, but he was quite mature for a 20-year-old. But anyway, he paid for my food and everything, took me out for this meal as a friend. But I think he had some romantic undertone with me. And anyway, so out for this meal, but then a lot of the time he ended up talking about stuff that just wasn't good, including drugs. And on the one hand, he said he had drugs for medicinal purposes, right? But the other time, he told me he went to a nightclub and just got given some drugs and just took it. And then he told me the behavior he had afterwards. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, nah. Do you know what I mean? I had to tell him afterwards. I said, I can't be friends with you anymore, because I just can't get involved with I can't be friends with someone who's having that stuff. Like he was like doing really, really, like, the stuff he took in the nightclub, and the stuff he took for his pain, it was illegal as well. So like, yeah, it wasn't normal stuff. It had to be got from a special place. I'm not going to say too much more, because I shouldn't really be talking about this. But anyway, that's the first time I've actually mentioned why I stopped talking to him, actually. So, but yeah, but that's how strongly I feel about it. Like, if people want to do that, like, I know there's people even in my asexual groups that, not everyone, some of them, I know one of them, I think, takes cannabis. Do you know what I mean? I've been friends with her on Facebook for years. So she lives in a different country. But yeah, but personally, I can't be around that. I can't have that in my life. I mean, my former ex, he was involved in drugs before I met him. And when I was a friend of his. We were friends for 8 months, and he said he gave up drugs to be with me. But there was evidence after that's not true. Someone told me after we split, that I saw him doing that. So, but I didn't really believe them, but I should have believed them, you know what I mean? So, I can't get involved with that, because I've been around people on weed, and they really are spaced out, and they really are not themselves. I've seen the effects of it, even though they say it's harmless. I've been on the receiving end of the effects, and I'm like, I can't have it in my life. So if other people want to do that, that's up to them, but I can't have it near me. I'm being really honest about that. I just can't. But everyone's got different values, haven't they? People who both have cannabis, if you have it and someone else has it, you're going to be fine, because you both like it, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? But I personally hate it. And I don't like anything to do with it, because I literally have had multiple people. I've had 2 exes involved with that, their friends, and even a guy I knew at college. I just, like, you know what I mean? I just can't be doing that anymore. So I decide not to. I just, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, it's just not for me. So yeah. So yeah, if only you were 40 years younger. um, but like, hey, just popping in because I saw your vid on YouTube, but stay here, please. Oh, so I love your hair. Oh, thank you. I've been streaming now like for 4 hours and 28 minutes, so I will have to go in a little while because I do need to go to the toilet. Usually I go to the toilet every hour with my disabilities or every 2 hours max. Like this is 4 hours and 28 minutes. I think this is the longest I haven't been to the toilet for a long time, but I'm feeling a bit of pain now because it's like I really need to go to the toilet. You broke your bone spine too in a seizure. You had screws in your spine now, but you walk fine. Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so sorry for that. Is the seizure something you have regularly, or is it was it like a one-off thing? I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm lucky I don't have any screws in my spine. I don't have to have surgery, but I wouldn't have surgery anyway if unless, you know, well, I say I wouldn't, but you know what I mean. I can't even have a needle in me, so. But but anyway, they're wedge fractures, but they're apparently stable fractures I've got. So that's what they've told me. Even over a year later, I've still got them, but they're stable. I might have to become a monk back in India. What do you mean might have to become a monk back in India? So I remember one time I went with this guy and I met with him and he didn't say it was a date. And he was late, but I met with him and I talked to him about asexuality. And he's like, oh no, I'd have to have sex in a marriage. And he goes, oh, and he was walking, I think he was walking somewhere with me afterwards. And he's after like, I think I was walking, we were like leaving the venue together. And he was like saying, oh, so you're like a nun then? It's like, no, I'm not like a nun. Oh my God. Like I'm a hyper romantic and hyper kisser. Nuns would not be like that. And that's rare for an asexual. Most asexuals don't like much kissing. And yeah, I like lots. I mean, I'm a hyper kisser. In case you don't know what hyper kisser is, I've never met another one in my life, by the way. I've never seen anyone online post about this. I'm a hyper kisser, which means I can kiss up to 4 hours or more and not get bored. Nearly non-stop. I have to go to the toilet usually. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. You don't have caffeine. That's great. No, I live on my own with my little boy. Oh. Oh, I'm glad you've got a little boy. You got an MRI this week? I had an MRI of my entire spine. It was like harder than I thought it would be because they put a cage around my neck and I wasn't expecting that. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, oh my God. So it wasn't just a tube I went in. I had a cage around my neck because they were taking the whole spine, including my neck. I wish you good health. Yeah, I wish the person in chat good health. Yeah, I think their name is. They're checking for MS, multiple sclerosis, is that. I hope you feel better soon. So yeah. I can't imagine kissing for 4 hours. I've never kissed anyone on the lips in my life. Yes, well, yeah. Most asexuals do not like much kissing. They like a peck on the cheek or a peck on the lips. I like literally, like, I have never met another hyper kiss in my life. Hyper romantics are hard to come by, and I'm a hyper romantic as well, which means I'm excessively romantic, even with myself. But I've never met another hyper kisser. I mean, I meet guys that have kissed for that length of time or longer, but they wouldn't usually do that. Do you know what I mean? It's not something they would normally do. And if they hadn't been with me, they wouldn't have done that, right? And so, like, one guy I kissed in a nightclub for a long of hours, and afterwards, like 2 hours, I think it was in a nightclub, and 2 hours afterwards, over 2 hours, and he's like, I don't understand. I'm like, what? He goes, how come you, like, how are you resisting yourself? How are you resisting the need and urge to have sex? I said, I'm not. I'm asexual. I don't have that need or urge in the first place. And he didn't believe me. I said, I just don't have those feelings. I'm not holding myself back. Because he's like, how are you holding yourself back? I said, I'm not. I never have those feelings in the first place. So that's one of the huge benefit of me being a hyper kisser and asexual. I can kiss for absolutely hours, never get bored, and don't need sex. Brilliant for me. But obviously, if a person really wants sex, it's very hard for them. If they're heterosexual and not asexual, and they really get the urge, like when they kiss me, it's like they want sex more and more, and I'm not interested in that. Me kissing them, I get the pleasure and excitement out of the kissing itself. I have no interest in mixing genitalia and having sex whatsoever. I would rather see the guy with his clothes on, especially below the waist. I'm not interested in seeing that bit at all. So sometimes I'm okay with the guy's top off in private, but not that. But anyway, he turned out not to be an honest guy. I found out he had a wife that he'd separated from, but a wife back in his country with 2 kids. And then he'd been in the country a different amount of time than he said he would. He met in the club, he made out that he was single and that he was been in this country for X amount of months. It wasn't true. So yeah, so basically I've kissed the married man. It's the first married man I've kissed in my life, and it's something I never wanted to do in my entire life because I don't believe in doing that. He goes, but we're separated. I said, well, it feels awful. And he goes, oh, can I see you again? I'm like, no. And he goes, oh, but when you're lonely. I said, I'm not lonely. I'm not interested. He even found me on Facebook and started making something up. Like he said something, oh, I found you. And I said, I'm not interested. Do you know what I mean? I told him something. He said, oh, that didn't happen. I said, it did. You know what I mean? He said something. It wasn't that he denied kissing me. It was something else that he said that was incorrect. I thought it was no good for me. So, yeah. Well, it was really nice watching and listening to you. I'm going to go have dinner now. Yeah, I'm going to go now because I really need to go to the toilet. Too much information, I know, but we've all got to go, haven't we? And so I want to say thank you very much for being in chat, everyone. There's been so many beautiful people in chat tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. If you want to give any more thumbs up, please do so. If you want to subscribe to the channel, subscribe and hit the bell icon right now. I'd love to have you as part of my subscription family. It's free to do and it helps the channel grow. Get Asexual Perspectives book, 47 Asexual Stories on Amazon. Just type that in, and Fibromyalgia Self-Help Handbook you can get from Amazon. This is my other asexual book if you're interested in more about hyperromanticism. Get my Diary Confessions of a Hyperromantic Asexual book. It's got 78 life lessons to ace your life in it, so it's got wisdom in there as well. You just subbed. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and many. Thanks everyone else. Lots of love, and I'll see you soon on the next video or live stream or vlog. Don't forget, subscribe and hit the bell icon. Lots of love. Bye.